Chapter 1. 99 Days After Confessing My Love. You say you're willing to accept the loss? Xiao Feng, can you bring your girlfriend home for Chinese New Year this year? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned as he listened to his mother's questioning voice on the other end of the phone. Mom, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Your cousin just started college this year, and he's already brought his girlfriend home. He even said they'll get married in 2 years. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Hui's voice was filled with frustration. You're 3 years older than your cousin, and you're also more handsome than your cousin. But how come you're almost graduating from university and still don't have a girlfriend? Son, if you can't find a partner, you might as well come back and go on blind dates. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then said helplessly, Mom, what era are we living in? Why are you still having these blind dates? Isn't it great to be holding my grandson? Zhang Hui said in a voice that brooked no refusal. If you still haven't brought a partner home for Chinese New Year this year, I'll have to arrange blind dates for you. Lin Feng, Xiao Feng, Xiao Feng, don't stay silent. Hearing no response from the other end of the phone, Zhang Hui rambled on. You young people don't understand. Blind dates have their advantages. At least you know each other's background. Let me tell you, your Aunt Wang's daughter is quite nice. She seems very well-mannered and knowledgeable. Listening to his mother's nagging, Lin Feng nodded half-heartedly. Oh, after finally hanging up the phone, Zhou Cheng, Zhou's roommate who had been trying to suppress his laughter, couldn't hold it in any longer. Ha ha, Brother Feng, does your mom have some misunderstanding about you? As the school's most handsome guy, the girls who are chasing after you could form a reinforced platoon. There are people posting your name on the school's confession wall every day. I just don't know what you're thinking. You're so indifferent to them. Now look what's happened. If you don't start dating soon, you'll be going home for blind dates. Hearing his good friend's teasing, Lin Feng felt helpless and could only reply, I can't just say yes to every woman who pursues me, can I? The most important thing in a relationship is that the two people truly love each other. Yes, yes, yes. Zhou Cheng laughed and said, how can you cultivate feelings for someone if you don't give them even the slightest chance to spend time together? How can you truly love each other? Love at first sight is such a rare thing, and you just happen to run into it. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng paused for a moment, then said, so, I should try to talk to them? That's true. If I don't bring a girlfriend home soon, my mom will arrange blind dates for me. Sigh, even if it's just to stop her from having that idea, I need to find a girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng's eyes lit up immediately. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that it was almost time for the department's most beautiful girl, Lu Ruyan, to come and confess her feelings. It is said that Lu Ruyan, the most beautiful girl in the department, is also a devoted lover. She comes to Lin Feng every day to confess her love, bringing him a bouquet of roses every day, and she's been doing this for over 3 months. If she continues to come today, given Brother Feng's current attitude, this has to work out. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng paused for a moment, then a wicked smile crept onto his lips. You said it yourself. Don't stay away from coming downstairs later. These words reminded Lin Feng. During this period, it seems that a girl has been confessing her feelings to him. It seems like it's in almost 3 months. Well, if she comes again today, I'll say yes. Lin Feng nodded. This indifferent attitude made Zhou Cheng jealous. Look at what you're saying. Lu Ruyan is, after all, the most beautiful girl in our department. Only someone like you, the school heartthrob, could resist her confessions for so many days. If it were me, I'd probably be taken down on day 1. TSK, TSK, TSK. You're so lucky but don't know it. After complaining about Lin Feng, Zhou Cheng felt a little uneasy. By the way, is Lu Ruyan coming today? Once the thought crossed his mind, he became increasingly restless. He simply got up and went to the balcony, starting to look down at the dormitory building. Brother, let me check for you, see if Lu Shihua is coming today. Fortunately, after waiting for a while, Zhou Cheng saw 3 or 4 girls surrounding a beautiful figure holding roses as they crossed the playground. Lin Feng, good brother, they're here. Zhou Cheng's voice trembled with excitement. Get downstairs quickly. Lin Feng was taken aback, and then, with Zhou Cheng's help, he walked downstairs. As the most beautiful girl in the department, Lu Ruyan's every move attracts a lot of attention. What's more, this is a confession to the school heartthrob, Lin Feng. Moreover, this was her 99th time confessing her feelings to Lin Feng. So when Lin Feng arrived at the dormitory building, as usual, a crowd of onlookers had gathered around the area. The way everyone looked at him was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Lin Feng is so hard to win over. The most popular girl in the department has been confessing her feelings for him for over 3 months. To be precise, today is the 99th day. Don't ask me why I remember this number. It's all because of sad things. I wonder if it will work out this time. I guess it's all in vain. In the past 3 years, have you seen Lin Feng accept any girl's confession? Indeed, poor Lu Shihua. Her heart has been given to the wrong person. If I had Lin Feng's looks, I don't know how many girls I would have messed with. So Lin Feng is the school heartthrob, and you're not. Ignoring the whispers around her, Lu Ruyan walked gracefully to Lin Feng with a gentle smile on her lips. Lin Feng, today is the 99th day since I confessed my feelings to you. Will you accept my flowers? Flowers, beautiful women, 99 days of confession. The boys around them were kicking themselves in frustration, regretting that they weren't the ones favored by the goddess. The expressions on the faces of the girls around them were much more subtle. Lin Feng is a man. Even the most beautiful girl in the department couldn't win over. If Lin Feng were to accept her advances, wouldn't she be even more charming than the most beautiful girl in the department? Faced with various gazes, Lin Feng paused for a moment, then reached out and accepted the flowers. Thank you, shall we give it a try? Splat. A collective sigh of heartbreak rang out from the crowd. Huh, did I hear that right? The school heartthrob actually got snagged. I don't know which girl started it, but the situation quickly got out of control. No, he should have said he liked this style earlier. Don't even mention sending flowers to confess your love for 99 days. I could even give them away for free 99 times in a row. Our ancestors always said that it's easy for a woman to pursue a man, but why don't I listen? My white moonlight. Amidst the wailing, Lu Ruyan smiled slightly. She stopped looking at Lin Feng and turned to walk towards the crowd. A bet's a bet, pay up. With her back to Lin Feng, she spoke with a hint of smugness to the girls in front of her. Now, Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. Why did Lu Ruyan turn around and leave after I agreed to accept her confession? And why did he go and talk to other girls? However, it seems that those girls always accompanied Lu Ruyan to confess her feelings. It must be her roommate or something. Huh? What's going on? Before he could even ask a question, Zhou Cheng waved his phone at Lin Feng. It's not easy for an iron tree to bloom. I shouted it out in the dorm group chat, and everyone regretted going out today. They're all asking you to treat them. Huh? What are Lu Ruyan and her roommate talking about? Are they going out to celebrate too? Once this thought crossed Zhou Cheng's mind, he started to get active. The guys in my dorm are all still single. If we could arrange to celebrate together, wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity? It is my duty to seek benefits for my brothers. So Zhou Cheng smiled and stepped forward, saying to the girls, should our 2 dorms have a get-together and go out to celebrate? However, while Zhou Cheng had a smile on his face, the girls opposite him had serious expressions. One of them was even more blunt, rolling his eyes directly. A social gathering? A celebration? What's there to celebrate? Chapter 2, My Confession, I Like You. My acceptance of your confession, I'm smitten. Huh? Celebrate what? Celebrate Lu Ruyan and Lin Feng getting together. Zhou Cheng's eyes widened, completely failing to understand what the other person meant, and he couldn't help but ask. Didn't Lu Ruyan just confess her feelings and Lin Feng accept? Those who hadn't left yet stopped in their tracks upon hearing this conversation. Hey, something's not right, listen. One confessed their feelings and the other accepted. Doesn't that mean they're together? No way. Is there some hidden story? Amidst the strange looks from those around them, the other 2 girls who accompanied Lu Ruyan spoke up in dissatisfaction. We just made a bet to see if this aloof school heartthrob could win over a beautiful woman. Sure enough, men are all the same when they see a beautiful woman. They can't resist a little flirting. If I had known even the school heartthrob couldn't resist the allure, I wouldn't have placed such a heavy bet. The 2 of them talked back and forth, completely baffling everyone present. Even Lin Feng's eyes showed surprise. It turns out that Lu Ruyan's grand confession was actually a publicity stunt. The reason behind it all is actually a bet with her girlfriends. What kind of person would treat dating and pursuing someone as part of a gamble? Using the word idiot to describe him seems rather pale and powerless. No wonder some guys are no longer willing to pursue girls. The best explanation is that society is going to the dogs. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stepped forward and asked, "Is this just a bet between you two?" Lu Rian's smile faltered for a moment. Then she reached up and tossed her hair, saying in a relaxed tone, "Yes, my pursuit of you was just a bet with my girlfriends. I bet I can win you over within 100 days. As for the result, it's obvious that I succeeded." Lu Rian shrugged and giggled. "Don't be angry. I think you can understand. Confessing your feelings doesn't mean you like me, much less that you want to date me. After all," as she spoke, Lu Rian looked Lin Feng up and down, then shook her head and said, "Besides being handsome, there's nothing about you that attracts me. So, you absolutely mustn't have any other thoughts, okay?" Lu Rian's words excited the onlookers. Holy crap, what earth-shattering gossip is this? The most beautiful girl in the department confessed to the most handsome guy in the school for 99 days, but it turned out to be just a bet. This is outrageous. This alone is enough to become a legend in our school, isn't it? Damn, the campus forum is going to explode today. As the discussion began, everyone's gaze towards Lin Feng changed. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. He casually tossed the roses he was holding into the trash can and said, "You saying you confess your feelings doesn't mean you like me. But accepting a confession doesn't mean I'm in love with someone. I was just annoyed by my family's constant pressure to go on blind dates, so I thought I'd find a girlfriend at school to appease them. It just so happens that you've been confessing your feelings for 99 days, so I thought I'd give you a chance to say yes. Since this is just a bet for you, it's the same if I agree to it for other girls. It's the same whether I agree to it with other girls." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Rian's face immediately darkened, and she sneered. "I know this bet of ours has made you lose face, but you don't have to come up with such a lame excuse, do you?" The others also had the same thought, looking at Lin Feng with suspicion. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng felt both angry and guilty. What angered me was that Lu Ruyan and her friends joked about the confession. I feel guilty for being so foolish as to ask about the social gathering and celebration. But who would have thought that those women would reveal the truth in front of everyone, making Lin Feng so embarrassed? Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng was instantly filled with rage. "No way. I have to get revenge for Lin Feng. Brother Feng, if you don't beat this bitch's face to a pulp, she won't believe you." As he spoke, Zhou Cheng reached into Lin Feng's pocket and pulled out his phone. "Give me your phone call logs and tell some people to open their eyes and take a good look." Zhou Cheng, holding Lin Feng's phone, addressed the onlookers. Look, this is the phone call Lin Feng just had with his mother. Auntie said that the family has arranged a well-educated and reasonable girl for Feng Ji to go back for a blind date. Who in our generation cares about blind dates? That's why Brother Feng is thinking of finding a girlfriend at school and developing a relationship. Didn't the most beautiful girl in Liuda's department just happen to bump into us? Otherwise, do you really think Brother Feng would accept your confession? As soon as these words were spoken, some people couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, Lu Ruyan really did run into this situation. Wait, so I have a chance. Isn't it the same as cultivating a relationship with someone? Lin Feng, what do you think of me? Don't try to take it from me. The whispers around them had subsided, and the girls were now looking at Lin Feng with intense longing. It turns out that Lin Feng agreed to confess his feelings not because he liked Lu Ruyan. He genuinely intends to find a girl and start a relationship from scratch. Doesn't that mean my opportunity has arrived? If I could win over Lin Feng, the school heartthrob, wouldn't that mean I'm even more charming than Lu Ruyan? Lu Ruyan clearly knew what these girls were planning. This made her so angry that her face turned pale. "Hey, Lin Feng, what do you mean by this?" Lin Feng smiled indifferently. "Haven't we made everything clear?" Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan's friends came to their senses and refused to fulfill the bet. "Hey, Lu Ruyan, we bet back then that the school heartthrob genuinely liked you and would agree to your confession. Now it seems that's not the case. Lin Feng was obviously just looking for someone to deal with his family, and you just happened to run into him. This bet doesn't count." "Exactly. This money isn't being given to you by us. It should be us giving it to you." Several people were shouting that Lu Ruyan had lost and demanding that she pay them back. This made Lu Ruyan's face turn green with anger. But before she could say anything, Zhou Cheng had already started shouting. "Campus heartthrob Lin is looking for a girlfriend. Any interested students can confess their feelings now." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng was surrounded by layers of girls. Lin Feng, I've liked you for a long time. Lin Feng, I'll go home with you to meet your parents. Me, I could do laundry, I can cook, I'm presentable in public, and easy to work in the kitchen. Please consider me. In the pushing and shoving, Zhou Cheng's large slippers were stepped on and fell off. Seeing Lin Feng surrounded by girls, his jaw dropped. Holy crap! Just then, Zhou Cheng's phone rang. Upon closer inspection, it was an unfamiliar number. Upon closer inspection, something's not right. This is Lin Feng's phone. Lin Feng, your phone. Zhou Cheng pushed through the group of girls and walked to Lin Feng's side. You answer the phone first. Then, he raised his arms and shouted, Students, to prevent unscrupulous individuals from taking advantage of loopholes, we are now implementing a verification system. Add me on WeChat first, then send me the information, and I'll arrange the rest. The crowd was excited. Good. Hurry up. Don't push. Amidst the noise, Lin Feng, holding his phone, walked to the outer perimeter. Hello, who is this? On the other end of the phone was a slightly suppressed female voice. Hello, is this Lin Feng? This is Lu Qingxue. Could you come to the maternal and child health hospital? Lu Qingxue? This name sounds familiar. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Isn't this the school beauty who has been on leave of absence for almost a year? Because of her inexplicable suspension of studies, all sorts of speculations flew around the school's online forum, causing quite a stir. But I don't think I've ever had any interaction with her before. Why do I suddenly have to go to the maternal and child health hospital? Isn't that where babies are born? Chapter 3. The school beauty takes a leave of absence. And the reason is that she's having my baby. Lin Feng frowned, feeling that something was off about the other party's phone call, and then said, You say you're Lu Qingxue. How am I supposed to know if you're telling the truth? Besides, I'm not familiar with Lu Qingxue. They immediately told me to go to the Women and Children's Health Hospital, which was completely inexplicable. After saying that, Lin Feng didn't want to listen to the other party's excuses and hung up the phone directly. Then, Lin Feng turned to look at Zhou Cheng. Under the other party's organization, a group of girls had already begun to line up and register in an orderly manner. Lin Feng was silent for a moment. How come he had never noticed Zhou Cheng's organizational skills before? Well then, the arrow is already on the bowstring. Next, I should honestly choose a girl and cultivate a relationship with her. As Lin Feng was thinking, his phone rang again. It was still that unfamiliar number. Are you ever going to stop? Before the words were finished, the voice on the other end changed, becoming an extremely serious announcer. Your girlfriend is currently in labor at the Maternal and Child Health Hospital in the Economic Development Zone. Please come over now to sign the necessary documents. What? Hurry up and come here. The woman said it's the Four Seasons Hotel. Think it over carefully. What? Cloudy amniotic fluid? Is bed number 8 available yet? Beep, beep, beep. The call ended, and Lin Feng stared at his phone, lost in thought. Judging from a last sound from across the street, it really seemed to be at the hospital. But when did Lu Qingxue become my girlfriend? You're going to have my baby, etc. Lin Feng seemed to recall something, and his eyes widened slightly. The Four Seasons Hotel, a long time ago, I did have physical intimacy with a woman there. I remember that day was to celebrate receiving a scholarship, and I got a few drinks at a bar with my roommates. When he woke up the next day, he found himself in a hotel room with a woman lying next to him. My head was spinning at the time, and I was also too shy to look closely at what the woman looked like. I only vaguely remember an outline. After a pause, Lin Feng quickly took out his phone, logged into the campus forum, and began searching for keywords. Lu Qingxue has suspended her studies. As one of the most popular figures at school, Lin Feng quickly found the original post and Lu Qingxue's photo. Then, his head exploded with a loud bang. The school beauty took a leave of absence 3 months after that incident, which matches the timeline. Moreover, the facial features vaguely overlap with my memories of that time. The woman that night was actually Lu Qingxue, and Lu Qingxue is about to have a baby? Lin Feng was in a state of utter confusion, his thoughts a jumbled mess. What the heck? The school beauty took a leave of absence to have my baby. After a pause, Lin Feng opened the navigation software and searched for the Maternal and Child Health Hospital. The map shows that it takes about 3 hours to get there from the school. Lin Feng panicked a little. It wasn't that he had particularly deep feelings for Lu Qingxue. Rather, It would be worse if the child were truly hers, and she had an accident because she was giving birth alone in the hospital. I can't live with myself, morally or in terms of conscience. Lin Feng turned around, looked at Zhou Cheng standing in the center of the crowd, and shouted, "The Chengzi, I have something urgent to attend to. I need to go out for a bit." Zhou Cheng looked up from the crowd, but only saw Lin Feng's hurried departure. What could be more urgent than finding a wife? Beside her, Lu Rian watched Lin Feng leave in a hurry, her expression filled with resentment. She simply couldn't understand it. How come a man who has no family background, no money, and only a pretty face is so popular? The way these girls are chasing after each other is really unsightly. If you'll see once you're out in the real world that a man's face can't put food on the table. She looked at the girls vying to sign up and said disdainfully. After saying that, she turned to leave, but saw that her roommate, who had come with her, was itching to do something. "You're not leaving? You don't actually want to sign up, do you? Is the title of school heartthrob really that appealing? Ruyan, you should mind your own business. Today's events will definitely cause a stir on the campus forum. Don't forget, our bet a bet is a bet." That is, upon hearing her roommate's words, Lu Rian's face turned pale. Finally, he stomped his foot, turned around, and left. A bunch of people with long hair but short brains. I want to see what kind of girlfriend Lin Feng will end up with. 3 hours later, Lin Feng rushed to the hospital where Lu Qingxue gave birth. I asked my way to the delivery room entrance and saw a doctor in a white coat standing there shouting, Lin Feng! Lin Feng! He hasn't arrived yet. I am Lin Feng." Lin Feng ran forward quickly. "Why didn't you come before dark?" The doctor opened his mouth somewhat impatiently. "Hurry up and sign and pay. Honestly, this is so unreliable." Lin Feng was bombarded with complaints from the doctor, but he couldn't really explain himself. He couldn't very well say that he wasn't familiar with Lu Qingxue and had only just found out she was about to give birth before coming over. Could he? Lin Feng could only silently accept the document. Just as he was about to sign it, he saw the large payment details on it. Payment due 12,800.00 yuan. Lin Feng touched his pocket and found that he only had 1,200 yuan left for living expenses. That wasn't enough. Moreover, it's uncertain whether the child is actually theirs. Just as Lin Feng hesitated, an electronic voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The system has been activated as the host's biological child is about to be born. As long as the host takes good care of the child, they will receive a random reward from the system. Congratulations, host. You have received 30,000 yuan as starting capital for new dads. Dear customer, your bank card ending in 6916 has received a deposit of 30,000 yuan, leaving a balance of 31,216.08 yuan. Lin Feng looked at the text message on his phone, feeling both surprised and delighted. The shocking thing is that it is now 100% certain that Lu Qingxue is carrying his child, and I'm about to become a father. After all, as a seasoned bookworm, Lin Feng didn't think the system would malfunction. The joy stemmed from the system's sudden appearance. With it, my life won't be too difficult going forward. The 30,000 yuan that arrived in my card instantly is concrete proof. Doctor, I'll go pay the bill right away. Thank you for your help inside. Lin Feng took the document, quickly signed his name, and then hurriedly headed towards the payment counter. After paying the fees, Lin Feng returned to the front of the delivery room. When he first heard that Lu Qingxue was going to give birth, he wasn't sure if the child was his, so he couldn't quite accept it. But now, Lin Feng felt that the screams in the delivery room were exceptionally shrill. Although he didn't know which woman's voice it was, the atmosphere made his palms sweat instinctively. Why does childbirth take so long? Lin Feng was in a state of turmoil, pacing back and forth in the corridor. It's been several hours. Is Lu Qingxue all right? Is the baby all right? Lin Feng's face was pale, and he looked extremely uneasy. Every now and then, a doctor would come out carrying a swaddled baby, and before the name could be called, he would dart forward. Doctor, doctor, is this my child? Whenever he received a negative answer, Lin Feng would look on dejectedly as others held their children and laughed and played with them. So this is what it's like to be a dad. Lin Feng looked at his family reunited in the corridor, feeling both envious and uneasy. After all, his relationship with Lu Qingxue wasn't clear yet. Just as Lin Feng was feeling restless, finally, A nurse came out of the delivery room, carrying two swaddled babies, and shouted, "Are Lu Qingxue's family members there?" "Exist." Lin Feng dashed over in a flash. "Congratulations on the twins. Both mother and babies are doing well." Hearing this confirmation, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I belatedly realized that my legs felt a little weak. She's finally given birth. That's wonderful." Lin Feng looked up and saw that the corridor lights were already on, indicating that it was already dark. He had never noticed it before. Chapter 4. What's it like to be a new dad? The reasons for having a child. "Hey, you, the family member, why aren't you holding the baby?" The nurse was waiting for the family to take the baby so she could go back and push the mother in labor. The family member, however, just stood there leaning against the wall, grinning blankly. Meeting the nurse's puzzled gaze, Lin Feng suddenly snapped back to reality, nervously rubbing his thighs together. Hold the baby? Oh, yes. But the hand stopped halfway through its reach. Which child should I hold? The next second, Lin Feng felt a weight on both of his arms. The nurse couldn't wait any longer and shoved the child into his hands. "The one on the left is my older brother, weighing 5 Jin and 1 Liang. The one on the right is my younger sister, weighing 4.5 pounds. Lin Feng looked down at the two rosy, wrinkled little pink bundles in his arms, and his expression froze. "Nurse, can you tell if I'm holding him correctly?" I feel it's too soft. Is that normal?" Seeing Lin Feng's stiff limbs, the nurse chuckled. "Don't be so nervous. Children aren't as delicate as we think. Just make sure they don't fall." "Oh." Lin Feng's hands, which had been trembling slightly, stopped shaking immediately. After a pause, Lin Feng seemed to remember something. "Nurse, where's the child's mother?" "Don't rush. I'll go push them now, one at a time." As the nurse spoke, she turned and walked back into the delivery room. A short while later, Lu Qingxue, pale-faced, was wheeled out in a wheelchair. Despite her tired appearance, she still looked stunning and looked around as soon as she stepped outside. He paused for a moment when he saw Lin Feng. She pursed her bloodless lips, about to say something, but Lin Feng spoke first. "You've worked hard. Go back to your ward first. I'll take care of the rest." For a moment, Lu Qingxue's expression became somewhat complicated. "Okay." With the help of the nurses, Lin Feng took the child and Lu Qingxue back to the ward. As soon as her head hit the pillow, Lu Qingxue fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng carefully placed the child beside her, and before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the nurse on rounds gave him instructions. "Next, Mom needs to have Lokia discharge. Go and buy some medical nursing pads for her. Make sure they're large size. If the mother experiences abdominal pain or vaginal bleeding, she must inform us immediately. Also, why haven't you prepared baby clothes, diapers, bottles, and formula? These need to be done as soon as possible." Lin Feng was stunned by the nurse's repeated instructions. Look at Lu Qingxue and the children sleeping soundly in bed, then look at the open ward. Even knowing that the public security situation is good now, Lin Feng still couldn't help but worry. What if someone steals my baby while I'm not around? After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng took out his phone and called Zhou Cheng. "De Kingsley, buddy, I need your help." On the other end of the phone, Zhou Cheng was engrossed in organizing the girls' registration materials. Upon hearing this, he raised an eyebrow knowingly. "Do you even need to ask?" "Don't worry, I've already compiled the information, and there are a few that I think are really good." Cough. Lin Feng blushed for no apparent reason. "That is not what I'm talking about. I need your help to buy some baby supplies and deliver them to the Maternal and Child Health Hospital in the Economic Development Zone." "Huh, baby supplies? A maternal and child health center?" Zhou Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. "Bro, what did you do?" Lin Feng looked at the outlines of one adult and two children on the bed and touched his nose. "I'm a dad now. Holy shit, you son of a bitch. When did this happen?" Zhou Cheng was so scared that he cursed. "Who is the mother of S child?" After a pause, before Lin Feng could answer, Zhou Cheng looked at the densely packed information about girls on the computer and broke down. A scene of him being chased by these girls inexplicably flashed into his mind. "Yeah, Zhou Cheng, I'm going to kill you. Give me back Lin Feng." Then, he was so frightened that he immediately covered his head with his hands. "No, what does Lin Feng's romantic entanglements have to do with me?" Zhou Cheng. Lin Feng was unaware that Zhou Cheng could have so many thoughts flashing through his mind in such a short time, and said helplessly, "Can you please calm down? How can I not be excited? Do you know how many young girls are lining up right now? Zhou Cheng stared blankly at the computer screen and said, They all added me on WeChat, and I'm the first person to be held accountable. Lin Feng. I was so excited that I forgot about this part. Seeing that there was no response from the other end, Zhou Cheng pressed on. Hey, you still haven't told me. Who is the child's mother? Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingshue's pale, yet beautiful sleeping face and hesitated. My situation with the child's mother is a bit complicated, so I'm telling you this so you won't tell anyone else. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes. Speak. Lu Qingxue. With just those 3 simple words, Zhou Cheng was struck dumb. Lu Qingxue. Isn't that our school's most beautiful girl? Zhou Cheng slammed his hand on the table. Why the hell don't you tell anyone? If that bitch Lu Rian knew, she'd be furious. What's so special about the department beauty? Compared to Lu Qingxue, the school beauty, she's nothing. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. No. I haven't had a proper talk with him yet. It's not the right time to go public. Don't cause any trouble. Sigh, I can't talk about it anymore. The child is crying. Oh, don't cry. Brothers, come and help quickly. Hearing the baby's kitten-like cries on the other end of the phone, Zhou Cheng froze. What happened today feels so surreal. Lin Feng hurriedly hung up the phone and then reached out to pick up the crying baby. However, once the hand was placed on the swaddling clothes, it seemed to freeze. This child is so soft. How do I hold her? Seeing Lin Feng's anxious and dazed expression, the nurse who came to take Lu Qingshue's temperature noticed. Afraid to hold the baby? Is this your first child? Come, let me teach you. The most vulnerable part of newborn's neck is its neck, so support its head first. Under the guidance of a nurse on rounds, Lin Feng successfully picked up the child and gently rocked him. Baby, don't cry, daddy's here. When Lu Qingxue opened her eyes, she saw Lin Feng clumsily trying to soothe the child. She paused for a moment, and the frost in her eyes melted slightly. Lin Feng seems to really like children. Lin Feng was comforting the child when he turned around and saw Lu Qingxue staring at him, which made him feel a little embarrassed. You're awake? Would you like something to eat? Lu Qingxue nodded. Lin Feng quickly poured a cup of hot water and brought over some chocolate, explaining. You and the children were asleep just now, so you were quite unprepared and didn't dare to go out. So, we didn't prepare many things. Just take care of a couple of bites for now. Make a list of what you need, and I'll have someone bring it over. Lu Qingxue slowly swallowed the chocolate in her mouth, feeling a little stronger, and then said softly, You just accept it like that, without asking me anything. Lin Feng paused for a moment, realizing that there were many things he hadn't said to Lu Qingxue. But for a moment, he didn't know where to begin. Lu Qingxue, however, after taking a sip of water to moisten her throat, began to confess. That day, 3 months later, I found out I was pregnant. Lin Feng was surprised. It wasn't discovered until the 3rd month? Isn't it said that girls have their period every month? How slow must they be to drag this out for 3 months? Lu Qingxue bit her lip and explained. My period has always been irregular. It's common for it to be 1 or 2 months late. In addition, during that period, the homeroom teacher took leave and asked me to be a teaching assistant. I was so busy that I didn't pay attention at all. When I realized something was wrong and went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor told me that I was pregnant. Lin Feng's expression was complicated, and he couldn't help but ask, Then why did you have the child? Chapter 5. Open and heartfelt conversations, integrating into the dad community and the first blissful experience. In Lin Feng's view, a woman, upon learning she was pregnant and having no emotional connection with the child's father, resolutely gave birth to the child. It is something that defies common sense. But Lu Qingxue did just that anyway, so there was no way not to ask. Lu Qingxue held the water glass, somewhat dazed. Shouldn't Lin Feng first confirm whether the child is his own? How did you skip over it? She paused for a moment before replying to Lin Feng. My test results have always been inaccurate, haven't they? It's genetic. The doctor said my chances of getting pregnant are much lower than normal, and if I don't get pregnant this time, I might not be so lucky next time. Lin Feng was stunned, and after a long while, he said, I'm sorry. For women, having difficulty conceiving from birth is a very difficult thing to talk about. But the problem is it's kind of awkward that I let her get pregnant and give birth all by herself without really understanding what was going on. Lu Qingxue didn't understand why Lin Feng wanted to apologize. After all, Giving birth to the child was her own decision. But it seems we can't just reply with "it's okay." Their eyes met, and they both fell silent. Ahem. The doctor told me to buy nursing pads and baby supplies. I'm going downstairs now. Lin Feng broke the silence by speaking. Etc. Lu Qingxue called out to Lin Feng. Hey, remember to keep track of how much you spent. I'll give you all the money later. Although I had no choice in giving birth to the child, it was a decision I made after careful consideration, and I should bear the consequences myself. Lu Qingxue stared intently at Lin Feng and said, whether you believe it or not, from the very beginning, I never intended for you to be responsible. I just didn't expect the hospital to require a family member's signature. If I could, I wouldn't have called you here. Seeing Lu Qingxue's determined gaze, Lin Feng's heart softened a little. If the person who had the one-night stand back then was a girl like Lu Ruyan, they certainly won't act like nothing happened, just like Lu Qingxue did. Even if you have health problems after getting pregnant, you must give birth to the child. They'll definitely give you all sorts of warnings about having children, forcing you to take responsibility. Unlike Lu Qingxue, who frankly admits that she will bear the consequences of her own decisions. Even if they sign it themselves, they will never try to take any credit for themselves. Lin Feng felt that if he missed this opportunity with such a good woman, it would be a lifelong regret. So, he looked at Lu Qingxue calmly and smiled. I don't know, so that's fine. Now I know that these two lovely children are my own flesh and blood. I like them very much, and I am willing to take on my share of responsibility. Lu Qingxue, can you give me a chance to raise the child with you? Lu Qingxue met Lin Feng's honest gaze, her palms tightened, and her heart skipped a beat. You want to raise the child with me? Do you know what that means? Having a child out of wedlock affects more than just women. If any boy dares to admit it, he will also be subjected to strange looks from all sides. I'm already prepared. But did Lin Feng think through the consequences before making this decision in such a short time? If his parents and friends find out that he has a child, it will cause a huge uproar. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Lu Qingxue's worried expression. People should have a bottom line. My bottom line is that I cannot let my child be without a father. I feel that given our current situation, it's not realistic for us to be husband and wife. But it's still possible to raise a child together and give them complete love, right? Lu Qingxue was deeply shaken and looked at Lin Feng, speechless for a long time. Lin Feng tucked the blanket around her, as if to comfort her. Don't overthink it. What you need right now is to rest. Leave the baby and everything else to me. You know how to take care of children? It's your first time being a dad. You can learn if you don't know how. Besides, it's your first time being a mom too. Lin Feng teased. Could it be that you possess innate supernatural abilities? Lu Qingxue chuckled, her expression relaxing considerably. This time, with Lu Qingxue watching the child, Lin Feng quickly went downstairs and bought food and nursing pads. Just as we finished taking care of Lu Qingxue, the nurse came to urge us to have the babies check up. Lin Feng carried the two children out the door, one on each side, looking as if he were carrying two large watermelons, his trembling and fearful manner making them look just like he was carrying two big watermelons. Even Lu Qingxue laughed when she saw it. Lin Feng didn't have eyes in the back of his head, so he missed Lu Qingxue's icy expression melting away. At that moment, he felt a bit overwhelmed and wished he had a stroller. Why hasn't Zhou Cheng arrived yet? Lin Feng thought to himself. Just then, Xiao Bao pouted and started whimpering. Huh? Oh, don't cry, don't cry. With a gentle sway in her arm, Xiao Bao smacked his lips, and a hint of grievance appeared on his wrinkled little face. Lin Feng was completely baffled. Dad, look at me, what's wrong? Although I have no experience. Fortunately, most of the parents waiting for their checkups were first-time parents. It's a time when love is overflowing. Seeing Lin Feng in a flustered state, they quickly came over to help. After appeasing Xiao Bao, Lin Feng noticed that he had garnered many envious glances. Twins, a boy and a girl, that's such a blessing. I'm so envious. Although the little baby hasn't fully grown yet, judging from his father's appearance, he'll definitely be good-looking. However, the child looks a bit thin. Someone nearby asked Lin Feng, how much does the baby weigh? 5 caddies and 1 tail, and 4 caddies and 5 tails. Lin Feng blurted out, then looked curiously into the other person's arms. How much does your baby weigh? With this topic in mind, Lin Feng quickly blended in with the other caregivers around him. Everyone chatted happily. However, Lin Feng soon heard gossip about himself from other people. Did you know? Today, a college student came to give birth all by herself. Not only was she all alone, but when she called the baby's father, he denied everything. Lin Feng, even knowing that Lu Qingxue was under a lot of pressure. However, hearing such words out of the blue still left me with mixed feelings. Just as I was about to explain to everyone, the queuing machine showed that it was my turn. Upon entering, the doctor's gaze was appraising. Lin Feng? The child's mother is Lu Qingxue, right? Lin Feng nodded. Yes. The doctor smiled and said, "Oh, congratulations. Twins are very rare." Lin Feng sensed something amiss from the other person's smile. It seemed they weren't simply trying to confirm the child's identity. On second thought, how could doctors not know about something that patients are discussing with such enthusiasm? Lu Qingxue is so beautiful. Yet she came to the hospital alone to give birth, and gave birth to the rare twins, a boy and a girl, and the father of the children still doesn't acknowledge them. The elements of gossip are absolutely maxed out. But at this moment, Lin Feng lost the desire to explain. The strange looks won't stop at explanations, we can only break them with actions. Having made up his mind, Lin Feng pretended not to know anything and cooperated with the doctor's examination. Newborn checkups are very simple. They just check if the facial features and limbs are developing normally, and if the jaundice level is too high. The baby that Lin Feng treated with utmost care was turned over and over like a toy in the doctor's hands. His heart pounded with fear, and he couldn't help but say, "Doctor, could you be a little gentler?" This cautious manner brought a knowing smile to the doctor's face. "I didn't expect. You're starting to look like a father now. Don't worry, I'm a professional. The children are healthy, but because they are twins, they are slightly thinner than singletons. In daily feeding, pay attention to strengthening nutrition, that's all." Hearing the doctor's words, Lin Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. Next, we took the child back to the ward. As soon as Lin Feng reached the stairwell, he saw a familiar figure from behind. "Brother Feng, where's my sister-in-law?" Lin Feng was speechless. "Are we still brothers? Why are you so excited and gossipy?" Chapter 6, Blushing? This favor seems impossible to help with. Can you tone down your attitude? And why did you come empty-handed? Lin Feng took a few steps forward and said to Zhou Cheng, "Hurry up and buy me a stroller, one that can fit 2 children side by side. Diapers, formula, nursing pads, these are all needed. Go." As Lin Feng approached, Zhou Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. "I thought you were carrying something. Holy crap, twins. The school beauty gave birth to your twins." Lin Feng showed off his 2 children with a touch of pride. To be precise, they are twins, a boy and a girl, a boy and a girl. You understand? Zhou Cheng gasped. "Good heavens. This is a case of if you don't make a move, you don't make a move at all. But when you do, you're completely in control." Zhou Cheng stared at the child closely for a few moments, then looked at him with some disdain. "You look like a wrinkled monkey. Can I hug you?" In response, he received a glare from Lin Feng. I was going to kick the other person, but I had to be careful while holding the child. Zhou Cheng awkwardly touched his nose and chuckled. "I was just thinking that it's only reasonable for the child of the school's most beautiful girl and most handsome boy to be as pretty as a doll. You can tell he's never been a father. He doesn't know anything." Lin Feng opened his mouth in disgust. "It will have fully grown by the time it's a full moon. If the girl looks like her mother and the boy looks like me, they're definitely prettier than dolls." Zhou Cheng. Yes. It's amazing that you're a father. Did I ask you?" You just suddenly remembered. The Chengzi. What's with that expression? If he weren't holding the baby and unable to use his hands, Lin Feng would have patted him on the shoulder. "Hurry up and go buy me something. I really can't spare the time here." Zhou Cheng scratched his head. "I'm already here. At least let me see your sister-in-law. You can't really be short of a few minutes, can you?" Lin Feng paused for a moment, realizing he hadn't told Lu Qingxue that his roommate was coming. This one meal really made Zhou Cheng furious. "I said, you guys have made such a mess of things. We already have a child, and you want to let me tell anyone or let me see anyone. No way. Don't you want to make Lu Qingxue and the child's existence public?" Before Lin Feng could speak, Zhou Cheng shook his head. "Judging from your reaction, it shouldn't be. Holy crap, could it be that the campus belle of Lu University doesn't want to acknowledge you?" No way. Lin Feng was speechless at Zhou Cheng's cocky attitude. See you, Ward 501. Hurry up." Zhou Cheng patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. I'll risk my life for my brothers. Watch me. Zhou Cheng strode towards the ward, his face lighting up with a broad smile as soon as he opened the door, his voice booming. Hello, sister-in-law. Lu Qingshue's face flushed instantly, and she looked at Lin Feng with a somewhat bewildered expression. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, wishing he had a third hand to cover Zhou Cheng's mouth. Zhou Cheng chuckled. Sister-in-law, can we have the full moon celebration and the wedding banquet at the same time? Lu Qingxue bit her lip, her cheeks burning. I haven't thought about that yet. Zhou Cheng nodded, looking at Lin Feng with sympathy. Sister-in-law, when the time is right, please give our brother Feng a proper status. Splat. Lin Feng, unable to bear it any longer, kicked Zhou Cheng. I asked you to come and help me, so hurry up and go buy some things. Oh. Zhou Cheng covered his buttocks and walked out sheepishly. I'm just helping out. It's more like it's making things worse than helping. Lin Feng carefully placed the babies on the bed and said apologetically, that wasn't taught to him by me. The blush on Lu Qingshue's face faded. She cleared her throat and nodded awkwardly. I know. Raising a child together. Lin Feng casually called over his roommate, who even called him sister-in-law. This shows that Lin Feng did not intend to secretly become a partner. But then he said that he didn't teach those words. Thinking about it this way, Lu Qingshue's fingertips dug slightly into the blanket, unable to sort out her own emotions. Just then, the sound of a cart being pushed came from the corridor. A nurse pushed a cart full of medicines in, breaking the silence of the ward. Lu Qingxue, right? Yes. Take these medicines. The method of use is to take a sitz bath and clean the genital area. A large bottle of medicine was placed on the bedside table. The nurse turned to leave, but then added a final note. The new mother is currently in a state of deficiency of both qi and blood, so it is best for her family to help her with a sitz bath. Last time, there was a new mother who felt fine and was washing herself in the toilet when she suddenly fainted and fell, hitting her forehead and needing several stitches. Lin Feng was stunned. Was it that serious? I understand. I will take good care of the new mother. As Lin Feng watched the nurse leave, he turned around and saw Lu Qingshue's evasive eyes. That sitz bath means taking off clothes. Now, Lin Feng's gaze also became somewhat evasive. I just casually agreed. I never thought about this. I can do it myself. Lu Qingxue threw off the covers and tried to get out of bed, but as soon as she stood up, she felt dizzy. She quickly closed her eyes, gripping the edge of the bed tightly with her arms. Seeing Lu Qingshue's face turn deathly pale, Lin Feng quickly reached out and supported her shoulder. You lean on me. Lu Qingsue leaned against Lin Feng's chest, and the firm touch instantly dispelled her fear. Then, she smelled a faint scent of soapberry on Lin Feng. The dizziness and slight nausea I felt instantly subsided. Then, a faint blush appeared on Lu Qingshue's cheeks. That absurd night was because she had argued with her parents and drowned her sorrows in alcohol. She was so drunk that she couldn't remember the details. According to her true memory, this was the first time she had ever been so close to a boy. A sense of shyness began to rise. Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingshue's pale red face and breathed a sigh of relief. You've recovered, haven't you? Lu Qingxue. Okay, I'm all set. Lu Qingsue carefully stood up, reached for the medicine, and prepared to go to the bathroom. Lin Feng was getting anxious. You really want to wash yourself? The nurse said, just now you. How can you do that? Do. I need your help. Lu Qingshue's voice was softer than a mosquito's buzz. Lin Feng opened and closed his mouth, paused, and then whispered a suggestion. How about I cover my eyes and act as a human handrail for you? Trust me, I absolutely won't peek. Lin Feng was practically ready to raise his hand and swear an oath. Lu Qingsue bit her lip, recalling the moment she felt out of control, and finally nodded. Face masks, scarves, towels. Lu Qingshue's fingers traced patterns on Lin Feng's face, covering him so that only his nostrils were visible. I can't see it anymore. I really can't see it anymore. There's not a single ray of light. Lin Feng spoke in a muffled voice from behind the towel. Lu Qingsue smiled gently, her smile as beautiful as 100 flowers in bloom. Okay, let's go. In the bathroom, Lin Feng put his hands on Lu Qingshue's shoulders, listening to the splashing sound of water as she mixed the medicine. There was also the rustling sound of clothes being taken off. Suddenly, I regretted it. I should have plugged my ears too. In this complete darkness, Not only are the ears more sensitive, but the imagination also becomes a bit too vivid. The face behind the towel was flushed. "Huh, you beast. Take it." For the first time, Lin Feng learned what self-loathing meant. Lu Qingshue's face was also flushed, and she was extremely shy. She knew, of course, that Lin Feng couldn't see her, but facing a man, Lu Qingxue also felt extremely uncomfortable. After hastily finishing her medicinal bath, Lu Qingshue's face was already flushed red to the roots of her neck. "I'm all better now, let's go out." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. "Help me and lead the way." Lu Qingxue returned to the Lu Qingshue's worry was written all over her face. Lin Feng understood immediately and quickly said, "My mom is straightforward and doesn't like or know how to play those complicated games. She's very easy to get along with. Even if things don't go well, I'm here for you. I promise I'll protect you and the babies." Lin Feng's words were like a spring breeze in March, instantly soothing Lu Qingshue's anxiety. However, before she could speak, Lin Feng, fearing she wouldn't believe him, continued, "Don't think I'm just saying this casually or trying to tease you. I was in the hallway while you were in the delivery room. Other mothers have their husbands, parents, and other relatives with them, but you're all alone." As he spoke, Lin Feng smiled apologetically at Lu Qingxue before continuing. "I also saw a pregnant woman climbing stairs in excruciating pain to dilate her cervix, her nightgown soaked with cold sweat. These mothers made me truly realize what it means for a woman to walk through the gates of hell during childbirth. So, I think that no man should let you suffer any more grievances." There was something else Lin Feng didn't say. That is, from beginning to end, Lu Qingshue's family never appeared. There is a very high probability that she endured all the hardships of her pregnancy on her own. Lin Feng had no idea what exactly happened in between, but she also knew that Lu Qingxue had endured too much all by herself. Therefore, he genuinely wanted to be good to Lu Qingxue. Regardless of how their relationship ends, she shouldn't be wronged at this moment. Lin Feng's extremely serious expression suddenly made Lu Qingxue feel a sense of grievance. She lowered her head, suppressing the tears welling up in her eyes. "But I also felt a little confused. Didn't you choose to have a child? Why do I feel wronged right now? Is it because I feel like I've finally found someone to rely on, and I can indulge my little emotions a bit?" Before Lu Qingxue could think further, the sleeping child beside her let out a loud cry. "Wow, wow, wow." One child started crying, and the other one followed suit, her little mouth pouting. "Wow, wow, wow." All the sadness and melancholy feelings of the new parents were swept away. The two were so nervous that they didn't know what to do. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Doctor, doctor." After pressing the call bell, Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue were given a good scolding by the nurse who rushed over. "I know you're new parents, but this is still ridiculous. Of course the child will cry if they poop in their diaper. Not only that, they cry when they're hungry, they cry when they're bored, they cry when they want to sleep." The nurse stared at the two of them speechlessly. "Don't panic when something happens. First, check if it's the situation I described above. Smell it. Doesn't it smell like poop? It's time to change the diaper." Lin Feng leaned his head close to the bow, and sure enough, a foul smell wafted over. "Let me smell my little sister again. She smells so good. So that's the one who made you cry because of that brat?" Lin Feng was somewhat uncertain. At this moment, Lu Qingxue exclaimed, "Ah," and said nervously, "What should we do? We don't have any diapers or anything." Fortunately, the door opened at that moment, and Zhou Cheng came in carrying a folding stroller and several bags. "Brother Feng, I bought everything on your list." The nurse looked at the three young people in the room and smiled. "Having help is fine, but it would be better to call an experienced elder. We can't call a doctor for everything, can we?" With that, she walked out of the ward. Lu Qingxue bit her lip. "Lin Feng, let's calm a child down first. We'll talk about the rest later." Lin Feng interrupted Lu Qingxue directly and then opened a pack of diapers. "Baby, Daddy's changing your diaper now." But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng stood there awkwardly. "Huh, what do you change diapers?" Lu Qingxue was also speechless. She didn't know either. Beside him, Zhou Cheng held up his phone and said weakly, "How about we search for a tutorial on our phones? Everyone says that mothers are stupid for 3 years, but nobody says that fathers are stupid too." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng struck him on the head. "You've never been a father, You don't understand. Zhou Chung. What an annoying sentence structure. Before he could protest, Lin Feng pushed him out, saying, "Go see if the doctor has anything else to say." Just kidding. I can't let my roommates look down on me. Otherwise, how can I become his godfather? Soon, the sound of video started playing in the room. How to change a baby's diaper. First, wash the baby's bottom clean. Lin Feng stared at the screen with a serious expression, looking even more focused than when he was in class. After watching the video, when it came to the hands-on practice, I was sweating profusely and silently memorizing. First, open the little ears on both sides of the diaper. Then separate the baby's legs. The video didn't show how much force to use for this step. Is this okay? Baby, don't frown. Oh, don't cry, don't cry. On the side. Although Lu Qingxue was also very nervous and worried, she was still amused by Lin Feng's silly appearance. Actually, it's pretty good for kids to have a dad. Under Lu Qingxue's silent gaze, Lin Feng finally finished changing to Bao's diaper, and before he could even admire his work, a quiet fart. Lin Feng shuddered, realizing that Xiangxiang's younger sister had also had diarrhea. This time, he was much more skilled. At least he didn't have to recite the steps aloud. Wash your little sister's bottom with warm water and pull down the little ears of the diaper. This time, Lin Feng changed the diaper in half the time it took him to change to Bao's diaper. After changing the diaper, lay the child side by side on the bed. Da Bao and Bao wiggled their little bottoms at the same time and made happy humming sounds. Her adorable appearance melted Lin Feng's heart. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, the system has detected that the host has learned how to change diapers. System reward, 10,000 yuan. The next instant, Lin Feng's phone beeped with a text message notification. He knew without even opening the box that the funds had been deposited into his bank account. Before she could even look, Lu Qingxue spoke up. Lin Feng, how about we call Auntie over to lend a hand? Chapter 8, there are some things that Dad absolutely must not do for him. So, you're agreeing to let my mom come over and help? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. He had noticed Lu Qingxue's concerns, which is why he said so much. I originally thought the other party might need to consider it further. So you just agreed? Seeing Lin Feng's stunned expression, Lu Qingxue lowered her head uneasily. Have you changed your mind? Lin Feng's words about protecting the child and her had indeed moved Lu Qingxue. However, this was not enough to dispel her doubts. However, Lin Feng's clumsy attempt at changing the diaper just now revealed another side of him to Lu Qingxue. He truly kept his promises, instead of just making empty promises. Thinking about it again, the two of them really didn't know anything, and they panicked and called the doctor every time the child cried, which wasn't a good idea. Lu Qingxue finally mustered up her courage and made her request. But she didn't expect Lin Feng to be stunned, and she immediately became a little uneasy. How could that be? Lin Feng smiled slightly and took out his phone. I'll call my mom right now. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected, and Zhang Huizhong's energetic voice rang out. Xiao Feng, have you thought about your girlfriend yet? Lin Feng glanced at Lu Qingxue on the bed and said somewhat awkwardly, Mom, let's not talk about this now. Why don't you say so? Zhang Hui's voice was full of doubt. Can I bring my girlfriend home for Chinese New Year? Cough, cough, no. If it's not possible, then it's not possible. I'll just go on blind dates when I come back for the New Year. Zhang Hui wasn't disappointed and said cheerfully, Your Aunt Wang's daughter, you met her when you were little. You could say you were childhood sweethearts. Stop. Mom, I can't come home for Chinese New Year either. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Zhang Hui's voice rose 8 octaves. Stop it. You're not coming home for Chinese New Year? You're not even going home just to avoid blind dates. Lin Feng, you'd better give me a perfect reason. Lin Feng glanced awkwardly at the 3 people on the bed, 1 adult and 2 children, and touched his nose. Mom, it seems that not only can I not come home for the New Year, but you can't either. I'm a dad now. You'll have to come and help me take care of the baby. After saying that, Lin Feng consciously moved his phone further away to avoid being pierced by his mother's soprano voice. However, the other end of the phone was as quiet as a chicken, and only after a long while did someone say, What did you say? A child? You're a father? Lin Feng nodded guiltily, then suddenly remembered that his mother couldn't see. So he quickly said into the phone, Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eardrums were ringing in the end. He couldn't escape it. Whose daughter have you seduced? Aren't you breaking the law? Lin Feng. I didn't, Mom. You have to believe me. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Hui was on the verge of collapse. Your mother may be quite open-minded, but I didn't tell you to just throw raw rice into the pot and cook it. How can you do this to that girl? Mom, stay calm, stay calm. Lin Feng said helplessly. Now is not the time to blame me. Hurry up and come help. This is a newbie's problem. I give up. Look at the mess you've made. Address. Lin Feng quickly gave the hospital address, gave a few more instructions, and then hung up the phone. Turning around, he saw Lu Qingxue staring at him with an expression he couldn't quite decipher. Your mom wants you to come home for a blind date? I can't go this time. Childhood sweethearts? You understand keywords. Lu Qingxue's fingers clenched tightly inside the blanket, then suddenly loosened. She didn't understand why she had to say those extra words. Isn't her relationship with Lin Feng just a partnership to raise a child? Seeing Lu Qingxue's suddenly calm expression, Lin Feng unusually activated his passive defense. Don't misunderstand, we didn't know about you and the child before, so our family was in a hurry to get married. The situation is different now. What I'm thinking about is how to take good care of you and the children. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue was stunned. Why is Lin Feng suddenly serious? Is it necessary to explain it to myself? But it seems pretty good. Yes, thank you. Lu Qingxue turned her head away and looked at the child beside her, a faint smile curving her lips. The quiet child on the bed seemed to sense his mother's joy and started humming along. Oomph. The little one's whimpering and fussing melted the hearts of Lu Qingxue and Lin Feng. Just as I was about to play with the child, the nurse came in for rounds and knocked on the door. Lu Qingxue, is it? Has your milk come in yet? Lin Feng, standing to the side, asked with some confusion. Excuse me, what is meant by starting breastfeeding? The nurse glanced at Lin Feng, noticing his young age, and explained. Starting breastfeeding means whether or not breast milk has been secreted. The best first milk for a baby is from the mother. If the mother doesn't feel anything, it's best to hold the baby and let the baby suckle more to stimulate the baby. Lin Feng understood, and feeling embarrassed, he asked Lu Qingxue, do you feel anything? Lu Qingxue felt it for a moment. Her face flushed slightly, and she gently shook her head. The nurse understood immediately. This is normal for first-time mothers. Just hold the baby and let them nurse. Don't worry, the baby is very strong, and he was born with these abilities. If all else fails, we can always consult Master Tongru. After a pause, the nurse looked at Lin Feng's overly youthful face, then at the beautiful Lu Qingxue, and added, I'm talking about letting the baby suck. If the baby can't suck it out, find a physiotherapy doctor. The father should never do it for the baby. Adults have a lot of bacteria in their mouths, and at this time, the mother's glands are very vulnerable. Once a bacterial infection occurs, it will travel deep along the glands. There have been young mothers who had surgery for this before, so it's not something to be taken lightly. Lin Feng's face flushed red when he heard the last part. What, Dad did it for you? I never even thought about it. Sure enough, behind every strange medical order was a bizarre accident. Lu Qingxue also blushed deeply. Why would something so outrageous happen? After giving her instructions, the nurse looked at the blushing young couple and wondered. No, you already have a child. What are you shy about? Forget it. Let's hurry up and start breastfeeding, otherwise the babies will get low blood sugar if they are hungry for too long. When it came to the child, Lin Feng immediately became serious and quickly went to draw the bed curtains for Lu Qingxue. You start breastfeeding first, I'll go outside and keep watch. Lu Qingxue nodded, blushing. Lin Feng fled the ward, as if escaping. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Zhou Cheng carrying medicine. Brother Feng, I've retrieved all of your wife's medicine. Why are you out here? Something's going on inside, don't go in yet. Lin Feng pulled Zhou Cheng back and smiled. You've been a great help today. How much did it cost? I'll transfer it to you. Zhou Cheng pulled out the receipt from his pocket, handed it to Lin Feng, and said with a smile, I really didn't expect you to be such a good dad. If this gets out of school, I don't know how many girls will be heartbroken. Zhou Cheng felt extremely regretful when this was mentioned. Why won't you let me speak? So, when will we be able to confront that green tea bitch Lu Ruyan head on? Lin Feng quickly transferred the money, then shook his head and said, Why can't he get past this? Is it necessary to remember that kind of woman? Anyway, I have children now and a wife in the future, so I won't waste my brain power on this kind of thing. Zhou Cheng awesome. School beauties are really something else. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then said helplessly, I don't want to talk about my affairs at school for now, mainly because I don't want Lu Qingxue to be in the spotlight again. All right, you should go back now. It's not convenient for a grown man to stay here. Zhou Cheng's eyes widened. Didn't you call me over because you were too busy? And now you're leaving? It's okay. I'll call my mom. She'll definitely be there tomorrow. Looking at Lin Feng's smile, Zhou Cheng exclaimed, Awesome. Lin Feng slapped him. Could you please expand your vocabulary? The money's been transferred. Now get lost. Zhou Cheng turned around, shaking his head and sighing, Be careful of a mother-in-law, daughter-in-law feud. Lin Feng, a full-blown fight is unlikely, but beating me up first is quite possible. What should we do? Before he could come up with a solution, the nurse's voice came from inside. Family member, come in here for a moment. Please apply a hot towel to the mother's genitals. Chapter 9, A Couple Apart. It will be better to have more children. Applying a hot compress to Lu Qingxue like a room. Lin Feng froze on the spot. Is this something I should be doing? Family members? Family members. The nurse's voice rose 8 octaves. Did you hear that? Hey, I heard that. Lin Feng was startled and walked into the ward with some hesitation. At this moment, the bed curtains were still drawn, and the nurse and Lu Qingxue were enclosed inside the curtains. Lin Feng, unsure of the situation inside, tentatively opened his mouth. Am I the only one who needs to prepare hot towels? Inside the bed curtains, Lu Qingxue's face was flushed as she held the child and murmured, Bring me a basin of hot water and help me apply it to the affected area. My milk isn't coming in. After saying this, Lu Qingxue was so embarrassed that she almost dug holes in the bedsheet with her toes. Although the two had already done the most intimate things, it was all in a daze. Now she had to talk about how her breasts were exposed, accepting Lin Feng's gaze and caresses. So embarrassing, but there's no other way. I can't just let the babies go without milk because I'm shy. Can I? The nurse said that Churu's nutrition is the highest, which is beneficial for increasing the baby's immunity. Lin Feng was confused and looked bewildered. Can't you apply it yourself? Should I get some hot water? A busy nurse nearby couldn't stand it any longer and said directly, The new mother needs to support the baby while breastfeeding. Where would she find the time to apply heat? Dads can't be this lazy. Childbirth is very hard. Dad, hurry up. After I finish guiding your patient, I still need to check on the other wards. Lin Feng had no choice but to bite the bullet and fetch hot water, then carried it outside the bed curtains. I'm in. After speaking in a low voice, Lin Feng lifted the curtain and handed in the hot towel. Lu Qingxue had mentally prepared herself 100 times, but when the bed curtains were lifted, she still couldn't help feeling shy. However, the next second, she burst out laughing. Lin Feng had his eyes tightly closed and his head turned to one side. If it weren't for my physical limitations, I would have loved to turn 180 degrees. Where is it located? Take one step forward a little lower. Gently. Oh, is this okay? Lin Feng felt the soft touch and his face turned red. He was speechless. Why does not being able to see something always trigger such a powerful imagination? Lu Qingxue's pretty face also turned red, and she felt very uncomfortable. The nurse standing nearby was stunned. You two aren't familiar with each other? A couple living separately? She paused for a moment, then shook her head. If you have too few children, you'll get used to them if you have more. Lin Feng, Lu Qingxue. With the help of a hot towel, the older brother, who had been sucking hard, finally received his first milk. Smack, smack. Lin Feng couldn't see it, but he could imagine the little guy's satisfied look, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Meanwhile, the younger sister, who was raising her hands and kicking her feet, was not satisfied. Even the obstetric nurses, who were used to seeing newborns, were charmed by the cuteness and exclaimed, Don't leave the other side idle either. You can breastfeed at the same time, Daddy. Help me hold it up. At this moment, Lin Feng had adapted to his actions and, like a blind man touching an elephant, had found another object like a house. Lu Qingxue. Even though she knew Lin Feng's actions were normal, she still couldn't help feeling shy. The nurse, however, slowly developed a question mark on her forehead. Dad, I told you to hold the baby. Why are you carrying him into the room? Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue both blushed deeply. Why don't you open your eyes, Lin Feng? Stop touching me like that. Lu Qingxue bit her lip. What I mean is, we can't just touch the baby's mouth or touch and then argue with each other, can we? Lin Feng. Actually, I didn't intend to do that. So I opened my eyes. Lin Feng looked towards the bed and picked up her bow. Then, somewhat awkwardly, he cradled her little head under the food rations. Strangely enough, when I close my eyes, my mind is filled with beautiful thoughts. But now that he has opened his eyes, Lin Feng feels that Lu Qingxue, who is breastfeeding, is incredibly sacred. The chubby little sister smelled her mother's fragrance. Her nose twitched slightly, and her little hands twitched a few times. Lin Feng quickly put the baby's mouth into the food. Ah! Lu Qingxue exclaimed in surprise, startling Lin Feng so much that his hand trembled. What's wrong? Lu Qingxue gently shook her head, looking at her younger sister with amusement. The little one can't suckle, so he bit it. Of course, newborn babies don't have teeth, so they won't actually bite. But having no experience, he could only instinctively suckle hard, which hurt his mother a lot. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, looked tenderly at the two children, and said, "If this helps boost your immunity, finish this bottle. If you don't like it afterward, we can switch to formula." Lu Qingxue quickly shook her head. "No way. Muru is the most nutritious. No matter how painful it is, I will feed Muru." She paused for a moment, then continued. "Besides, baby formula is so expensive, so every little bit saved counts." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of sadness. Raising a child is such a huge burden, and this fool, who used to want to bear it all by himself. I can't share the burden of pregnancy, but I can share the financial burden of raising a child. Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingxue earnestly and promised, "I will definitely make money. I won't make you rich, but at least you won't have to worry about the cost of baby formula." Lu Qingxue was taken aback at first, then her expression softened. "I suddenly feel like I'm being silly. Hey, Lin Feng. I feel like I made a wrong decision before." "What? Oh no, the baby threw up." Lu Qingxue panicked for a moment and looked at the nurse next to her for help. "Nurse, don't be nervous. A newborn stomach is only a little bigger than a glass marble. It will be full in just a few bites. Once you're full, of course you'll vomit up your head." The nurse smiled and instructed Lin Feng. "I've almost finished what I needed to do today. I'll take the kids to get a bath tomorrow morning. The next step is to name the child. After choosing a name, go to the nurse's station to register and obtain a birth certificate. All right, you should be able to feed the baby now. I'm going to another ward." Lin Feng quickly thanked the nurse, then changed the basin of water and said to Lu Qingxue, "I noticed you were sweating a lot just now. Shall I wipe it off for you?" Lu Qingxue felt that damned shyness rising again. Why can't I be as open-minded as Lin Feng? "Bring out the towel and give it to me. I'll dry myself." Oh, with Lin Feng's help, Lu Qingxue cleaned herself up and felt much better. Today's labor has taken a toll on her energy, and she's already feeling drowsy. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at the little ones who had just finished nursing and were still quite energetic. "You're tired. Go to sleep first. Leave the children to me." After all this, Lu Qingxue felt much more at ease with Lin Feng. She nodded and pulled the covers over her head. Soon, she drifted off to sleep. Lin Feng gently carried the bow in his left hand and air bow in his right, and carried them to the corridor to lull them to sleep. A sweet and soft little dumpling, a tiny person connected to me by blood. He could never get enough of looking at it. However, newborns have limited energy, and soon the two little ones were yawning and falling asleep. Lin Feng then gently placed the baby back next to Lu Qingxue. Looking at the three figures on the bed, one adult and two children, Lin Feng felt a strange lump in his throat. Perhaps this is what happiness feels like. That night, Lin Feng couldn't remember when he fell asleep. However, he was woken up by his mother's loud voice the next day. "So, I've arrived at the hospital. Is it convenient for you to come up now?" Chapter 10, The Arrival of Lin's Mother. "Son, I am the strongest wingman." "Uh-huh." Lin Feng sprang to his feet and sat up straight. "So fast. You brat, with something this serious happening, how could I possibly sleep? I chartered a car overnight to get here." Zhang Hui's voice didn't sound like someone who had traveled all night. It was full of energy. "If I wasn't afraid of seeing something I shouldn't have, I would have gone upstairs already." Lin Feng. "All right, Mom, come up here, room 501. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng remained silent for a while. He couldn't imagine what his mother's expression would be when she saw him. Happy? Shocked? Angry? However, the most likely scenario is that two major confrontations will occur first. Lin Feng shook his head, walked to the bedside, and gently woke Lu Qingxue. Qingxue, wake up. My mom is at the hospital. Huh? So fast? Lu Qingxue's hazy eyes suddenly cleared. I'll wash up and get ready. Need not. Lin Feng pressed Lu Qingxue down onto the bed and laughed. Just treat my mom like your own elder. There's no need for so many formalities. Lu Qingxue uneasily smoothed her hair, then tugged at her pajamas and whispered, I still want to make a good impression on Andy. You're so beautiful. My mom will definitely like you when she sees you. Lin Feng's words were true. Lu Qingxue possessed a beauty rooted in her bone structure, and even though she now appeared haggard with no vitality, she still possessed a striking beauty. But that's a fragile kind of beauty, and it has absolutely nothing to do with sloppiness. His mother is a serious looks-obsessed person, so she'll definitely like Lu Qingxue. Not to mention the added blessing of two little dumplings. Lu Qingxue paused for a moment, looking at Lin Feng's extremely serious expression, and her ears secretly turned red. Downstairs, Zhang Hui carried large and small bags, asking for directions all the way to the inpatient department. This is a maternal and child health hospital. Along the way, there were either pregnant women or tiny, pink-cheeked babies. This made Zhang Hui's heart burn with excitement. If she hadn't wanted to make a good impression on her daughter-in-law, she would have barged into the ward long ago. I wonder how my daughter-in-law is doing and what the baby looks like. You brat, hiding things like that. You need to be taught a lesson. In Zhang Hui's heart, she had already sentenced Lin Feng to death. Lin Feng headed straight for 501, where he was already standing at the entrance. Mom! Smack! In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng was punched squarely in the back by his mother. I'm not your mother. I'm your grandmother. Ugh, I'm a grandmother now. What? My daughter-in-law and my grandson are inside. While Zhang Hui was asking a question, she had already put down what she was holding, tidied her perfectly styled hair, and straightened her clothes. Seeing the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law making identical movements, Lin Feng silently suppressed his laughter. Mom, slow down. There's more than just your daughter-in-law and grandson inside. Oh. Zhang Hui licked her lips, somewhat nervous. Are your in-laws here too? You brat. Why didn't you say so earlier? I was just preparing a gift for my daughter-in-law and grandson. This is extremely rude. My in-laws might even think I'm trying to manipulate their daughter. Huh? In such a short time. Mom has already prepared a gift for our first meeting? Lin Feng coughed lightly, interrupting his mother. Don't be nervous. Your in-laws aren't here. There's not only your daughter-in-law and grandson inside, but also your granddaughter. If you haven't prepared enough of a gift for our first meeting, then don't bring it out. Otherwise, wouldn't those who didn't receive a gift feel wronged? Zhang Hui was stunned. What do you mean? Suddenly you have both a son and a daughter? No way. It's not what I thought, is it? Lin Feng nodded. It's exactly what you think. Zhang Hui covered her face. How could I have given birth to such a wicked child? Lin Feng. You got two women pregnant at the same time and made them give birth in the same hospital room. Even the term scumbag doesn't describe you. Lin Feng. Mommy, calm down. It's possible for people to have twins. Lin Feng quickly stopped his mother's strange imagination. Zhang Hui fell silent, her breathing becoming slightly rapid. The ancestral graves are emitting auspicious smoke, son. Taking a deep breath, she knocked on the door. I'm Lin Feng's mother. May I come in? In the room, Lu Qingxue nervously smoothed her hair. Auntie, please come in. Zhang Hui pushed open the door and entered. The instant she saw Lu Qingxue's face, she turned her head. Son, the ancestral graves are on fire. Lin Feng looked up at the ceiling, not daring to say a word. Seeing Lin Feng's obvious discomfiture, Lu Qingxue felt a pang of sadness and quickly greeted Zhang Hui. Hello, Annie. My name is Lu Qingxue. You must be tired from your journey. Just as she was feeling uneasy, she suddenly felt a chill on her wrist. Upon closer inspection, a lustrous jade bracelet was slipped onto her wrist. Qingxue, may I call you that? Zhang Hui looked at Lu Qingxue with some apology. This bracelet is a gift I prepared for my daughter-in-law when we first met. Please don't find it offensive. This whole thing is Lin Feng is the one who wronged you. Tell him to make it up to you properly in the future. Lu Qingxue assumed that Zhang Hui would visit the child first upon arrival. I never expected the other party to say such a thing and even give me a gift. I was somewhat moved at that moment, and the unease in my heart subsided a little. Auntie, I'm fine. You must be tired from traveling all night. Have you had breakfast? Zhang Hui was overjoyed to hear Lu Qingxue's sweet words. The girl is not only beautiful, but also caring. Unlike that brat Lin Feng. Thinking of this, Zhang Hui turned her head and glared at Lin Feng. Look how considerate they are. And you? You don't even know how to care for others. Lin Feng, who was fetching water for his mother, exclaimed. Zhang Hui didn't give him a chance to explain and turned to Lu Qingxue to shower her with concern. How are you feeling now? Has alopecia stopped? You're breastfeeding? Then you need to be careful to clean the area after feeding to prevent inflammation. Girls must be careful during their postpartum period, otherwise, they may develop health problems that last a lifetime. After learning about the situation from Lu Qingxue, Zhang Hui then turned the conversation to the babies. Let me see the babies. I've only ever seen twins on TV before, and I really admire them. Zhang Hui's eyes were overflowing with kindness. Is the baby bigger for a boy or a girl? Boys are bigger. Those are the older brother and younger sister. They're both very good looking. Have they been named yet? Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingxue. I forgot to ask, had you thought about a name before? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hui frowned almost imperceptibly. Asking such a question, does it mean your son wasn't there during your pregnancy? What kind of accident happened during this time? Lu Qingxue didn't notice Zhang Hui's actions and replied, We've thought about nicknames. My brother will be called Pingyan, and my sister will be called Ru Yi. We haven't decided on formal names yet. Zhang Hui played with the two little ones on the bed, her smile never stopping. Peace and good fortune, a good meaning, this nickname is good. You young people can come up with your formal names at your own pace. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. She was initially worried that Lin's mother had a strong personality and would want to control everything. Now it seems I was overthinking things. Zhang Hui was playing with the child when suddenly, a loud cooing sound rang out in the ward. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Lu Qingxue covering her stomach with an embarrassed expression. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Lu Qingxue was known as a cool and aloof goddess at school. But in just half a day, he saw the other person blush and be shy too many times. This experience is quite novel. The smile on his face vanished the next instant when his mother slapped him. New mothers get hungry easily when breastfeeding. Haven't you had breakfast yet? This time, it was Lin Feng's turn to lower his head. Zhang Yu, how did this blockhead find a girlfriend? With a sigh, she said, Let's go to the cafeteria. I'll teach you which foods are suitable for postpartum women. After saying that, Zhang Hui handed the child to Lu Qingxue and led Lin Feng out of the ward. As soon as she stepped outside, she couldn't wait to ask the question that had been bothering her. Why do I get the feeling that your relationship with Lu Qingxue isn't quite like that of a normal couple? It's like this. Lin Feng told his mother the whole story of his entanglement with Lu Qingxue. After hearing everything, Zhang Hui was speechless. So Lu Qingxue doesn't actually like you? Lin Feng said, Mom, you know how to summarize. Zhang Yu si gid softly. I knew it. A scholar should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days is just a story. You're always just a collection of accidents. Lin Feng, that's too much. The next moment, Zhang Hui smiled. Things are different now. Mom will help you two out. You can't miss out on such a wonderful girl. Lin Feng. Chapter 11. You've never been in a relationship. You don't understand women. After Zhang Hui and Lin Feng figured out the situation, they waved their hands dismissively and said, Looking so confused, you're supposed to be a dad? Go buy some millet porridge and boiled eggs and brown sugar water. And what about you? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Zhang Yu should. Of course I'm going back to talk to Qingxue about things between women. Lin Feng, don't look at your mom with that speechless expression. Zhang Hui looked down on Lin Feng. You've never been in a relationship. You don't understand women. Lin Feng. After chasing Lin Feng away, Zhang Hui changed her expression and returned to the ward. Lu Qingxue was playing with the child when she saw Zhang Hui enter alone, and she smiled awkwardly. Zhang Hui dragged over a stool and sat down next to Lu Qingxue, smiling. Qingxue, your aunt has been through this. Let me say a few words of comfort to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshue's heart tightened. Lin Feng isn't here. Is this a way of putting him in a tough spot? While feeling anxious, Zhang Hui looked at the child with emotion and said, "When we women give birth, it's like we're on the brink of death. Men can't help with 10 months of pregnancy, and they can't help with the pain of childbirth either. It is precisely because men pay no price that so many irresponsible fathers are born in this world." As she spoke, Zhang Hui turned her gaze to Lu Qingxue, her voice earnest. "You silly girl, it's not right to carry everything on your own. Getting a dad for free? There's no such thing as a free lunch. If you ask me, you should let Xiao Feng do everything and let him truly participate in parenting. Only when he understands the difficulties of raising children can he truly understand you, feel sorry for you, and be a good father to his child." Lu Qingxue was stunned for a moment, and then she was moved. Annie is just as Lin Feng described. She's very easy to get along with. Immediately following was a feeling of shame. How many wicked mothers-in-law are there in the world? I've been hanging out on parenting forums for too long and have been misled by some of the comments. At that moment, Lu Qingxue smiled gently at Zhang Hui, and at the same time made up her mind. I can't do that again. My aunt treats me so well, I can't let her down. After saying these words, Zhang Hui took over the care of the baby, giving Lu Qingxue space to reflect. Lin Feng returned to the ward with the food. As soon as I entered, I saw Lu Qingxue leaning against the headboard, smiling as her grandmother played with the child. This scene suddenly warmed his heart. Breakfast is here. Have something to eat. Lin Feng placed brown sugar water with eggs, millet porridge, and steamed egg custard on the small table in front of Lu Qingxue. Then I handed my mom some soy milk and steamed buns. Eat quickly. Lin Feng chuckled and stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth. Then I received a glare from my mom. How can you be so clueless, child? Can't you see Qingxue is lying in bed and it's inconvenient for her? Get a small spoon and feed her. Lu Qingxue, who had already picked up the small spoon, was speechless. Lin Feng, who was chewing on a steamed bun, exclaimed, "Oh, I'll do it." Lin Feng spat out the steamed bun and quickly snatched the small spoon from Lu Qingxue's hand. "Careful, it's hot, blow on it." Lu Qingxue was forced to open her mouth and take a sip of millet porridge. "I could do it myself. I'm not that fragile," Lin Feng said in a very low voice. "I'll handle this. I can't afford to mess with them." He glanced at the mother beside him, who was intently watching her child. Lu Qingxue understood immediately, her ears turning red instantly, and she sipped her porridge slowly. "Want a piece of sponge cake? Would you like some brown sugar water? Looking at the well-behaved young couple, Zhang Hui couldn't suppress her smile and stood up. "I'll go out and look around. Rent a place so that when Qingxue is discharged from the hospital, she'll have a place to rest and recover after childbirth." Lu Qingxue swallowed the food in her mouth and obediently said, "Annie, I've already rented a place, so I have somewhere to stay for postpartum care. Can you give me the key so I can make you some soup?" Zhan Yu souffle Lu Qingxue's opinion. Eating in the cafeteria all the time isn't a solution. Lu Qingxue nodded, gesturing for Lin Feng to bring her bag over. After handing over the key, Lin Feng thought for a moment. "Mom, the nurse said the baby needs to be taken for a bath later. Now that you're gone and I'm gone, Qingxue will be all alone in the ward. I'm worried about her. Why don't you take the children to take a bath first?" Zhan Yu nodded. It was originally to give the two of them more space to be together, so it would be better for her to take the baby with her. Zhang Hui opened the stroller, settled the two little bundles of joy, and smiled broadly. "Qingxue, keep eating. Remember what Annie said earlier. I'm going to take the babies for a bath." "Yes, thank you, Annie." Watching his mother's departing figure, Lin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. "Qingxue, what did my mother say to you while I was away?" "And nothing." Lu Qingxue blushed slightly. The aunt's words are quite helpful for young couples managing their marriage and family. But the problem is, she and Lin Feng aren't husband and wife. Seeing Lu Qingxue's appearance, Lin Feng wanted to ask more questions, but at that moment a nurse came in with a folder. "Family members, please fill out this form carefully and make sure there are no mistakes. This is for processing vaccination records. The child is getting vaccinated today." Lin Feng took the paper and glanced at it, immediately feeling somewhat embarrassed. "We need to fill in the baby's full name, as well as our ID cards, birth permit, household registration booklet, marriage certificate." Lu Qingxue, was momentarily flustered and embarrassed, and braced herself to ask the nurse, "Can we get married without a marriage certificate?" This kind of situation happens frequently in hospitals, and the nurses are used to it. They just say, "Bring over your existing documents." Lin Feng arrived in a hurry and only had an ID card. Lu Qingxue was well prepared, with her household registration book and ID card. When Lin Feng took the documents, he glanced at them and discovered that Lu Qingxue was from Shanghai. The nurse took the documents and pointed to a section on the form. "Have you decided on the baby's names yet? Please fill them in here." "Huh, your full name." Choosing a nickname and a formal name are not the same thing. Besides, Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue are not married, so whose surname the child will take is also a problem. Since arriving yesterday, the two of them have been busy with childbirth and childcare, and they haven't thought about these issues at all. The nurse glanced between the two of them, then shook her head and said, "If you're getting vaccinated, you can temporarily write son of so and so." Are you going to write Lu Qingxue's son or Lin Feng's son? When this topic came up, Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Lu Qingxue, but before he could speak, he heard her voice. "Let's just write Lin Feng's son and Lin Feng's daughter." Lin Feng asked in surprise, "Have you thought this through?" Lu Qingxue nodded and smiled gently. "You really are a peaceful and happy father. Is there even a need to think about it?" The beauty smile was so captivating it could topple kingdoms and dazzled Lin Feng for a moment. After a long while, he finally stammered, "Good." To be honest, Lin Feng didn't expect Lu Qingxue to be so generous. After all, in today's society, there are many young women who use their children and the right to name their children as bargaining chips to fight for their rights. Things like, "I won't marry if there's no dowry," "The child is conceived for 10 months and has nothing to do with the father, so must take the mother's surname," and warnings about having children. The series of remarks made the boy tremble with fear. However, Lu Qingxue decided to give birth to the child herself and took on all the responsibilities without telling him at all. Lin Fengwang felt a pang of heartache for Lu Qingxue as he realized that he had never taken on the responsibilities of a boyfriend, husband, or father. At this moment, he really didn't know what words to use to describe Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue looked at Lin Feng's slightly dazed expression, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. If Lin Feng hadn't appeared, then the child would undoubtedly be Lu Qingxue's son-daughter. But then Lin Feng came, taking on the responsibilities of a man and a father, and Annie was so kind. "Why can't you try to accept the other person? I haven't thought of a name for the child yet. You're the father, so I'm entrusting him to you." Lu Qingxue winked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes burned with desire, and he nodded gently. "Okay." Chapter 12. It's better to skip this melon. One injection, and you'll be crying. After getting the vaccination records ready, all that's left is to wait for the babies to come back from their baths so they can get their vaccinations. With nothing else to do, Lin Feng began to seriously consider what names to give his children. Meanwhile, Zhang Hui, pushing her baby in a stroller, leisurely went to find out where to bathe the baby. Along the way, they deliberately took a big detour, attracting envious glances from many passers-by. Even a maternal and child health hospital with many babies, Ping'an and Ru Yi are unique twins. Upon arriving at the bathing area, family members even initiated conversations with them. "Wow, twins." "Yes," Zhang Hui added proudly, "twins." After saying that, she looked at the baby in the woman's arms and asked with a smile, "Do you have a son or a daughter?" "So." The woman's eyes held a faint sadness. "My first child was a son, and I was hoping for a daughter this time, but it's another boy. I really envy your family. You had both a son and a daughter in one pregnancy." Zhang Hui was very pleased, but she didn't show it on her face. She comforted the woman, saying, "Boys are good too. Sons have their advantages. When you grow up, you'll be stronger and better able to do chores." The woman shook her head. "That's an old-fashioned way of thinking. Now, it's still the daughter who smells sweeter. That sweet little girl is no exaggeration. My son is quite rough around the edges. They don't understand your thoughts. They don't care if you need anything, and they don't know how to spend time with you." Zhang Hui listened and nodded. "My son is just like that. I really dislike him." With someone chiming in, the woman became more and more animated as she spoke, but then she sighed. "However, this son does have one advantage. He is not easily taken advantage of in relationships." Zhang Yu frowned. "What do you mean?" The woman looked around and lowered her voice. Let me tell you some gossip. Yesterday, a female college student came to give birth. The doctor asked a family member to come and sign the consent form. She said she had no parents and told her to call the baby's father. Guess what happened? The child's father is also a college student, but he directly disowns the child, saying that he is not familiar with the woman. Tell me, this kind of person, TSK, 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 isn't that hilarious? Zhang Yu. The funny thing is my own son, I can't laugh. The woman, oblivious to Zhang Hui's expression, sighed. College students these days are just reckless. They can't study properly, and they're still children themselves, yet they've already had children. It's truly a decline in morals. Zhang Yu shukud. A senior in college is an adult. What's wrong with having children? Since they've decided to have the child, they're already prepared to raise it. It's best not to make hasty comments without knowing the full picture. Woman. She paused for a moment, then looked at the twins in the stroller, as if she knew something. She quickly chuckled awkwardly to cover up her embarrassment. Fortunately, it was their turn to take a shower, so I quickly took the baby inside. Instead of giving the children a private room, they were given a large, heated pool with several nurses standing around it. It was like an assembly line. The children took off their clothes, washed in the middle, and then put their clothes back on. The nurses are all very experienced, and their techniques are very skillful. A baby's bath takes only about 10 minutes. However, the parents were terrified by their rough handling. Is it really okay to carry such a delicate newborn around and turn it over and over? Nurse, be gentle. Seeing the peace and good fortune being lifted up, Zhang Hui couldn't help but offer a reminder. We've washed hundreds, if not thousands, of babies with our hands, so don't worry. The nurses worked with incredible speed and efficiency. This broke Zhang Hui's heart. No matter how experienced you are, you can't wash a baby like you're washing a piglet. But since the child was still in the other party's hands, she could only suppress her anger. After washing the children, Zhang Hui angrily pushed the little ones back to the ward. At this moment, Lu Qingxue had finished breakfast and tidied herself up. Seeing Zhang Hui, she smiled. Auntie, you're back so soon? Zhang Hui resisted the urge to complain. If even their grandmother couldn't bear to see something like this, young parents would definitely feel even more heartbroken. I've finished showering. I'm going to buy groceries and cook. Qingxue, what do you like to eat? Lu Qingxue was too embarrassed to make a request and said softly, Auntie, I don't have any dietary restrictions. Anything is fine with me. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said to Zhang Hui, Mom, Qingxue's face is as pale as death. She probably has insufficient blood and qi. Should we make some soup to replenish her blood and qi? Lu Qingxue was deeply moved upon hearing this. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to notice such a small detail. Zhang Hui felt a sense of relief. The brat was actually quite sensible. Nodding to Lin Feng, Zhang Hui looked at Lu Qingxue. Qingxue, Auntie will definitely take good care of your health. You rest now. I'm leaving. Thank you, Auntie. A warm feeling welled up in Lu Qingxue's heart as she watched Zhang Hui leave. Lin Feng squatted down in front of the stroller, examining it carefully. I don't know if it's just fatherly love or if the child has really grown up a bit. Lin Feng felt that the two little ones were much more relaxed than yesterday, especially Rui, whose face vaguely resembled Lu Qingxue's. So cute. Without thinking, Lin Feng reached out and gently poked his little sister's cheek. My sister blew out 2 bubbles and opened her eyes, which had been closed, a tiny crack. Ah! Lin Feng was startled. Qingxue, Rui has opened her eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue's face suddenly broke into a smile. Let me see. Lin Feng quickly put his younger sister into Lu Qingxue's arms. You call opening your eyes a tiny slit? Despite her outward expression of disdain, Lu Qingxue looked at her younger sister with deep affection. The book says that newborns usually open their eyes after 7 days, but our Rui is exceptionally gifted. Lin Feng boasted smugly. You believe everything in textbooks? Lu Qingxue smiled, pursing her lips. Nowadays, mothers are much more well-nourished than in the past, and many singleton babies open their eyes just a few hours after birth. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Pingyan, who was still quietly closing her eyes, and felt a pang of heartache. You had a tough pregnancy. The two children are so thin and small. It must be because Lu Qingxue did not receive enough care and was not getting enough nutrition. Lu Qingxue was slightly puzzled, then suddenly realized, what nonsense are you thinking? If twins are the same size as singletons, how can they be born? By the end, a blush had crept onto Lu Qingxue's cheeks. Lin Feng also felt somewhat awkward. Ahem, never mind. I'm taking the babies to get vaccinated. After placing his younger sister in the stroller, Lin Feng pushed the babies out of the ward. Ping and slept soundly like a little pig, while Ru Yi tried hard to open her eyes wider. Worried that the sunlight was too bright, Lin Feng thoughtfully prepared a towel to shield Xiao Rui from the glare. Mmm. Little Rui tried her best to make a sound, which almost melted Lin Feng's heart. There weren't many people in the vaccine injection room, and it was soon Lin Feng's turn. Both babies received the same vaccines, so which one should be given the vaccine first? The doctor picked up the vaccine. Little Rui, unaware of what was about to happen, waved her arms and legs excitedly. That's you. The doctor smiled at Xiao Rui, gesturing to Lin Feng, who was watching the needle with bated breath. Don't worry about it. No matter which one it is, one shot and you'll cry. Lin Feng, what kind of hellish joke is this? Chapter 13, Naming the Baby, Little Peace the Bad Guy. The doctor looked at Lin Feng, who was completely speechless, and laughed. Just kidding, you really are a new dad. But getting vaccinated is for the baby's own good, isn't it? Hurry up, don't just stand there. Lin Feng had no choice but to bend down and gently pick up Xiao Rui. The little girl was so soft that Lin Feng didn't dare to use too much force, for fear of hurting her. Little Rui kicked its feet, moved its hands, and grinned at Lin Feng, blowing bubbles one by one. They had absolutely no idea what they were about to face. The doctor picked up the syringe and decisively pricked Xiao Rui's thin arm. Little Rui stopped blowing bubbles and then let out a loud cry. Wow, Lin Feng was heartbroken. Giving the little one such a heavy blow during her happiest moment, won't it leave her with some psychological trauma? Oh, don't cry, don't cry. The pain will fly away, oh. Seeing the heartache radiating from Lin Feng's face, the doctor shook his head and said, Okay, now for another one. Wake up the baby. You can't give a vaccine when the child is drowsy. Looking at Ping In, who was still sleeping like a little pig, Lin Feng wished he could tell him not to hit her anymore. However, reason prevailed, and he picked Ping In up and gently rocked her. Peace, wake up. Ping In frowned when she heard her father calling her, but she still didn't open her eyes. He tried to move his little hands, as if to express that he hadn't had enough sleep. The doctor didn't care and, as always, quickly inserted the needle. Lin Feng's heart was in his throat as he waited for Ping An's cries to be heard. However, the little guy paused for a moment, then clenched his tiny fists, his face gradually turning red, as if he was trying to fight against the syringe. Wow. Finally, unable to bear the pain from the injection, the little guy started wailing. Lin Feng quickly patted Ping An's little bottom. Oh, the pain is gone. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not crying anymore. Lin Feng held Rui in his left arm and Ping in his right, pacing back and forth while comforting her, his heart aching for her beyond measure. However, newborns have limited energy. Before long, the two poor little ones, with tears in their eyes, fell asleep, sobbing. The nurse handed Lin Feng the two babies' vaccination records. This is the vaccination record. It will be used until your child starts school, so please keep it safe. The instructions on the label clearly state when and which vaccine to administer, and parents should follow the steps accordingly. The vaccine I received this time is the hepatitis B vaccine. The injection site must not get wet for 24 hours to avoid infection. Have you memorized all the doctor's orders? Lin Feng nodded, took the vaccination records, and pushed the children back to the ward. Lu Qingxue, being a new mother, was already weakened and had fallen asleep again in a daze. After settling the babies in, Lin Feng moved a stool over and quietly sat down next to Lu Qingxue, looking at the other person's long eyelashes, fluttering gently with their breath. My heart softened completely. Yesterday, I was being pressured to go on blind dates, and today I have a son and a daughter. Life is truly unpredictable. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on Lin Feng and filling him with boundless warmth. But this warm atmosphere didn't last long. Ping and raised her little fist and made a hum sound. Lin Feng peeked out and saw The little one must be hungry, sniffing his mother's scent with his nose and tilting his head towards her. Seeing that Lu Qingxue showed no signs of waking up, Lin Feng was in a dilemma. After thinking for a moment, I decided to get up and make formula for the children. However, upon hearing the sound of flowing water, Lu Qingxue jolted awake, looking at Lin Feng blankly. Make formula? Why didn't you wake me up if the baby was hungry? Lin Feng, I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't have the heart to wake you. I was thinking of using formula to keep you awake for now. Lu Qingxue turned her head, looked at the whimpering pinyin, and perked up. I've already said I'm breastfeeding, so let's put the formula aside for now. Lin Feng frowned. The children have small appetites and need to be fed frequently. We can't expect you to be unable to get a full night's sleep, can we? Don't even mention a woman in labor like you. Even I, a grown man, wouldn't last 3 days. Lu Qingxue was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Actually, it had only just begun, and she could already clearly feel that she was running out of energy. However, formula milk is indeed not as good as breast milk. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Qingxue bit her lip and whispered, Actually, I can breastfeed even when I'm asleep. Lin Feng didn't understand the meaning of those words and raised an eyebrow. That is, Lu Qingxue blushed and said shyly, You can unbutton my clothes and then hold the baby while he eats. By the end, the redness had spread all the way to the back of her neck. Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed the other person was still asleep, and he had started unbuttoning her clothes. Even for the sake of breastfeeding my child, I feel quite embarrassed. Immediately following was a wave of self-loathing. Lu Qingxue must be saying this for the child's own good. If she dares to say it, why shouldn't I? Lin Feng quickly prepared himself mentally and nodded, saying, Why don't you lie down now and I'll give it a try. Consider it a simulation. Good. Lu Qingxue lay back down on her side. Lin Feng held the whimpering Ping and in one arm and used the other to unbutton Lu Qingxue's clothes. I'm a little nervous. Lin Feng's clothes came undone, and he paused slightly before pulling Ping in closer. Smack, smack. Little Ping and nuzzled around while sucking hard on his food. Even though his facial features hadn't fully developed yet, Lin Feng could still see satisfaction on his face. Phew! Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This matter wasn't as embarrassing as he had imagined. After little Ping and had eaten and drunk his fill, it was little Ru Yi's turn. Looking at the baby in her arms, who was happily waving his arms and legs, Lu Qingxue's shyness gradually faded. It's all for the children. She felt relieved. After feeding the two little ones, Lin Feng noticed that Lu Qingxue wasn't sleepy, so he got down to business. Aren't we going to name the baby? I've been thinking, what do you think of Huayan or Jie? Lu Qingxue looked at the two little ones and pondered for a moment. Lin Huayan, Lin Jie, did you deliberately choose these nicknames for me? Lin Feng nodded. Looking at his serious expression, Lu Qingxue felt a strange, tingling sensation in her heart. It felt like a feather gently brushing against you. Well, I think it sounds really good. Lu Qingxue smiled. She thought that she would face very serious childcare problems after giving birth, and she made a lot of preparations for this. However, unexpectedly, Lin Feng and Annie appeared. Huai and Jie, with their father's presence and responsibility, their path to adulthood should be smooth and secure. If you agree, I'll go to the doctor to register, get the birth certificate, and change the vaccination information. Lin Feng happily kissed Xiao Huayan and Xiao Jie before leaving. The maternal and child health hospital handles these matters with remarkable ease. Soon, Lin Feng obtained the children's birth certificates and their vaccination records with the changed names. Ding! Host has been detected to have named the babies. A reward of 20,000 yuan has been awarded. Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Feng was overjoyed. Since the birth of my children, I have received a total of 60,000 yuan in system rewards. Childcare funds are no longer a concern. Lin Feng happily quickened his pace, eager to share the child's birth certificate with Lu Qingxue. Upon opening the door, they found Lu Qingxue holding a diaper, looking bewildered. On the bed, Xiao Pingyan was already completely naked. Puffed. A small stream of water spun in the air and poured onto Lu Qingxue's pajamas. Chapter 14, Family Status, Directly Controlled. Lin Feng. Lu Qingxue bit her lip, turned her head to look at the door, and in the next instant, her helplessness turned into frustration. You're still laughing. Well, Lin Feng wiped the smile from his lips and scratched the back of his head. I'll change it. She always changed the diapers herself, while Lu Qingxue just watched. She was a typical example of someone who learned by looking but not by doing. Lin Feng shook his head, quickly fetched a basin of hot water, and gently washed Ping In's little bottom. You little rascal, you're blowing bubbles and splashing mommy with them. How embarrassing. Lin Feng, who was already quite skilled, still had the energy to interact with Xiao Ping'an. Little Ping'an wiggled his bottom, extremely happy. Nearby, little Rui sensed her brother's happiness and started moving her hands and feet, making mm sounds. Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Rui and smiled. After you've changed your brother's clothes, it'll be your turn, Rui, my sweetie. The blue indicator line on Xiao Rui's diaper shows that it's soaked with urine. After washing Ping In's bottom, Lin Feng took out some diaper rash cream, scooped out a little, and applied it evenly to her buttocks. Put some perfume on, and our bottoms won't get red. The way she handled the child so quickly and gently made Lu Qingxue's lips curl into a smile. Lin Feng glanced at her sideways and said, "Aren't you going to change your clothes?" Lu Qingxue seemed awake from a dream, and Lin Feng handed her a nightgown and then drew the bed curtains closed. These supplies were bought by Zhou Cheng at Lin Feng's request. Lu Qingxue clutched the oversized pajamas, feeling inexplicably good. After she changed her clothes and opened the bed curtains, Lin Feng had already tidied up Rui. The two babies whimpered and squeaked, their little mouths open, their nostrils flaring, sniffing their mother's scent everywhere. "You're hungry right after you pooped?" Lin Feng looked at the babies and shook his head. "What little gluttons!" Lu Qingxue stepped forward, picked up Xiao Rui, and said reproachfully, "Daddy's mean. How could you say that to Xiao Bao? Ignore him. Let's eat our fill." Lin Feng crossed his arms and glanced sideways at him. "Hey, so you're saying this is setting a bad example for children? I don't need to be authoritative. Okay, I won't say it again next time." Lu Qingxue held Rui steady, then gestured for Lin Feng to bring Ping In over, holding the other side of the food in his mouth. Neither of them noticed. The two women, who had previously been embarrassed by breastfeeding, were no longer so awkward about it. Meanwhile, Zhang Hui left the hospital and headed straight for Lu Qingxue's rented apartment. Standing at the entrance of the residential compound, Zhang Hui was stunned. Lu Qingxue told her that the rented house was very close to the health center, and there was a farmer's market across the street, making life very convenient. However, she didn't mention that this is an old, dilapidated neighborhood with buildings that are over 40 years old. Zhang Hui looked at the dilapidated exterior of the building and the ineffective access control system, her expression extremely complicated. It's obvious that Lu Qingxue, with no job and two children to support, is definitely broke. This silly girl, if Xiaofeng doesn't take care of her and I, as her parent, don't support her, I don't know how much suffering she'll have to endure. Zhang Hui touched her pockets. She had brought all of her family's savings with her when she went out this time. There are some recent family issues that cost a lot of money. We still have 200,000 yuan in our account. If I borrow some more from relatives and friends, I should be able to make up the down payment. However, buying a house is a big decision and must be discussed with both children. Moreover, you can't just move into a new house right away. You might have to rent somewhere else for a while in between. All of this was overwhelming for Zhang Hui. Let's go to the farmer's market first, buy groceries, and cook. If it goes any later, Lu Qingxue will go hungry. Zhang Hui hurriedly bought a hen, pork ribs, Crucian carp, and some seasonal vegetables, and stepped into Lu Qingxue's room for the first time. The room was clean and tidy, but there was a half-eaten takeout meal on the dining table and takeout boxes in the trash can. "Did you go through the entire pregnancy like this?" Zhang Hui shook her head, feeling a pang of sympathy for Lu Qingxue. If you didn't get enough nutrition during pregnancy, you need to make sure you get it properly during postpartum recovery, otherwise you might develop health problems later. Upon entering the kitchen, Zhang Hui tidied up and found that all the pots, pans, and utensils were complete. However, most of them were still unopened. This child doesn't seem to know how to cook. Zhang Hui felt a sense of relief. Luckily, Xiaofeng knows how to do it, otherwise what would the two of them do in the future? As a typical virtuous wife and loving mother, Zhang Hui was adept at these household chores and quickly cleaned up the kitchen. Next, wash the rice, steam it, and make Crucian carp soup. In fact, in principle, new mothers should not take any supplements immediately after giving birth. However, Lu Qingxue did not take any supplements during her pregnancy, and now she is deficient in both qi and blood. It would be better for her to eat some light fish soup. Of course, Zhang Hui also considered the issue of excessive nourishment. Therefore, the only accompaniment is stir-fried seasonal vegetables. She was busy when her phone suddenly rang loudly. She looked at it and realized, oh no, it was Lin's father. Zhang Hui's eyes flickered slightly. Lin's father was known for his rigid and stubborn temperament. If he knew that Lin Feng had gotten his daughter pregnant out of wedlock, especially after drinking, this son is probably doomed. Zhang Hui, holding her phone, emerged from the kitchen. Hey, old man, what's wrong? You asked me what happened? I'd like to ask you what happened. You ran out in the middle of the night and haven't come back yet. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm at Xiaofeng School, yes. Why did you go to Xiaofeng School for no reason? I miss my son. I'm not talking to you anymore. My son wants to take me around campus. Bye. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Hui hung up the phone and went back to the kitchen to continue her work. After the meal was prepared, she quickly ate a couple of bites, then packed the food in a thermos and sent it to the hospital. Upon entering, Lin Feng automatically opened the small table without being told. Zhang Hui lifted the insulated container and arranged the food neatly. Qingxue, are you hungry? Eat up. Lu Qingxue smelled the aroma of the food and felt a warmth fill her heart. Thank you, Auntie. I'm so sick of eating takeout these days. Silly child. Zhang Hui felt a lump in her throat whenever she thought of that pile of takeout boxes. But he didn't say anything, so he lovingly watched Lu Qingxue sip her soup and eat her vegetables. Lin Feng, standing to the side. Not only were there no meals for me, but they didn't even give me a glance. What's the meaning of that? He paused for a moment, then could only tentatively call out, Mom? Oh, Zhang Hui seemed to have just noticed her son and slapped her forehead, saying, Here's the key. Go back and eat, and while you're at it, tidy up the room and see if you can find some household items. Qingxue will be discharged from the hospital in a few days, so we need to make preparations over there. Lin Feng has been so busy since yesterday that he's starving. Hearing his mother say that, he wanted to leave, but his legs just wouldn't move. Qingxue Ma? His eyes darted back and forth between Lu Qingxue and Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui's eyes widened. What? Are you worried that your mother won't take good care of Qingxue? Then, his eyes narrowed again, revealing annoyance at being distrusted. Are you still worried that your mother might not be careful and treat Qingxue badly? Seeing that her aunt was angry with Lin Feng, Lu Qingxue quickly swallowed the fish soup in her mouth, trying to smooth things over. But before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng's weak voice rang out. I'm afraid the two of you will team up. You two were having an affair while I was buying breakfast this morning, and I've been away for so long. Lin Feng's eyes were full of distrust, and Lu Qingxue was stunned, blushing slightly. Zhang Hui also felt somewhat uncomfortable. Mind your own business. Get out of here. Chapter 15, This is not what I imagined. Lu Qingxue, I want to talk to you. Okay, I'll go, all right. Lin Feng received a disapproving look from his mother, then glanced at Lu Qingxue, who was smiling. He kept turning back every few steps. I don't even know what I'm expecting. Seeing this, Lu Qingxue put down her spoon, thought for a moment, and said, Lin Feng. Hey, Lin Feng was overjoyed. Lu Qingxue smiled and said, Open all the packages in the entryway for me. These are all baby supplies. Please take stock and see if you need anything before ordering. Don't buy duplicates. Lin Feng. I was certain that there was really nothing more for me to do in the ward. Lin Feng strode to Lu Qingxue's rented apartment and stood at the entrance of the residential complex, where he was also taken aback. Old buildings, electric bikes weaving around haphazardly. Is this environment really suitable for Lu Qingxue to recuperate and raise her babies? They must be short of money. Lin Feng shook his head, thinking that he should find a better house as soon as he had time. Walking into the residential area and stepping into the house, it wasn't as shabby as he had imagined. It was a one-bedroom apartment with a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom that was old but not dilapidated. At this moment, the aroma of food filling the room seemed to bathe the house in a soft glow. Lin Feng sat down at the dining table. While eating, I turned on my phone and discovered that the group chat had exploded with 99+ unread messages. Upon opening it, I found over 1,000 unread messages. While the condemnation was still ongoing, Lu Rian made a bet with her girlfriends about confessing her feelings to Lin Feng. Later, Zhou Cheng couldn't contain himself and let slip that the school beauty, Lu Qingxue, had given birth to Lin Feng's child. Immediately afterwards, she pleaded with her roommates not to tell anyone about it. After the red envelope was sealed, the others let Zhou Cheng go, but they didn't let themselves go. Everyone was wondering. They were roommates, but Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue rarely interacted. How did she suddenly have a baby? After finishing his meal, Lin Feng sat in the entryway, unpacking packages while video chatting in the dormitory group. In college, we lived in a 4-person room with Zhou Cheng, Lin Feng, Yu Hao, and Wang Xiong. We were all very close friends. Now in their senior year, apart from Zhou Cheng and Lin Feng, the other two have both found internships and don't spend much time in the dorm. Brother Feng, to make a long story short, I'm doomed if the supervisor catches me slacking off. What's going on between you and the school beauty? The Chengzi just rambled on, then told us not to tell anyone. Could he have made it up? Big Bear, I couldn't possibly make up a lie about you guys. Look at the packages Brother Feng opened. Aren't they baby products? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng heard a collective gasp of astonishment. He methodically tidied his things and calmly said, I'll come clean. I did indeed have a pair of adorable twins with Lu Qingxue. On the phone screen, apart from Zhou Cheng, the other two people seemed to be frozen in time, as if they had lost internet access. So, you're not heartless or incapable of love at all, but just a normal girl who doesn't treat others badly? How can you talk like that? How can you call that scum? You don't even date, just go straight for sex, and you call that not being a jerk? What exactly is going on? Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed by his roommate's gossipy looks. The main issue is that if we go into detail about this matter, we can't avoid mentioning that night, as well as Lu Qingxue's difficulties with childbirth and other private matters. I feel it's not good to say it out loud. His hesitation made the other party think he was just teasing them, so they handed him a red envelope without saying a word. I knew you were up to something. So here's the gift for the child. I was planning to give a wedding gift later, but Brother Feng, you're so savvy. Hurry up and accept the red envelope. Lin Feng looked at the red envelope thrown at him from the other side and touched his nose. That's really not what I meant. Okay, to put it simply, Lu Qingxue is a very, very good girl. After getting pregnant with my child, she decided to give birth to it herself. But, to my surprise, the hospital required a family member's signature, so they had to send me. When I got to the hospital, I saw what a wonderful girl she was. How could I let her go? They just shamelessly insist on taking responsibility. Lin Feng's words were concise and to the point, but the person opposite him was full of questions. That's it. It's gone. It's gone. Lin Feng was resolute. Why can only it be you who needs a family member's signature? Lu Qingxue's parents came when school started. Yes, I remember everyone saying that her mother was beautiful and elegant, and her father was tall and handsome. They were a perfect family. Lin Feng didn't know that, but now that his brother had reminded him, he was also puzzled. Throughout the entire process, Lu Qingxue never mentioned her parents. There must have been something going on, and she was too busy to think about it too much. It seems I need to find an opportunity to talk to Lu Qingxue about this. You can't just abduct someone else's daughter without saying a word, can you? Putting myself in her shoes, what if Rui were to be deceived by some guy in the future and have a child out of wedlock? Very well, Lin Feng has successfully angered himself. Every blonde-haired thug within an 800-mile radius must die. Brother Feng? Brother Feng, what are you doing standing there gritting your teeth like that? Zhou Cheng's voice brought Lin Feng back to his senses. Do you also hate Lu Ruyan? I knew it. That nonchalant attitude she had yesterday was all an act. Lin Feng, where did you get off topic? Yu Hao opened his mouth angrily. That bitch Lu Ruyan used you as a wager. It's only because I wasn't there. Otherwise, the two of them would have fought. No. When men fight with women, no matter the reason, they will always lose. Wang Xiong shook the camera and laughed. However, if Lu Ruyan knew that Lu Qingxue had a child with Brother Feng, she would definitely be furious. The department's most beautiful girl is nothing compared to the school's most beautiful girl. Upon hearing this, everyone except Lin Feng showed excited anticipation. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, Lu Qingxue's previous suspension of school caused quite a stir. Now, if it's rumored that she suspended school to have my child, I'm a winner in life. But how will she cope? I don't want to put Lu Qingxue in the spotlight for the sake of someone as awful as Lu Ruyan. If you're a brother, don't go around bragging about it. A person like Lu Ruyan has made too many mistakes. She's not worth it for me to risk my wife and children to kick her. Upon hearing this, Yu Hao and Wang Xiong both gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're a real man. Seeing Lin Feng's firm attitude, everyone tacitly avoided mentioning it and started talking about other things. Until Zhang Hui called. Xiaofeng, don't go shopping yet. Find the pajamas, nursing pads, and disposable underwear that Qingxue prepared and bring them over. Lin Feng hung up the phone, quickly made a message in the group chat, and then packed his things to go to the hospital. When they arrived at the ward, Lu Qingxue's chest was wet, but the two babies were lying on the bed, fast asleep. I have too much breast milk, and the baby can't finish it all, so this is what happened. Lu Qingxue felt a little embarrassed and awkward. Lin Feng said calmly, I was worried that you wouldn't have enough breast milk. This is a good thing. I handed him the pajamas and nursing pads, and then drew the curtains. Lu Qingxue changed her clothes, and Zhang Hui put away the soiled pajamas. One set of clothes was soaked with breast milk, and the other set was soaked with Xiao Pingyan's urine, but she didn't mind. I'll go back and do the laundry, and maybe make some soup and cook a meal. Xiaofeng, you take care of things here. Postpone the shopping. Watching his mother leave, Lin Feng turned around, but before he could speak, Lu Qingxue took out a card. Well, aren't you going to buy a lot of things later? There's 100,000 in this card. You can use it first. Lin Feng was stunned. No way, they live in places like that. Yet they still spend 100,000 yuan like that? Wait a minute, let me sort this out. While the children were still asleep, and there were no outsiders in the ward, Lin Feng simply sat down opposite Lu Qingxue as if he wanted to have a serious talk. Qingxue, I haven't had a chance to talk to you about this before, but now I have some things I'd like to discuss with you. Is this okay with you? Chapter 16, the initial step in a woman's descent into love is feeling sorry for a man. Lin Feng's simple words caused Lu Qingxue's expression to become somewhat unnatural. This looks like they're about to have a heart-to-heart talk. The question is, what is there to talk about? Haven't the most important issue of raising children been resolved? Lin Feng paused slightly when he saw Lu Qingxue's appearance, then smiled and waved the card in his hand. Don't be nervous, I'm just curious. There's still quite a lot of money in the card. But why don't you live in a more upscale neighborhood? So that's what you were asking. Lu Qingxue felt a slight sense of relief and replied, If you and your nanny aren't coming, I was planning to hire a postpartum nanny. A postpartum nanny who could take care of twins costs around 12,000 yuan a month on the market. After the postpartum nanny leaves, you still need to hire a housekeeper, which is not cheap either, costing at least 6,000 a month. Plus living expenses, rent, and other miscellaneous costs. If you calculate it that way, even 100,000 yuan might not be enough to last until the child turns 1 year old. But I still need to study for another year before I can get my diploma and find a job. We'll have to be careful with our spending. After doing this calculation, Lin Feng fell silent. He hadn't even considered the expenses for things like postpartum nannies or housekeepers. I had previously thought that the 60,000 yuan in my pocket would be enough to solve my immediate problem. In retrospect, it was just a drop in the ocean. We still need to find a way to make money. Seeing Lin Feng fall silent, Lu Qingxue's face showed a hint of nervousness. Did I put too much pressure on Lin Feng by saying all this? After all, she insisted on having the child herself. Lin Feng. Lu Qingxue smiled and said lightly, You don't need to overthink it. The situation is different now. With a nanny, the cost of a postpartum nanny can be saved. If you can lend a hand, I am confident that I can take good care of the 2 children without a nanny. I won't neglect my studies. Once I get my diploma, I'll go straight to work. Everything will get better. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng looked up at Lu Qingxue with some surprise. Upon meeting the other person's comforting gaze, I suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Other women, at this point, would most likely complain about how much they sacrificed and how much they suffered. Even if things don't go well, use this financial lesson to motivate yourself to strive for improvement. Lu Qingxue is such a fool, she only knows how to take everything upon herself. Fool! Lin Feng slowly exhaled. He wanted to reach out and pat Lu Qingxue's head, but then he felt it was inappropriate and withdrew his hand. Lu Qingxue was interrupted by Lin Feng before she could finish speaking. Qingxue, your top priority right now is not taking care of the child, nor is it worrying about making money, but taking good care of your health. I'll find a more suitable house to recuperate and raise my baby later and move in. I, Lin Feng, may not have any other skills, but I promise you, I will take good care of the babies with all my heart and shoulder the family's expenses. Next semester, you could just go back to school and finish your studies without worry. Looking at Lin Feng's extremely serious expression, a warm current surged through Lu Qingshue's heart and slowly flowed to her limbs, enveloping her safely. She tried to say something, but found herself choked up. I thought that after making this decision and leaving home, I would be fighting alone in the future. Unexpectedly, I gained a reliable comrade in arms. Take a deep breath, then another deep breath, Lu Qingxue murmured. Will I cause you trouble? Lin Feng chuckled. What's going on in your little head? Lu Qingxue lowered her head, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. But you will also date, get married, and have children in the future. Lin Feng was taken aback and scratched the back of his head. Was I being too subtle? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue looked at him with clear eyes. For some reason, Lin Feng suddenly remembered his mother's words. You've never been in a relationship. You don't understand women. Lin Feng's mind raced. Of all the people he knew, Yuhao had the most experience in dating. During my university years, I introduced at least 10 girls to others. If it were Yuhao, what would he do? I remember when the other person shared their dating experience before, they seemed to have mentioned something like this. Different women required different approaches. However, regardless of the woman, if she cares about a man, then she's not far from winning him over. This, Lin Feng told Lu Qingxue with a heavy expression. I seal my heart with cement. Lu Qingxue suddenly gripped the hem of her clothes tightly. With a sorrowful expression, Lin Feng recounted how Lu Ruyan had treated his confession as a joke and toyed with him. So, all I want to do now is to raise Ping In and Ru Yi properly and not think about anything else. Lu Qingxue's heart swelled with emotion as she listened, and her chest felt slightly damp. This is outrageous. How can there be such a person in the world? Lin Feng, don't let this stop you from talking about relationships. There's still good girls out there. At least, I and many girls I know don't do that. Seeing Lin Feng staring intently at her and listening to her speak, Lu Qingxue's face flushed slightly. Don't worry, if I get the chance, I'll definitely help you get revenge. Lin Feng grinned. You're such a good person. Is that so? Lu Qingxue's pointed ears turned slightly red. She felt a little dazzled by the other person's smile and didn't dare to look up. Just then, a commotion of footsteps came from the doorway. Her eyes seemed to have suddenly found a place to rest, and she looked towards the doorway. Ward rounds, is that Lu Qingxue? As part of the routine name verification, Dr. Zhao, Lu Qingxue's attending physician, opened the record book. Did you get out of bed today? Yes, I went to the toilet twice. Lu Qingxue was somewhat moved, as Lin Feng and her aunt took very good care of her, always rushing to do everything for her. Aside from eating, drinking, relieving myself, and feeding the baby, I had nothing else to do. Unexpectedly, Dr. Zhao looked at Lin Feng and frowned slightly. New mothers need to get out of bed and move around more so that the lochia remaining in the uterus can be discharged more effectively. Aren't you encouraging this? Lin Feng scratched his head. This had truly touched upon a blind spot in his knowledge. Yesterday, the nurse told me to take a medicated bath, saying that the new mother was deficient in both qi and blood and was prone to fainting when she got out of bed, so I didn't let her get out of bed. Upon hearing this reason, Dr. Zhao's expression softened considerably, and he smiled. But we can't give up eating because of a minor setback. You need to get out of bed and walk around more. If you're afraid of fainting, you can help you. Moreover, it not only promotes the discharge of lochia, but also has the effect of preventing blood clots. There was a new mother before whose family protected her too much. She basically didn't get out of bed during her postpartum period, and later the venous thrombosis was gone. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard these words, and he immediately became tense. That's serious? Even Lu Qingxue, who was standing next to her, looked terrified. Seeing that the patient had taken his words to heart, Dr. Zhao moved on to the next topic. How are the babies drinking milk? How often do they poop and urinate? After Lin Feng finished answering, Dr. Zhao nodded in satisfaction. Dad is quite attentive. He's not the kind of person who knows nothing when asked. All right, the mother and babies are doing very well. They could be discharged after 2 more days of observation. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. I'll be discharged after 2 more days of observation, so I need to hurry up and find a place to rent. Moreover, moving with 2 newborns is also a troublesome matter. Every single thing must be carefully considered. Chapter 17, is that amazing? Let me test you then. After the doctor left during rounds, Lin Feng glanced at the child still fast asleep on the bed and asked, Qingxue, why don't I help you get out of bed and walk around now? Lu Qingxue was startled by the doctor's words and nodded without hesitation. Okay, let's take a few walks around the ward. As she spoke, she turned to the side, bracing herself on the bed with her right hand and lowered her legs down the edge of the bed. Where are your slippers? Her fair, delicate feet groped around, and the next moment, they were grasped by a pair of warm hands. Why aren't you wearing socks? Lin Feng frowned. Lu Qingxue tried to pull her leg away, but couldn't move it. She quickly explained in a low voice. It's hot, so I took it off. Cold enters from the feet. No one pays attention during postpartum confinement. Lin Feng shook his head and asked, Where are the socks? Before Lu Qingxue could answer, he had already seen the 2 white cotton socks at the foot of the bed. He picked it up casually and half squatted in front of Lu Qingxue. He made her put 1 foot on his thigh and carefully put on her socks for her. Lu Qingxue's 5 delicate toes were curled up tightly together, and her expression was somewhat shy. I can do it myself. Switch to the other foot. Lin Feng completely ignored her and muttered to himself. My mom saw you weren't wearing socks, and she didn't say anything. Don't blame your aunt. Lu Qingxue was a little nervous. I took it off secretly, and the aunt didn't know. As he spoke, the 2 socks were already on, and Lin Feng patted Lu Qingxue's instep with satisfaction. Okay, what are you so nervous about? Put on your shoes and get out of bed. Oh, Lu Qingxue lowered her head, put her arm on Lin Feng's shoulder, and slowly got up in her slippers. Slow down, are you dizzy? Lin Feng stood up carefully and naturally, put his arm around Lu Qingxue's waist, and took a step in rhythm with her. This time, the help I gave you was different from yesterday's. Yesterday, Lin Feng acted as a human crutch, blindfolded and led by Lu Qingxue. But now, Lin Feng had his arm around the other person's waist, and the 2 walked side by side. Lu Qingxue smelled the lingering scent of soapberry on Lin Feng and felt that the sunlight in the ward was warm and clean. Similarly, Lin Feng also smelled the strong, milky scent on Lu Qingxue. Upon closer inspection, it's not entirely milky, there's also a faint smell of sweat. Lu Qingxue was still weak. She broke out in a cold sweat just lying down. But at this moment, Lin Feng felt that this scent was better than any perfume in the world. Slow down. You can lean your weight on me. Lin Feng kept nagging, afraid that Lu Qingxue might suddenly collapse. After walking only a few meters, Lu Qingxue suddenly let out a cry of pain. Lin Feng immediately stopped. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lu Qingxue covered her lower abdomen with one hand, her face slightly flushed. It feels like I'm expelling lochia, and it hurts in sharp, throbbing pains. How serious is it? Should we call a doctor? Lin Feng tensed up. If he hadn't been a bit far from the call button, he would have pressed it already. We don't need to call a doctor. It's just that it seems... Lu Qingxue stammered. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, waiting intently for what would follow seems. Seeing that he really didn't understand, Lu Qingxue could only close her eyes. It's leaking out. The person was lying down, and the lochia wasn't flowing much. Lu Qingxue didn't know why, so she was using a small-sized sanitary napkin. As soon as she took a step, a torrent of lochia rushed out, and she could feel the wetness between her legs. Well, faced with Lu Qingxue's ashamed and indignant expression, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, and even wanted to turn his head to look at her. Don't look! With a scream, the 2 children on the bed moved at the same time. Wow. The new parents were instantly petrified. I'm sorry, I forgot about the 2 babies. Lu Qingxue looked stunned, then struggled to walk to the hospital bed. Oh dear, slow down, ancestors. I have 3 ancestors. Lin Feng wished he could instantly grow 3 heads and 6 arms so he could take care of the mother and her 2 children. After helping Lu Qingxue to the hospital bed, it was obvious that she had walked too fast and her face was pale. Lin Feng could only tell her to close her eyes and calm down while he went to hold the child. He scooped the child up in his arms and gently rocked and soothed him. Baby, be good. Daddy's here. You're safe. Don't cry, don't cry. Lu Qingxue rubbed her forehead, still not having calmed the child down. Lin Feng, you've leaked onto the bed. Huh? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and finally realized what it meant to be flustered and overwhelmed. Lu Qingxue regretted it so much she wanted to bite her tongue. Why did she have to yell like that? Lin Feng has seen all the things that are even more embarrassing for them, hasn't he? Sensing Lu Qingxue's annoyance, Lin Feng immediately composed himself. No problem. I can handle it. Watch me. Oh, don't cry, don't cry. Let Daddy see what's wrong. Although she looked a bit disheveled, it inexplicably calmed Lu Qingxue down. Such a small matter is no challenge for Lin Feng. As for myself, I must remember that I'm a mother now, so I can't be so easily startled. A smile appeared on Lu Qingxue's lips. Fortunately, the children had limited energy and soon stopped sobbing. Only then did he hand the calm baby to Lu Qingxue. You feed her some milk, and I'll go to the nurse's station to get some clean sheets. Then, I'll help you to the bathroom to wash up and put on a clean mat. Lin Feng had made all the arrangements perfectly, so Lu Qingxue had no suggestions to offer. She then let Lin Feng go about his business. We brought clean sheets, and the children were already full and in a stable mood. Lin Feng placed them in the stroller, then helped Lu Qingxue sit down beside him and quickly change the sheets. I washed Lu Qingxue's body, just like yesterday. However, this time, Lu Qingxue clearly trusted him a lot more and didn't ask him to cover his eyes, telling him to just not look. By the time Lu Qingxue was lying comfortably on the hospital bed, playing with the children, Lin Feng was already covered in sweat. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Qingxue said from the bottom of her heart. Lin Feng scratched his head. Why are you saying thank you so seriously? I haven't even thanked you yet for giving birth to Ping and Rui at all costs. I didn't thank you for letting me be their father. Compared to your hard work and dedication, what I'm doing now is really nothing. As he spoke, Lin Feng deliberately put on a stern face. If you thank me again later, you've turned on me. He didn't know that in Lu Qingxue's eyes, his appearance didn't give him any sense of authority, but instead made him seem a bit silly. Lu Qingxue felt a warmth in her heart and nodded heavily. That's more like it. Lin Feng, a smile playing on his lips, teased the peaceful and adorable creature in Lu Qingxue's arms. Do you think Daddy's right? Come on, smile. Lu Qingxue looked down at the children's faces. Then suddenly her eyes lit up, and she asked Lin Feng with a mischievous glint in her eye. Stop teasing them. The babies are almost a day old. Can you tell them apart? Chapter 18. Discussion for first-time parents: the difference between peace and prosperity. Lin Feng was stunned when he saw Lu Qingxue's slightly mischievous look. From yesterday to today, I have witnessed Lu Qingxue's transformation from indifference to shyness, and now to being able to joke around. This feels good. Lin Feng smiled and asked in return, Don't just test me. Can you tell the difference? Of course I can. Lu Qingxue was extremely confident. I am their mother. I can tell naturally. Lin Feng also confidently raised his head. Then I am their father, and I can naturally tell the difference. Oh, Lu Qingxue asked expectantly. Lin Feng teased Ping and Rui and smiled. Ping has a calm personality and is quite strong. He makes you feel a little pain every time he nurses. Rui is so loud and boisterous. She always has to wriggle around while nursing, and you have to coax her. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue blushed slightly and was also a little annoyed. What kind of natural ability to distinguish is that? It's obvious you've been staring at the breast every time you're feeding it. Cough, cough. Lin Feng quickly coughed twice. No, Rui's hair should be thicker and darker. Lu Qingxue couldn't help but lean closer to the children. Isn't this called baby hair? It's sparse, and you're bragging about it? Hey, that seems to be the case. The younger sister's hair is thicker and looks darker. Lu Qingxue also imitated Lin Feng and poked Rui's little face. Rui stretched out her little hand and tried to grab her mother's finger. It completely melted the hearts of the new parents. The two of them lay half crouched in front of the babies, tirelessly trying to distinguish the little differences between the twins. As Zhang Hui carried the thermos into the ward, she heard laughter filling the room, along with the baby's whimpering. Her face was beaming with joy. Qingxue, are you hungry? Annie cooked white rice porridge and also added shredded chicken and green vegetables. After the first 3 days, you can officially start taking the tonic. Then, I can freely stew all kinds of nourishing soups. Lu Qingxue put the child down and looked at Zhang Hui gratefully. Thank you, Auntie. It's so nice to have you. Zhang Hui waved her hand with a smile. No need to thank me. Don't be so formal in the future. He then lightly kicked Lin Feng. Hurry up and open the tray table. Lin Feng. He set up a small table, placed the food on it, and handed chopsticks and a soup spoon to Lu Qingxue. Lin Feng cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. Your Majesty the Empress Dowager and the Empress, may I now withdraw? Lu Qingxue chuckled and glanced at Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui also slapped Lin Feng with a smile. You're a father now, and you're still so irresponsible. Go back and eat. Come back quickly after you finish eating. I'm getting old and can't stay up late. I'll need you to keep me company through the night. Lin Feng thought for a moment and replied, I'll definitely be the one to stay overnight. No question about it. But after dinner, I have other things to do, so you'll have to cover for a little longer. Zhang Hui looked Lin Feng up and down suspiciously. You're a senior now, and you don't have an internship yet. What could you possibly be up to? You're not playing video games, are you? No. Lin Feng shook his head vigorously and explained. Qingxue's place has lax security, all sorts of people wander in, and it's noisy because it's near the vegetable market, so it's not a good place for recuperation. I want to find a new place to live. Zhang Hui was so busy that she forgot about this, and quickly nodded. That's true. At least we need to find a place with reliable property management and a quiet environment. Lin Feng returned to his rented room, ate dinner, washed the dishes, and then took out his phone to check out rental listings. Soon, he saw the house he wanted. However, we live in the age of photo editing now. To see if a house is good or not, you still need to visit it in person. After contacting the agency, Lin Feng hurriedly left the room. As a result, it started with a critical hit. All the houses I liked were used as lead generation properties, and without exception, they were all rented out. The agent took Lin Feng around in circles. The recommended houses are either hastily renovated apartments with lingering formaldehyde smells, or the lighting is terrible. After circling around for a while, Lin Feng was getting a little angry. Do you actually have any good listings? Can you please stop wasting everyone's time? The agent bowed and scraped. Brother, let's look around some more. There's bound to be something suitable. The scene of the two haggling over a price by the roadside was witnessed by Lu Ruyin and her friends not far away. Isn't that Lin Feng? Looks like he's renting a place. Lu Ruyin snorted and clicked her tongue. If a family has any financial means, they should buy a house and a car, get married, and move on to the next stage of their lives after graduating from college. Nearby, a girl touching up her makeup in the mirror looked somewhat amused. When we made the bet, I thought you'd play along with him for a couple of days, but TSK. Lu Ruyin's face immediately fell. This is an implied message that he was humiliated by Lin Feng. A woman's youth is precious. Why would she have time to play around with poor losers? I bet you, for someone like Lin Feng who only has looks, being the school's heartthrob is the highlight of his life. Once he leaves school, no girl would ever want him. The young woman nodded. That's true. When looking for a serious partner, you absolutely have to find someone rich. But Ruyin, your boyfriend drives a car worth over $1 million. How come he won't even buy you a bag worth 20,000? Lu Ruyin's face darkened. It's not the right time yet, is it? You wait. I'll definitely win you over tonight. Lin Feng felt that he had gotten off to a bad start and couldn't get anywhere with this agent. I started looking around on my own, but where is it so easy to find a suitable house? In the end, he could only send messages in the dormitory group while walking to the hospital. Please help me find an apartment. It should have 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, be in a good environment, have been renovated more than a year ago, and be close to the school so that Lu Qingxue can easily return to school. The long list of requirements left the guys speechless. Zhou Cheng, an elderly man looking at his phone on the subway. Image. Zhou Cheng. Of all these requirements, I feel that only Yunsheng Huoding is suitable, but that's a high-end community. You're dreaming. Yu Hao, Brother Feng, you still have 2 kids to raise, take it easy. If it really doesn't work out, lower your expectations a bit. Wang Xiong, she's the school beauty. What if she doesn't want me because my qualities aren't good enough? Lin Feng, so you're the one who stabbed me in the back, huh? Enough talk, keep an eye on things. Seeing the flood of emojis, Lin Feng put away his phone. Back in the ward, I saw 2 doctors pushing a machine and standing by the bed examining Lu Qingxue. Zhang Hui pushed the stroller and whispered stories to Ping and Rui. Mom, can the children understand this? Not wanting to disturb the doctor, Lin Feng spoke to his mother first. What do you know? Zhang Hui glanced at Lin Feng sideways. Experts say that children need to interact more to stimulate their language areas. Besides, why is it necessary to understand it? Even if you don't understand the teacher's lectures, you still sit in the classroom, don't you? Lin Feng. Okay, you've become sarcastic and hostile after just a few words. You've completely lost your mother's love. Just as I was internally complaining, my phone suddenly rang. Oh no, my dad. Lin Feng looked to his mother for help, knowing that with his father's old-fashioned temper and health condition, this was something he really couldn't talk about right now. After exchanging glances, Lin Feng walked into the corridor and answered the phone. Dad, how are you feeling now? My mom is fine. I'm busy writing my thesis and looking for a job right now, and my mom is helping me because she feels sorry for me. She'll come back once she's rented a place for me. I swear, I really didn't cause any trouble. As Lin Feng was all smiles, the doctor, having finished his work and pushing the equipment out the door, shouted at Lin Feng. Family, the mother's uterus is recovering. Well, please take good care of her. Lin Feng's face gradually turned red. Dad, don't think like that. It wasn't me, I'm fine. Chapter 19, Late Night Conversation. Lu Qingshue's Past and Emotions. Lin Feng swore a string of curses and finally managed to hang up the phone. Back in the ward, she saw that Zhang Hui had already helped Lu Qingxue get ready. Carrying the thermos and the soiled pants she had changed out of, Zhang Hui smiled and said, Qingxue, I'm leaving. You get some rest. Let Xiaofeng handle anything. May you have peace and happiness. Grandma is leaving now. Be good, moi 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 moi. You little brat. I'm leaving. You better watch out. Lin Feng. Zhang Hui walked away as if she were on lightning. In the double room, the other bed was still empty. Xiao Pingyan and Xiao Rui had been put to sleep and are now quiet. The large ward was somewhat deserted, with only Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue awake. Lu Qingxue, seeing Lin Feng idling around, suggested, You've been taking care of the kids all night. Why don't you take a nap now? Lin Feng obediently unfolded the folding bed and laid down beside the hospital bed. But I just can't seem to shake off this drowsiness. Qingxue, how about we chat for a bit? Lu Qingxue leaned against the headboard, a smile playing on her lips. Okay. Lin Feng thought for a moment, and finally picked up the topic that had been interrupted that morning. Do your parents know about Ping and Rui? Lu Qingxue's smile froze instantly. Did you finally ask the question? She hesitated, wondering whether she should tell Lin Feng about her family situation. But then he thought about it again and realized that Lin Feng had even told the truth about how he had been tricked and how embarrassing it was. I don't think I have anything to hide. Lu Qingxue bit her lip that, seeing her hesitate, Lin Feng smiled. If it's hard to say, then let's not talk about it. Let's talk about something else. Lu Qingxue shook her head. Since you've already asked, just say it. It's really nothing. My dad runs a company with a wide range of businesses, so he could be considered a successful person. My mother is passionate about dance. She is either teaching or performing. Both of them are very busy people, and we don't see each other very often. Actually, I'm quite envious of your family atmosphere. Lin Feng said, oh, and then asked, Your parents don't know your current situation. Is it because you didn't tell them, or is there something else going on? Lu Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, They arranged a marriage for me, but I didn't want to follow their arrangements, so I cut off all contact with them. Lin Feng frowned and hesitated before saying, I vaguely remember you were in a bad mood that night. Was it because of this? At this, Lu Qingxue's face flushed red instantly. Ahem. Lin Feng immediately changed the subject. Now that the die is cast, what will your parents think if they know you gave birth to Ping and Rui? Lu Qingxue was somewhat bewildered. This question lingered in my mind throughout my pregnancy. She didn't actually have an answer. I don't know. I just want to raise Ping and Rui well. We'll talk about the future later. This was an answer Lin Feng hadn't expected. From his brief encounter with Lu Qingxue, Lin Feng could sense that she was a girl who dared to take responsibility and was resolute and decisive. However, when faced with her family of origin, Lu Qingxue clearly had an ostrich mentality. Sensing Lu Qingxue's negative emotions, Lin Feng smiled easily. Life isn't a game of chess. There's no need to think 3 moves ahead before making a single move. Besides, you still have me. We'll face the future together. Lu Qingxue paused for a moment, then placed her hands behind her head, her expression complex. Her plan was to live the life of a single mother. No matter how bitter, difficult, or tiring it is, I will bear it all by myself. But now Lin Feng has appeared, and not only has he taken on the responsibility of raising the child, but he is also incredibly attentive to her. Everything went differently than originally planned. Lu Qingxue bit her lip. Was she going to be with Lin Feng because of the child? Would Lin Feng be willing to do that? Lu Qingxue's heart was in turmoil. Lin Feng sensed Lu Qingxue's silence and took the initiative to speak. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. And I will respect your decision. That night, the two talked a lot and became even more familiar with each other. It surprised Zhang Hui, who came to deliver breakfast. Looking at the dark circles under their eyes, she was a little angry. Xiaofeng, were you on your phone last night and not taking good care of the child? Look how tired Qingxue is from taking care of the child. Lin Feng felt deeply wronged. Mom, are you still my biological mother? Zhang Hui rolled her eyes at him. I was just trying to trick you. Why are you getting so worked up? Lu Qingxue smiled and defended Lin Feng. Auntie, Lin Feng doesn't use his phone. He takes care of the babies all night by himself. It's very hard for him. Lin Feng turned around and smiled at Lu Qingxue. Seeing the two of them protecting each other, Zhang Hui smiled. Okay, I understand. Just make sure you two are doing well. Come on, have breakfast. I specially made millet porridge. It's good for your stomach. The thermos was opened, and the room was filled with the unique aroma of millet porridge. Lu Qingxue's appetite was immediately whetted. Auntie, you're so kind. It feels better than... Lu Qingxue stopped mid-sentence, but Zhang Hui, oblivious, laughed. It feels better than takeout, right? The porridge sold outside all has thickeners added. It's nothing compared to simmering it slowly over low heat. Lu Qingxue sipped her porridge slowly. Lin Feng, however, glanced at her thoughtfully. Yesterday's long talk must have stirred up Lu Qingxue's homesickness. Just as Lin Feng was wondering whether he should comfort her, Zhang Hui patted him and whispered, "You're staring too intently. Tone it down." All of Lin Feng's thoughts were instantly interrupted, leaving him helpless. Mom, I feel like I've completely lost my status in the family since Qingxue and Ping and Rui came into our lives. Lin's mother's favoritism was too obvious, and Lu Qingxue also pricked up her ears to listen out of curiosity. Then Zhang Hui sighed. Which family doesn't want to have both a son and a daughter? Unfortunately, back then, we were strict, so your father and I only had you. Over the years, I've dreamed of having a daughter. Now that Qingxue has appeared, it can be said that I have a chance to fulfill my dream. I truly consider Qingxue my own daughter. As she spoke, Zhang Hui patted Lin Feng again. You brat, you've enjoyed being pampered for over 20 years, so don't try to compete with Qingxue now. Lu Qingxue's eyes welled up with tears, and her nose tingled. She lowered her head and stirred the porridge in her bowl. Just as I was feeling touched, the ward door was pushed open. The empty hospital bed next to them was filled with a pregnant woman who was about to give birth. The pregnant woman looked even younger than Lu Qingxue. She was sitting on the bed, holding a takeout box and slurping her food down. Accompanying her was an older woman with red eyebrows and a floral dress. After glancing at Ping, and Ru Yi, the older woman looked at the new mother with displeasure. Look at other people, they're born with twins. Why can't you have that ability? Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue frowned at his impulsive attitude. The new mother seemed used to this scene. She swallowed the food in her mouth and said with a grin, "That man is capable. He can do 2 out of 1. You." The older woman's red eyebrows shot up, and she stared at the pregnant woman's belly, letting out a cold laugh before falling silent. Lu Qingxue couldn't help but shrink back behind Zhang Hui. It turns out that not everyone is as lucky as me to have a mother-in-law who treats her daughter-in-law like her own daughter. Zhang Hui noticed Lu Qingxue's fear and gently patted her hand to comfort her. Lin Feng smiled as he watched the two interact. Thank God, my family shouldn't have to deal with these chaotic and troublesome things. Chapter 20. The 9 Sons of the Dragon, each different from the other little joys about children. Stop looking, just eat. Lin Feng reminded Lu Qingxue in a very soft voice, and then peeled an egg for her. Lu Qingxue smiled at Lin Feng with lingering fear, took the egg, and ate it in small bites. This scene, witnessed by the new mother who was eating takeout, filled her with envy. Wow, you're so lucky. Daddy is so handsome, and you're so beautiful. The baby will definitely be good-looking when he grows up. The older woman was somewhat displeased with her attempt to strike up a conversation, snorted a few times, and sat down to the side. Lu Qingxue didn't want to get involved in other people's family affairs, so she just smiled kindly at the woman who had just given birth. The new mother threw the takeout she was holding into the trash can, collapsed onto the bed, and muttered to herself again. I don't know when I'll be able to give birth. You could go out to work after giving birth. If you don't earn money, you won't be well liked. Lu Qingxue paused for a moment while drinking her porridge. Lin Feng frowned, then smiled. Giving birth is so hard for women. They should rest and recuperate properly. Zhang Hui chimed in from the side. Yes, once a child is born, the roles of everyone in the family change. How can we expect mothers to be perfect in every way? The child's father should also take responsibility. The two of them talked back and forth. The new mothers nearby were stunned, their faces showing a thoughtful expression. Lu Qingxue looked at Lin Feng and Zhang Hui surrounding her. The slight unease that had just arisen in my heart vanished instantly. This time, the room became completely quiet. My breakfast was interrupted several times, but I finally finished eating. Lin Feng yawned widely, and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Last night, we not only had a heart-to-heart talk, but also had to feed the baby every 2 hours, change diapers, and do other chores. I was so sleepy. Lu Qingxue couldn't see the dark circles under her eyes. He noticed Lin Feng's dark circles under his eyes very clearly and quickly said, Go back to sleep and take a nap. Your aunt and I are fine here. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded and was about to leave when Zhang Hui called him back. Don't sleep too long either. We need to hurry up and find a place to rent. Speaking of this, Lin Feng felt a bit overwhelmed. I spent the whole afternoon looking around yesterday, but I couldn't find a single suitable house. Lu Qingxue also recalled the unreliable real estate agents she had encountered when renting her own apartment and comforted herself. It's not necessary to get this done before being discharged from the hospital. The more urgent it is, the less likely it is to be done properly. Lin Feng nodded. I know, you don't need to worry about these things. As soon as Lin Feng left the hospital, he received another call from his father. Dad, what's wrong? Lin's father, something's not right. You and your mother are both acting strangely. What's going on? Lin Feng laughed awkwardly. Dad, you've been lying in bed for too long, and you're starting to become paranoid. What could possibly happen between Mom and me? Don't worry. Mom will be back as soon as I've rented a place and settled in. Lin Feng and Zhang Hui have already discussed it. My father had just recovered from serious illness, and the doctor advised him not to get angry or overwork, otherwise serious problems would arise. Given her father's old-fashioned and meticulous nature, Lu Qingxue dared not speak of things as readily as she would to her mother. Okay, you guys hurry up. It's time for the follow-up checkup soon, and we can't handle this without your mother. Dad, how could we leave you alone? Mom and I will definitely come back. Actually, if it weren't for meeting Lu Qingxue, Lin Feng would have gone back. But we can't be too certain now. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, finally understanding what it felt like to have elderly parents to care for and young children to raise. After taking a nap, Lin Feng rushed back to the hospital to take over for Zhang Hui. We casually started talking about the phone call, and I was a little worried about my father. At the beginning of the year, Lin's father suffered from complications caused by high blood pressure and fell down the stairs while going downstairs. I spent almost a month in the ICU. After being discharged from the hospital, he could barely take care of himself, and his mother stayed at home to take care of him. Now, Lin's mother is taking care of Lu Qingxue and the children, and her father is all alone. Mom, you've worked so hard. Go home after Qingxue is discharged from the hospital. Zhang Hui waved her hand. It will make a difference if you stay a few more days. Don't worry, I've asked your Uncle Zhang next door to keep an eye on your dad. Nothing serious will happen. You should think carefully about how to tell your dad about this, so that his blood vessels don't burst. Lin Feng was troubled. After seeing Zhang Hui off, Lin Feng composed himself and went to amuse Ping, In, and Rui. Now, he has figured out a bit of the little one's routine. After feeding, you need to talk to them for a while, otherwise they won't listen. However, talking to Rui is quite interesting. The little guy would try his best to open one eye crack and respond with excited gestures. Pingin is different. Eyes closed, steady, and composed. If it weren't for his little mouth pursing, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to tell that he was listening. Hey kid, what's up? Are you reporting your homework to the teacher? Lin Feng patted Ping In's little bottom. Lu Qingxue chuckled beside her. No wonder there's an old saying that the dragon has 9 sons, and each one is different. Peace and good fortune, twins from the same mother. And in just 2 days, you can already see such a big difference in their personalities. Lin Feng smiled and said, one is lively and the other is calm. God is still looking out for us. Both of them are lively. Our home will be like a paradise on earth from now on. Both of them are very composed, and the home is too dull. Home at home. Lu Qingxue was slightly taken aback, then smiled with her lips pursed. Just thinking about that scene makes it seem pretty good, just as the two were talking and playing with the child. The woman in the next bed, who was in labor, clutched her stomach and cried out in pain. My stomach hurts, call the doctor. I think I'm going into labor. Her mother-in-law ignored her and slowly retorted. Childbirth doesn't happen that quickly. It's painful. Lu Qingxue shook her head, recalling the pain she experienced during childbirth, and gestured to Lin Feng with her eyes. Lin Feng understood immediately and quickly walked out of the ward. A short while later, Dr. Zhao, who was in charge of the ward, walked in quickly, drew the curtain, and began to examine the patient. Dr. Zhao looked somewhat surprised and said, how come he's already 6 centimeters dilated? She turned to the nurse who had come with her and asked, are there any available beds in the delivery room? The nurse nodded. Yes, they just had one. Dr. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and called to Grandma Red Eyebrows. Hurry up and help the woman to the delivery room. Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue looked at each other, bewildered, as they watched each other's departing figures. Lin Feng scratched his head. What does 6 fingers open mean? Dr. Zhao looks so serious. Lu Qingxue thought for a moment. Dr. Zhao wasn't serious because he was only 6 centimeters dilated. It was because he was dilating too fast. Oh, 10 centimeters dilation means it's time to give birth. These were all areas where Lin Feng's knowledge was lacking. However, he did recall the scene of Lu Qingxue giving birth. Does it have to be a time when you're born peacefully and happily for it to be reasonable? I think it's too long. Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingxue with a pained expression. At that time, I was waiting in the corridor, and it felt like every day was an eternity. I was so worried. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue found it somewhat unbelievable. Time dragged on endlessly. Back then, how could you have worried about me and the children? How can one person immediately assume the role of father based on just one phone call? After all, the two of them didn't have any emotional foundation before. Chapter 21, Everything is over, and everything is just beginning again. Hearing Lu Qingxue's silly question, Lin Feng, holding Ping En and Rui, blushed slightly. What you're saying reminds me of what happened that day. After a pause, Lin Feng continued. I was outside the delivery room at the time, and I heard the piercing screams of the women in labor, but I didn't know which one was you. I was so anxious. I'm not clear about your attitude, physical condition, or the child's health status. He came here expecting to be a father. Lin Feng sighed softly. My heart is in turmoil. I'm looking forward to seeing you and the child, but I'm also afraid to see you and the child. Later, when the doctor said that you and the children were safe, my legs went weak. Looking at Lin Feng like this, Lu Qingxue felt a strange emotion welling up in her heart. She always assumed that on the day of delivery, the other person would simply wait calmly outside the delivery room. Who knows, they might be playing games while waiting for me. But now I realize that the torment Lin Feng suffered back then was no less than mine. Oh, Lu Qingxue wanted to say that it was all in the past, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she felt as if everything was just beginning again. Seeing that she seemed about to speak but hesitated, Lin Feng asked, puzzled, what? Nothing. Lu Qingxue smiled, a smile that was both teasing and serious. From now on, we need to train our little Rui to have a good eye for people. Don't be like her mother, who not only failed to understand her father, but also scared people so much their legs went weak. Lin Feng, holding Xiao Pingyan, looked at Xiao Rui, completely bewildered. What the heck is going on? Both of them felt that the woman in the next bed might not give birth until the evening. To everyone's surprise, Aunt Hongmei returned with the child in just over an hour. The new mother walked in on her own. She wasn't pushed in a wheelchair at all. Lin Feng was taken aback and couldn't help but confirm. She's already given birth? Looking at the child in her aunt's arms, Lu Qingxue felt that there was no harm without comparison. My own childbirth was so agonizing. Could it be that my constitution is really too weak? Aunt's red eyebrows beamed with joy. It's a son. Next year we'll have a daughter, and then our family will have both a son and a daughter. At this moment, the woman who had just given birth lay down on the bed and said somewhat unhappily, "Doctor, my labor was too short and it was very dangerous. I don't recommend having a second child soon." Aunt Hongmei pouted. "It's all just scaremongering. You're perfectly fine, aren't you?" Seeing that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were starting again, Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue exchanged a glance and silently shut up. Another 10 minutes or so passed, and Zhang Hui brought over the food, only to be startled as well. "Huh, I've only been gone a short time, and she's already given birth?" Lin Feng explained. "From the time I cried out in pain to the time I returned to the ward after giving birth, it was only a little over an hour." Zhang Hui, having been through similar experiences, glanced at the new mother with a hint of unease. However, seeing that the other person looked to be in good spirits, he didn't say anything more. "Set out a meal for Lu Qingxue." Lin Feng didn't need to be told anything. He quickly handed over chopsticks, a small spoon, and tissues. As soon as the lid was lifted, a very special fragrance wafted out. "Annie, what kind of soup is this?" "A person who is too weak to tolerate tonic soup." "Zan yues full explanation. You can only start taking tonics tomorrow. This 5-finger peach and longan soup is mainly for digesting and facilitating your spleen and stomach and will pave the way for you." Lu Qingxue carefully took a sip, her eyes crinkling with joy. "Delicious." The woman in labor beside her stared longingly at Lu Qingxue. Aunt Hongmei, holding the child, muttered impatiently, staring at others while they eat, "Are you a starving ghost?" Zhang Hui, "Do you have lunchboxes? I cook a lot, so you could try my cooking." She had already realized that the mother-in-law of this family was muddle-headed and domineering and didn't care about the new mother at all. Unfortunately, the mother was young and didn't understand things. Do good deeds and lend a helping hand whenever you can. Aunt Hongmei refused, but the new mother did not. She took a small portion of the soup and drank it in small sips. After finishing her meal, Lu Qingxue, supported by Zhang Hui, walked around the bed while holding onto the railing. It helps with digestion and also promotes the discharge of lochia. Another day passed, and the pain from the contractions had subsided somewhat. But after several laps, Lu Qingxue's face was still covered in cold sweat. Seeing this, Zhang Hui told Lu Qingxue to quickly lie down and rest. "Let's not overdo it, or we'll hurt ourselves." Lu Qingxue nodded obediently. "Okay, I'll lie down for a while." On the other side, Lin Feng went back to eat and rest for a while before heading straight to the furniture market. The problem of finding a place to live can't be solved in the short term. However, we need to buy a crib for the children as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous for adults and children to share a bed after being discharged from a hospital. Lin Feng still lacked experience and thought that buying a bed meant going to a furniture market. When we got there, the owner told us that cribs were a special category and we had to go to a maternity and baby store. I found a few large maternity and baby stores on the map and went there excitedly. As a result, I was overwhelmed by the choices at the very first store. "Handsome, look. We have every kind of crib you can find on the market. Dozens of options are available. Just pick one." Looking around, there are cradles, storage units, height adjustable. There's also a smart version, which comes with 7 or 8 sleep-inducing modes. Lin Feng sighed. "I'm starting to have decision-making difficulties." The boss was used to such sentiments and laughed. "Children these days are precious, and parents are willing to spend money on them. So there are many different kinds of children. Handsome, I usually recommend this one when your dad comes to buy it alone. Take a look." The shop owner led Lin Feng to a crib that looked ordinary. Lin Feng frowned. "Dad came to buy this alone, and this is all you're going to introduce?" Hearing the strong skepticism in his words, the boss smiled. "Don't worry. I run this shop for repeat customers. I would never cheat you. If it's mom who chooses, then mom will definitely have the final say. As long as mom is happy, we generally don't return the goods after they've been picked up, unless there are quality issues. But if dad picks out a bed and buys one that's not practical, he'll definitely be sent back to return it." The boss was just spouting his experience, patting the bed as he said, "As a business owner, I certainly don't want customers to return the goods, You can trust me. The materials are, needless to say, natural and safe, made of solid wood. The bed is spacious enough that a child can sleep in it until they are 1 year old without any problems. Of course, the most thoughtful feature is that the design allows for manual raising and lowering. When your child can't roll over, you can raise the height so you can easily put down and pick up your child without bending over. Once the baby can roll over, you can turn it to the lowest setting so the baby won't fall. All of these are the most practical features. You won't regret buying them. After hearing this introduction, Lin Feng was also tempted and walked around the small bed. The image of Lu Qingxue standing by the crib, playing with Ping and Rui, flashed through my mind. Boss, how much? 1,200 yuan, 7-day, no reason return policy, 1-year warranty. Make it cheaper. The price can't be lowered, but I can give you a baby gift set as a gift. What about my twins? If I give them a set, how should we divide them? Twins. That's great. I have to give you 2 sets. Lin Feng still wanted to negotiate the price. The boss exaggeratedly said, "Handsome guy, this is a small business. The price really can't go any lower. If you don't believe me, I'll search for the same product online and show you." The boss took out his phone. It was also 1,200 yuan online. However, there are no free gifts, and delivery will take a week. Seeing him pondering, the boss quickly said, "If you want it, I could deliver it to your door right now. Also, I'll throw in 2 packs of diapers for you. How about that?" "Ugh." Lin Feng nodded. After paying, I hitched a ride home in the small truck that the owner had delivered the bed to. After working with the workers to assemble the crib, they set off for the hospital. Chapter 22, Raising a Child for 100 Years, Yet Still Worrying for 99. Lin Feng arrived at the ward, covered in sweat. This startled Lu Qingxue and Zhang Hui, who were having a pleasant conversation. "What have you been doing? Why are you in this state?" "I bought a crib for Ping and Rui, and I came over after it was set up." Zhang Hui slapped her forehead. "How come I didn't think of that? You should definitely buy it. I've heard tragic stories of children being crushed to death while sleeping with their parents. You're so thoughtful. By the way, did you buy a good quality one?" Lin Feng nodded. "Absolutely, solid wood, all natural." Zhang Hui winked at Lin Feng, signaling him to follow her out. Outside the ward, she handed the card from her pocket to Lin Feng. "There's 200,000 in your account. I'm saving it for you to buy a house. But given the current situation, you see, we still have to use it." Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was all the family savings. "I feel a little sad right now. Mom, Dad's follow-up checkup will cost money. Keep this card, I have my own money." Zhang Hui rolled her eyes at him. "Do you think I don't know whether you have money or not? Hurry up and take it. Besides, it's not all for you. Qingxue and Ping and Rui are also my precious treasures." Lin Feng backed down repeatedly, refusing to accept anything. "Mom, you know I've been doing part-time jobs, and I have a lot of money." Zhang Hui didn't believe it. "How much can you earn from a part-time job? Show me your bank balance." Lin Feng opened his mobile banking app and saw that he had a balance of over 50,000 yuan. Zhang Hui was taken aback and then slapped him. "Where did you get the money? You sent money home when your dad had that accident last time, and now you're sending so much more? Son, you didn't touch anything you shouldn't have, did you?" Lin Feng clutched his aching arm, grimacing as he said, "Beside my part-time job, I also trade stocks. The market has been good lately, and I've made some money." He had already prepared this excuse, and he said it without batting an eye. Zhang Hui looked at him with a mixture of belief and doubt. "Really?" Lin Feng nodded vigorously. "More real than pearls." Zhang Hui, quick as a flash, stuffed the card into Lin Feng's pocket. "Then this 200,000 is for buying a house, and it can't be touched. You'll have to figure out how to support your wife and kids yourself." Lin Feng, buying a house is a must, but he doesn't want to touch his parents' money. "Let's think of another way to make money." Lin Feng patted his pocket, deciding not to touch the money, but to put his mother at ease, he would keep it for the time being. "Okay, Mom, let's go back to the ward. Buying a house is a big deal. We'll talk about it later." "Well, our opinions don't matter. What matters is that you and Qingxue are comfortable living here." The two spoke in hushed tones. In the ward, Lu Qingxue was breastfeeding her baby while listening to the lawsuit happening next door. She started breastfeeding quite smoothly, and I thought that was the case for all new mothers. But the new mother next door was crying from being suckled by her baby and still had no milk. The mother-in-law stood to the side, her face long, throwing things around. Why don't you have milk? You eat meat every day and you still don't have milk? Back in the day, I never had such a good standard of living. We even had milk while drinking plain water. The woman, tears welling in her eyes, said weakly, "What's the use of blaming me? Go buy some baby formula, okay? Why buy it? Formula milk is not as nutritious as breast milk. Just bear with it a little longer and don't be so delicate." Listening to this dramatic mother-in-law daughter-in-law scene, Lu Qingxue gently hugged Ping and Rui and sighed with emotion. Fortunately, she encountered Lin Feng and his mother. Otherwise, you'll suffer the consequences. It wasn't until the mother-in-law saw that the new mother really had no milk and the baby was crying loudly from hunger that she finally relented and went to buy formula. Lu Qingxue couldn't resist starting a conversation with the woman next door who had just given birth. "Why isn't the child's father here?" The woman who had just given birth waved her hand, dissatisfied. "The child's father works outside and says that taking care of children is a woman's job," without even asking him anything. Lu Qingxue was somewhat surprised. Fortunately, Lin Feng is responsible and doesn't try to be a hands-off manager. It's not appropriate to comment on other people's family affairs, so Lu Qingxue and Lin Feng focused on taking care of their child. Seeing how much Lin Feng and his mother cared for Lu Qingxue, the new mother didn't say anything, but her eyes were filled with deep envy. 2 more days have passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, the nurse brought over several examination forms. "Tell Lin Feng that if all the tests are done and the indicators are normal, he can be discharged this afternoon." Zhang Hui, with the baby in tow, and Lin Feng, supporting Lu Qingxue, were undergoing a medical checkup as instructed by the doctor. After running around the outpatient building and inpatient departments several times, Lin Feng handed the test results to Dr. Zhao. It received high praise from doctors. "The recovery is going very well. Your family takes great care of the new mother." Hearing this, Lin Feng felt quite proud, but still humbly replied, "Oh no, I'm a new dad. I don't know anything. Thank you and the nurses for your hard work." Dr. Zhao smiled and said, "You can be discharged now. Go back and pack your things." Lin Feng returned to the ward excitedly, and Lu Qingxue was overjoyed upon hearing the news. "Finally, I can go home." The hospital reeked of disinfectant, and she was already tired of it. "Pack your things and complete the discharge procedures." Zhang Hui, holding Ping and Rui, and Lin Feng, supporting Lu Qingxue, stood at the hospital entrance hailing a taxi. Lin Feng sent all the miscellaneous household items home ahead of time. "Home isn't far from here, so why don't we walk back slowly?" Lu Qingxue wanted to save some money. Lin Feng rejected it outright. "You were sweating profusely after just a few tests this morning, and now you want to walk back? No way." Lin Feng flagged down a taxi and carried Lu Qingxue directly into the car. Then Zhang Hui and I each carried one child and got into the car. This made the driver extremely envious. "Twins? That's such a blessing." Lin Feng puffed out his chest. "They're twins, a boy and a girl." The driver exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, you have both a son and a daughter. Congratulations." Lu Qingxue quietly tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve. "Thank you, master." I stepped on the gas and arrived home. Lin Feng happily gave the driver an 88 yuan red envelope. The old apartment building has stairs, and Zhang Hui was in high spirits because of the happy occasion. She carried her baby and quickly went upstairs. Lin Feng helped Lu Qingxue up the stairs step by step. After walking just one floor, Lu Qingxue's legs felt weak. "I'm taking a break. I've never thought that having an elevator was such an important thing." Lin Feng felt very guilty. "I'll carry you up." Lu Qingxue shook her head. Lin Feng worked under the scorching sun for most of the day to arrange his discharge from the hospital, and the fatigue in his eyes was genuine. She didn't want to add any more burden to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled slightly. "Are you worried I can't carry you, and you'll drop it?" Lu Qingxue quickly shook her head. "No, I didn't." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng swept him up in his arms. "Ah!" Lu Qingxue exclaimed in surprise. Lin Feng took a step, walking steadily and firmly. "I was just kidding. You actually took it seriously? Don't worry. This is just a temporary place. I'll find a nice place later." Lin Feng walked upstairs with firm steps and whispered a promise. "Here, I am your personal elevator." Lu Qingxue blushed and stammered. What elevator? You don't use electricity." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. New energy a bowl of rice for an 8-story building. Is it a good deal? Lu Qingxue chuckled. I'm suddenly looking forward to the days when I can take care of the kids with Lin Feng. Chapter 23, How should the rooms be assigned tonight? Lin Feng carried Lu Qingxue into the house. Lu Qingxue saw a bunch of sunflowers stuck in the window, facing her, shining brightly in the sunlight. She also cleaned the leaves of the succulents she had previously grown and arranged them neatly on the windowsill. The whole house was spotless and incredibly cozy. Before I went to the hospital with her, the floor was covered with express delivery boxes, creating a stark contrast. Wow! She let out a small sigh, her eyes brimming with undisguised delight. Lin Feng explained with a smile. External conditions cannot be changed for the time being, but even when we're living behind closed doors, we still need to keep our homes tidy. Look, do you like it? Lu Qingxue nodded vigorously. I love it. You and Annie have been so busy these past few days, just to clean the house. Lin Feng felt slightly awkward. My mom does a lot of tidying up, but I bought the flowers. I think they match you well. Lu Qingxue smiled, pursing her lips. She has lived in all sorts of houses, including villas and garden houses, which are symbols of happiness. But no other house feels as home as this one. Zhang Hui placed Ping and Rui in the crib, then turned her head and saw Lin Feng carrying Lu Qingxue into the bedroom. Her face beamed with joy. This kid, who was so quiet, has suddenly become enlightened. After Lu Qingxue settled in a bed, Lin Feng brought over a standing fan and placed it by the door. It's been a bit hot these past few days, so I'll just make do with the fan for now. I'll find a place with air conditioning later. Lu Qingxue nodded, looking at Lin Feng's sweaty face, and smiled. I understand. Go take a shower now, or you'll get heat stroke. Okay. Lin Feng readily agreed. After he left, Zhang Hui smiled and said, Qingxue, there's something I need to take care of at home, so I need to go back tomorrow. Xiao Feng's father doesn't know about your situation yet. I need to go back and talk to him about it. When I'm not around, let Xiao Feng do whatever you need to do. Don't feel bad about it. I can't speak for other things about this child, but he's been raised to be quite good at housework and such. Lu Qingxue nodded. Lin's father was in poor health and couldn't handle any stress. Lin Feng had told her about it these past few days. Auntie, don't worry, Lin Feng and I can handle it. As the two were talking, Lin Feng came over, drying his hair. Mom, Qingxue, for your first meal back home, try my cooking. Would you like to order something? Lu Qingxue smiled, pursing her lips. I'll eat whatever you make. I won't be picky. Zhang Hui stood up with a smile. I'll help. Once in the kitchen, Zhang Hui started washing vegetables while chattering away. They were afraid that Lin Feng might have made a mistake and caused Lu Qingxue to develop postpartum illness. Lin Feng's head was spinning from all the reading. Mom, I'm not a 3-year-old child. I know what's important. Zan Yu Ned. You brat, you're already complaining about your mom nagging? Fine, I won't be gone for more than a few days anyway. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, You don't need to rush back. Dad has a lot of things to do, and we can't leave him alone at home. The doctor said his condition is unstable. If he falls ill at home and neither of us is there, something terrible could happen. Before Zhang Hui could say anything more, Lin Feng made his decision directly. I called you here before because Qingxue was too weak, and there were some things that I, a grown man, couldn't help with. There aren't as many problems now as before, and I could take good care of her during her postpartum period. And I can handle peace and good fortune too. Seeing Lin Feng's confident expression, Lin's mother hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly put down what he was doing. Mom, just let me try. If I get too busy later, I'll definitely call you. I won't force myself. Now, you have something more important to do, which is to talk to my dad and get him to accept the facts. Zhang Hui thought about it again and realized that the most urgent task was indeed to persuade her husband. Otherwise, if I come here again next time, I'll still have to sneak around, which wouldn't be good. Okay, be sure to call me if anything happens. I know. I'm tired of hearing it. That means you didn't listen. The conversation ended with Lin Feng kicking his mother out of the kitchen. Lin Feng skillfully prepared the 4 dishes and soup, heating the oil and stir-frying the vegetables. She took off her apron and announced, Time to eat. Lu Qingxue looked at the delicious-looking food on the table and was pleasantly surprised. Your aunt said you're quite good at housework, but that's just being modest. Lin Feng pulled out a stool for her. So, my mom said my housework skills were something I was taught to do, but I clearly remember her becoming obsessed with mahjong. Before he could finish speaking, he received a sharp glare. Lin Feng immediately changed his tune obediently. Cough, cough. My mom worked so hard to teach me to do housework that she even developed frozen shoulder. The interaction between the mother and son made Lu Qingxue chuckle, and she followed suit, saying in a serious tone, Thank you for your hard work. Let me taste it and see how it is." As she spoke, she picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of stir-fried vegetables. Crisp, refreshing, smooth, and fresh. Lu Qingxue gave a thumbs up. Tasty. Looking at Lu Qingxue's smiling face, Lin Feng felt a little smug. Zhang Hui felt a little relieved. After finishing dinner and cleaning up, Zhang Hui sat in the living room, fanning herself with a large palm leaf fan to cool off. Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue were in the bedroom, taking care of Ping, En, and Ru Yi. After several days of effort, little Ru Yi went from being able to open one eye a crack to being able to open both eyes a crack. After eating, the little guy's eyes darted left and right, as if he were surveying his new environment. Little Ping clenched his little fists and waved them left and right. Lin Feng couldn't resist touching Xiao Ping's eyebrows. "Baby, your little sister has opened her eyes. Why aren't you opening yours?" Lu Qingxue was about to say that newborns usually open their eyes around 7 days old, so there's no rush. Lin Feng's voice rang out again, leisurely. "Is it because your eyes are too small and you're embarrassed to open them?" Xiao Ping and Lu Qingxue, ? Lu Qingxue touched her eyes, then leaned forward to look into Lin Feng's eyes. "Who are you calling has small eyes? Even if her eyes are small, it's probably because of you." Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingxue's big, round, watery eyes, which were like those of a Barbie doll, and blinked. They just gazed at each other quietly. This sudden eye contact caused Lu Qingxue's face to flush red. "What are you looking at? Look into your eyes," Lin Feng explained seriously. Lu Qingxue's reputation as the school beauty didn't come from nowhere. Those eyes are so big and beautiful, so lively, like they hold a sky full of stars. "I know you're looking into my eyes." "Oh dear." Lu Qingxue stamped her foot, picked up Xiao Rui, and left the bedroom, sitting down next to Zhang Hui. "What's wrong?" Zhang Hui was completely bewildered, watching Lin Feng slowly emerge from behind, carrying Xiao Ping'an. "It's nothing. After feeding, I'll hold the baby and walk around a bit." Zhang Hui was even more confused. Why would a baby need to be fed? All right. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was a bit strange, but it didn't seem like they were arguing, Zhang Hui decided to leave it alone. However, there is still a problem that needs to be solved. So she asked Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue. "There are only 2 bedrooms in the house, and there are 3 of us. How are we going to sleep tonight?" Chapter 24. Lu Qingxue had never really thought about this question, and couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng scratched his head, Seeing their stunned expressions, Zhang Hui suppressed a laugh and preemptively struck. "I'm getting old, and I can't sleep at night if there's any noise, so I'll just sleep in the second bedroom. It's getting late, I'm going to sleep. Xiaofeng, be smart." After saying that, Zhang Hui quickly went into the second bedroom. Lin Feng looked at the clock on the wall, which was not yet 8 o'clock, and felt 3 vertical lines appear above his head. Lu Qingxue's eyes darted away. How about you sleep on the sofa in the living room?" Lin Feng blinked. "What else? I didn't even dare to think about sleeping in the master bedroom." However, the landlord only provided a small sofa for this small apartment, and Lin Feng gestured to it, finding that it wasn't long enough. He thought his sleeping posture might be a little funny, and gestured with a laugh. "Qingxue, look, my head is on this handrail, and my feet are on that handrail. Don't I look like a shrimp?" Lin Feng had originally intended to lighten the mood, but to his surprise, Lu Qingxue gestured seriously for a moment, then hesitated and said, "Sleeping like this will give you a stiff neck, won't it? Or would you like to sleep in the master bedroom with me?" As she spoke, the back of her neck turned red. One person, one quilt. Lin Feng never expected that Lu Qingxue would actually let him sleep in the same bed with her. He was stunned. Seeing that he didn't speak, Lu Qingxue bit her lip and said again, "Aren't you supposed to be taking care of the children? This way you'll know as soon as they make a sound." Lin Feng said, "Oh," and thought for a moment. "Then after my mom leaves, you can sleep in the second bedroom, and I'll sleep in the master bedroom to take care of the babies." "Okowo." Lu Qingxue was immediately relieved. Both of them were acting in the best interest of the babies, so don't overthink it. Lin Feng carried the children back to the bedroom and began to lull them to sleep. The babies, who should have been sleepy, were whimpering, perhaps because the room was too hot. Lin Feng didn't dare to point the fan directly at the two little ones, so he could only carefully fan them manually. Seeing that his hands were aching from shaking, Lu Qingxue felt a little guilty. It's all my fault. I didn't think things through when I rented the place. Lin Feng smiled. People say that when a woman gives birth, her bones open up and the baby's bones are so tender. With these two buffs stacked together, I might not even dare to use the air conditioning if it's available. Lu Qingxue pursed her lips. You're quite carefree. Lin Feng nodded. Of course, I only found out after my wife gave birth. You still dare to say that? Lu Qingxue covered her face. You're not allowed to call me wife. They asked Lin Feng if he wanted to lower his requirements a little and recommended a few affordable properties. Lin Feng read them all and replied, Thanks, guys. Once I find a good place to live, it'll be my treat. Zhou Cheng, I thought you were asleep since you didn't reply for so long. Yu Hao, Brother Feng, are you busy taking care of the baby? Lin Feng, Zhou Cheng, at this hour, are you sleeping in the same bed with the school beauty? Dogemoji, Zhou Cheng, you can't eat meat these days, bro. Dogemoji, Wang Xiong, I just logged on, what did I miss? Lin Feng was speechless. After a flurry of activity in the group chat, Lin Feng glanced at the time, 11:59 p.m., put down his phone, and prepared to go to sleep. The moment my head hit the pillow, I heard a system notification in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task of carefully caring for the baby for 5 days. Your reward is a 200 square meter apartment in Yunshenghuading. Lin Feng picked up his phone and saw that it was exactly 12 o'clock. To be honest, no matter how well he took care of the baby these past few days, the system never appeared again. If it weren't for the actual balance on his card reminding him that the system had indeed visited, he would have questioned his existence. Lin Feng, realizing what was happening, felt a surge of joy. A housing reward? That's great. Finally, we can give the babies a home. Following the system prompts, I obtained the property ownership certificate. If it weren't for the fear of disturbing his family, Lin Feng would have loved to sing a song. Lying back on the bed, Lin Feng was no longer sleepy. He propped his head up and turned to look at Lu Qingxue beside him. Her hair, as black as ink, cascaded onto the pillow. Under the dim night light, her long eyelashes cast long shadows on her exquisite face. Lin Feng suddenly felt an itch to touch the other person's cheek, imagining poking a piece in good fortune charm as he would. However, he managed to hold back in the end, lay back down, cross his arms, and place them on the back of his head. I started thinking about moving. Lost in thought, he didn't notice that Lu Qingxue beside him quietly exhaled. She had already vaguely woken up when Lin Feng patted her to burp her. Seeing that Lin Feng was in an orderly manner and did not need help, she closed her eyes again. Just as I was feeling dazed, I felt a burning gaze fixed on me. Sleepiness vanished instantly. Lu Qingxue's fingers were clenched tightly under the blanket, and she dared not move at all. They were afraid that Lin Feng might do something. Fortunately, Lin Feng watched for a while and then lay back down. Lu Qingxue loosened her grip, but for some reason, after the tension came a sense of loss. What's Lin Feng up to? Lu Qingxue's mind was in turmoil, but she heard Lin Feng's even breathing sound again beside her. She simply opened her eyes and, like Lin Feng, propped her head up to look at him. Why do I suddenly have this urge to reach out and poke the other person awake? Lu Qingxue felt a little itchy to touch it, but in the end she resisted. As she watched, Lu Qingxue became sleepy. Her head bobbed little by little, and finally, her hair brushed against Lin Feng's cheek as she fell asleep. Chapter 25. Lin's father comes to visit. Let's talk about marriage. The next day, when Lu Qingxue woke up, she found her head resting on Lin Feng's shoulder. She sat up with a spring in her step, her face slightly flushed. Did you fall asleep while watching it? And you were sitting so close. Luckily, I woke up early and Lin Feng didn't see me. Lu Qingxue never expected that Lin Feng had gotten up twice in the middle of the night to breastfeed, and each time he pushed her away before getting up. Seeing how close she was, Lin Feng felt helpless. It was already hot, and Lu Qingxue kept leaning against him, making it even hotter. However, when he felt the other person's cold little feet resting on him, Lin Feng realized that she was feeling cold because she had just given birth and her body was weak and prone to chills. In the end, they let Lu Qingxue sleep wherever she wanted. Lu Qingxue had no idea about any of this. She was simply pleased that she had woken up early enough. I tiptoed to the crib to see if Ping In and Ru Yi had woken up. At that moment, Zhang Hui gently pushed the door open and came in. Qingxue, breakfast is ready. Go and eat. I'll watch the child. Okay. Lu Qingxue tiptoed out the door. Zhang Hui looked at Lin Feng, who was fast asleep on the bed, her eyes filled with helplessness. This child, just yesterday, confidently declared that he could take good care of Qingxue and the two children. But how could she feel at ease knowing that he was sleeping so soundly on the very first day? I checked the baby's diapers, and they were dry and clean, with no urine or stool. Zhang Hui tapped the baby's little noses. You babies are amazing. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Hui carried the two children to the big bed and placed them next to Lin Feng. Then I picked up a large palm leaf fan and gently fanned myself, one wave after another. It dispelled the rising heat in the air. Lu Qingxue sat at the dining table, picked up a small spoon, and took a sip of porridge. The temperature is just right, and the taste is delicious and fragrant. She picked up a few more of Zhang Hui's specially prepared refreshing side dishes, her eyes crinkling with delight. Lu Qingxue felt that this was actually the happy life she had always longed for. He sipped the porridge slowly. A short while later, Lin Feng and Zhang Hui came out, each carrying a baby. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Lin Feng smiled and said, The sun is getting too bright, it's dazzling, and I can't sleep. Zhang Hui chimed in with a smile. Qingxue, don't feel sorry for him. When I'm not around, just wake him up to make breakfast. If he weren't holding the child, Lin Feng would have surrendered. Am I really their biological child? No. Zhang Hui rolled her eyes at him. I picked it up from the garbage dump. After speaking, Zhang Hui walked to Lu Qingxue's side and said kindly, Is the porridge to your liking? Shall I get you another bowl? Lin Feng, mimicking Zhang Hui, secretly rolled his eyes at Lu Qingxue, which immediately made her laugh. Lu Qingxue pinched her thigh and shook her head. Auntie, no need, I'm full. Zhang Hui laughed. You're a breastfeeding mother. One bowl isn't enough. You need to eat more. When I go back this time, I'll take some time to go to the countryside and collect some free-range eggs, geese, ducks, and I'd like to give you a good boost. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue remembered that Zhang Hui was leaving today, and her heart was immediately filled with reluctance. Just as he was about to say that it wasn't necessary to go to such trouble, Lin Feng's phone rang. Hello, Dad. The next moment, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. What? You're at my school. I'm not at school. I'm out shopping with Mom. Lin Feng cast a pleading look at Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui grabbed the phone. Hey, old man. We're renting a place. It's all rented. The address? It's right here. They argued for a long time on the phone, and finally, it ended with the giver giving his address. After hanging up the phone, the three people in the room looked at each other in bewilderment. Lu Qingxue weakly raised her hand. Uncle's current physical condition can't withstand any stimulation. Should I go out and avoid it for a while? That won't do. Lin Feng was the first to object. You and the babies aren't anything shameful. Lu Qingxue pursed her lips, feeling a touch of emotion, but it vanished quickly, and she hurriedly said, However, I don't want to cause any unrest in your home because of me. Lin Feng patted Lu Qingxue's shoulder earnestly. Don't worry, let me handle everything. Having said that, Lu Qingxue stopped insisting and waited anxiously for Lin's father to arrive. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. After receiving the call, Zhang Hui gave Lin Feng a wink, and the two of them went downstairs together to pick up Lin's father. Upon arriving at the entrance of the residential area, Lin Feng greeted his father, who was using crutches, with a smile. Dad, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have picked you up at the station. Zhang Hui also chimed in. Exactly. With your current physical condition, how can you possibly travel long distances alone? Lin's father waved his hand. High-speed rail is so convenient now. Besides, I'm not made of paper. I'm not that fragile. As he spoke, Mr. Lin surveyed the exterior of the residential complex, showing some dissatisfaction. Why not rent in a nicer neighborhood? Dad, this place may be old, but it's convenient to live here. Lin Feng laughed and said, Don't stand there, come on, let's sit down and talk inside the community. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Lin's father's eyes. After taking only a few steps, his expression became complicated, and he sighed. Xiaofeng, don't hide it from your dad. I know everything. Ah. Lin Feng froze. What do you know? Lin's father looked up at the sky. Zhou Qingdu told me. What? Lin Feng inwardly groaned, wondering how he could have forgotten to remind Zhou Cheng. That's true. Dad went to school. How could he not go to the dorm? This. Lin Feng stammered, but Zhang Hui's gaze fell on the cane that Lin's father was using. If I use that cane, will my son die? Thump. The cane slammed heavily on the cement floor, startling Zhang Hui. Explain. Lin's father stared wide-eyed. Lin Feng felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He helped his father to his feet and stammered. Zhou Cheng is such a blabbermouth. He doesn't even know the whole story. He is definitely exaggerating. This isn't a big deal. Lin Feng went around in circles, completely bewildered, leaving his father utterly confused. Wait a minute, get to the point. Lin Feng hesitated for 2 seconds. You're a grandfather now. Lin's father hesitated for 2 seconds, then raised his cane. You son of a bitch. Hey, Daddy. I'm your son. Old man, don't get agitated. The scene immediately descended into chaos. After chasing each other for several laps, Lin's father, leaning on his cane, was flushed and panting heavily. Seeing his father's expression, Lin Feng obediently walked over and closed his eyes. Dad, I know I was wrong. Hit me if you want, but don't get sick from getting angry. Zhang Hui also tried her best to soothe Lin's father. No matter how angry you are, time cannot be turned back, and children cannot be put back in. You still have to look forward. Getting married and having children is a natural part of my son's life. So, it's okay if it happens a little earlier. Lin's father sighed heavily. The question is our son married yet? Zhang Hui and Lin Feng were speechless. Lin's father looked at Lin Feng with a face full of disappointment and disappointment. Don't think that taking care of the new mother and raising the child means you're fulfilling what's called a man's responsibility. That girl had no official status, and yet she gave birth to your child. That's an immense injustice. Come on, let's go upstairs and talk about the wedding. Chapter 26 was supposed to be a discussion about issues. So how did it turn into a confession? Talking about marriage? Lin Feng was instantly terrified. It's not that he doesn't want to, but given the current situation, discussing marriage with Lu Qingxue is just nonsense. Dad, we need to discuss this further. Lin Feng grabbed his father's cane and said repeatedly, if you go on like that, the girl might think you're pressuring her to marry you. Zhang Hui also advised, old man, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. It's really not the right time yet. Lin's father let out a heavy sigh and said helplessly, both of you let go of me. Lin Feng put down his cane. Zhang Hui loosened her grip on the hem of the garment. Lin's father straightened his clothes. If you let me see the girl first, then we'll talk. Lin Feng's heart jumped into his throat. Her father was a traditionalist. He wouldn't say anything that would embarrass Lu Qingxue. Would he? Dad, this is all my fault. It has nothing to do with that girl. Lin's father glared at him. Lead the way. Okay. As they walked into the house, Lu Qingxue, holding the child, couldn't help but stand up to greet them. Qingxue, right? I am Lin Feng's father, Lin Jianhua. Lu Qingxue said nervously. Hello, uncle. Mr. Lin said kindly. Let me see the two children. Children change every day. Ping, In, and Ru Yi's faces have become much fairer now. When they're not asleep, their facial expressions are very expressive. When Lin's father saw them, he was reminded of Lin Feng, who was just a baby more than 20 years ago. The anger that had been building up inside me subsided considerably in an instant. Lu Qingxue observed Lin's father's expression and felt somewhat relieved to see that he looked gentle. The next moment, Lin's father looked at her. Qingxue, leave the child with Grandma. I have something I want to say to you and Lin Feng. Zhang Hui was stunned for a moment, then quickly took the peace and good fortune scepter and went into the bedroom. The room was suddenly left with only Lin Feng, his father, and Lu Qingxue. Lin's father sat down on the sofa by himself. Lin Feng helped Lu Qingxue up and wanted to sit down as well. Qingxue, sit down. You stand up. Lin Feng immediately recalled the fear of being dominated by bamboo strips and stood up straight. In an instant, Lin's father, like a master of disguise, looked at Lu Qingxue with a kind expression. Qingxue, Xiaofeng told me about your relationship downstairs. He made you suffer because of this. Tell me, How should we punish him? This question caught Lu Qingxue off guard, and she quickly shook her head. What punishment? Uncle, no need. Lin's father shook his head. Although my Lin family is not a prominent family, we still have our rules. Lin Feng made a mistake, and he must be punished. Lu Qingxue trembled, looking extremely troubled, and could only sincerely say, Uncle, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on Lin Feng. If we really want to make a judgment, I also made a mistake. If you have to punish someone, then punish me too. Lin Feng was somewhat touched, but the next second, he received a warning look from his father. After glaring at Lin Feng, Lin's father said sincerely to Lu Qingxue, Since you won't tell me, then I'll make the decision myself. Make him take good care of you and the babies. He can't say one thing and he can't say another. If he dares to disobey, dares to bully you, or even dares to do something that would betray this family, you don't need to lift a finger at his mother, and I will take care of him. Lu Qingxue nodded. She can accept this. Please don't impose any other punishments. Lin's father's expression slightly hardened, and his tone became steady. Then you two should get your marriage certificate when the baby is a month old. Lin Feng. Lu Qingxue. In the bedroom, Zhang Hui was listening through the crack in the door. Her eyes lit up, and she leaned even closer. Lin's father's voice continued. Lin Feng, what's with that expression? Girls go through the gates of hell to give birth, so you can't let them down just for that reason. Living with you without any status or identity, raising 2 children, is that reasonable? Even if we don't talk about Qingxue, let's just talk about the 2 children. When they grow up and need to go to school, will the family relationship section say father unknown? How are they supposed to hold their heads up in front of their classmates? Therefore, this marriage must take place. Lin Feng never expected his father to pull such a stunt. But when it comes to marriage, actually, he was willing, and he didn't want to wrong Lu Qingxue and the children. However, this can't be a one-sided effort. Lin Feng turned his gaze to Lu Qingxue. Following Lin Feng's gaze, Lin's father smiled. Qingxue, our Lin family is just an ordinary family. It will be a real shame for a girl like you to marry into our family. But I can guarantee that our family will never mistreat you and your child in the slightest. Lu Qingxue was completely stunned and had no idea how to start conversation. How did the conversation turn into a discussion about marriage? Getting married before even finishing postpartum confinement? I wasn't prepared at all. Seeing Lu Qingxue's anxious expression, Lin's father looked kind and gentle. Of course, you are welcome to speak freely about whatever you have in mind. I'm an old-fashioned person. When something like this happens, all I want is for you two to get married as soon as possible. But no matter how anxious I am, I must respect the wishes of you young people. Lu Qingxue remained silent for a while. In fact, she had been thinking about her and Lin Feng's future these past few days. I also feel that marriage seems like a good option. However, he hesitated to make a decision and have an open and honest discussion with Lin Feng about the matter. Now it seems the opportunity has arrived. After thinking for a long time, Lu Qingxue nodded. Marriage isn't out of the question, it just feels so sudden. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Lin's father's face. Zhang Hui straightened her appearance and pushed open the door to come out. Since they've already started discussing marriage, shouldn't the groom's parents be present? Lin's father's impression of Lu Qingxue was based entirely on Lin Feng's description. But Zhang Hui was different. She had spent so many days with Lu Qingxue and was extremely satisfied with Lu Qingxue's appearance and personality. I'm afraid Lu Qingxue won't be interested in Lin Feng. However, since we're already out here, we still have to pretend a little. It's kind of embarrassing for someone our age to eavesdrop. Zhang Hui smiled at everyone. The child is asleep. What are you talking about? Do you need my help? You've come at the right time. Let's talk about the 2 children's wedding. Lin's father looked at Lu Qingxue with a delighted expression. Silly child, when fate brings you together, everything will fall into place naturally. There's no such thing as something sudden. We'll hold the wedding after you finish your postpartum confinement. By the way, as for my in-laws, Xiaofeng, her mother, and I will go to their house together to apologize. Lu Qingxue's face suddenly stiffened. Seeing this, Zhang Hui quickly stopped her worried husband. Don't rush. Let the children discuss it themselves. Come on, let's go see the baby. As she spoke, Zhang Hui forcibly pulled Lin's father away, giving Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue space to discuss the matter. Lin Feng comforted Lu Qingxue. My dad is too hasty. If you don't want to get married, tell him now, and I'll talk to him. Lu Qingxue shook her head and pursed her lips. Actually, I'm willing to marry you. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Qingxue's cheeks flushed red. No, we're just having a proper discussion. Why is it sounding like a confession? So embarrassing. Chapter 27 seems to have found a man who is easily moved to pity. Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingxue's flushed cheeks and felt a surge of tenderness in his heart. However, he confirmed it again. Were you serious about what you just said? Lu Qingxue pursed her lips and nodded. Will you be good to me? Lin Feng replied without hesitation. Absolutely. I will do everything in my power to treat you well. Lu Qingxue thought for a moment. Then, will you also have children with other people? Seeing Lu Qingxue's anxious gaze, Lin Feng smiled. What are you thinking about? You think I'm only with you because of the child? Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingxue intently. Undeniably, our current situation is indeed related to peace and good fortune. However, I got married voluntarily. After we get married, putting aside the legal and moral constraints, just tell me, where else can I find a better girl than you? I would only cheat on my partner and have a child with another woman if I were out of my mind. Lu Qingxue, I promise I will always be good to you. Hearing Lin Feng speak so earnestly, a sweet feeling rose in Lu Qingxue's heart. Was Lin Feng's confession a confession? Well, you said it, so you can't go back on your word. Finally, Lu Qingxue said in a low voice. The atmosphere between the young couple was warm and cozy. However, things weren't so good for the elderly couple in the master bedroom. Lin's father remained silent with a dark expression. Zhang Hui rolled her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he had just done a great job, she would have wanted to curse him. Forget it. Why get angry with a patient? Zhang Hui had mentally prepared herself and smiled. Don't be angry, smile. Lin's father. Oh dear, you're a grandfather now. Aren't you happy? Lin's father. Okay, I was wrong. I didn't tell you before because I didn't know how to say it, and I was afraid that you would get excited and have health problems. Yes, our son was wrong this time, but please don't be angry for the sake of the twins. Zhang Hui brought out the peace and prosperity item, and Lin's father finally couldn't hold back any longer. He snorted and walked to the crib. My dear grandson, let Grandpa see you. The people outside are all bad people. They want to let Grandpa come see you. Zhang Yu. I had originally planned to go home before noon, but now that his wife has come, he might as well stay and take care of Lu Qingxue until she finishes her postpartum confinement. However, Lin's father rejected the request as soon as it was made. The young couple's romantic history is different from normal dating. Now is the perfect time for them to nurture their relationship. What are we two old guys doing here? Lin's father was quite open-minded and easygoing and persuaded him. Moreover, there's a generation gap between young people and us. We have different lifestyles and ideas. If we live together for a short time, it's fine. But if it goes on for a long time, there will definitely be conflicts. Let's go back. Zhang Yu hesitated. Can a pair of new parents reliably take care of two children? Lin's father thought for a moment. I do have concerns, but the children also need to grow up. If all else fails, we can make more phone calls and visit each other more often. Zhang Hui thought for a moment, then shrugged. We can't just focus on the couple developing their relationship. What about their material foundation? Both of them stay home to take care of the child, and they're all lovey-dovey. Where do they get the money to raise the child? I still need to help take care of the children so that they both have the energy to go out and work. That's the right way. Don't forget, our son doesn't even have a house yet. Can you bear to let the whole family of 4 live in this tiny rented room? Upon hearing this, Lin's father fell silent. Our family savings. Zhang Hui chimed in. 200,000, all given to Xiaofeng. I don't even know if it's enough for a down payment. Looking lovingly at Ping and Ru Yi, Lin's father made a decision. If I stay here, you'll have to take care of me too. I better go back. You take good care of the children. Once I recover, I'll be able to earn money. With the two of us helping the children, we can't let them have it too hard. Zhang Hui nodded in satisfaction. That makes sense. Having made up his mind, Lin's father smiled. Where's your phone? Come on, take a picture of me and the babies. I'll look at it when I get back. Zhang Hui disliked it. Hey, you country bumpkin, video calls are so convenient now. I'll show you the baby every day from now on, and make sure he grows up right under your nose. Haha, okay, you're right. Lin's father was happy. Look at these 2 kids. Don't they look just like our Xiaofeng when he was little? The elderly couple breathed a sigh of relief, but just then there was a knock on the bedroom door. Lin Feng walked in. Dad, since you're here, why don't you stay here? Lin's father shook his head. No, I'm relieved to see you're all right. I'll leave this afternoon. Zhang Hui also chimed in from the side. I'll take your dad back, then go to the countryside to get some free-range chickens and ducks, and then take care of Qingxue during her postpartum period and help you with the baby. Lin Feng pulled his mother aside and whispered. Given Dad's condition, he needs someone by his side, so you can rest assured and leave things to me. Anyway, I don't have many classes in my senior year, and summer vacation is coming up in a few days, so I have time. Zhang Hui refused to comply. That won't do. Now you need to think about not only your studies, but also your job. With me here, you and Qingxue can act freely. Lin Feng explained. I still have 6 months to transition, but Dad is in the critical period of recovery right now. Mom, you should understand which is more important. Zhang Hui looked at her husband, then at her child. They just can't let go of each other. If Lin Feng still had any questions, he quickly assured him. Mom, what are you hesitating for? Your son isn't mute, he'll call you if he gets too busy. After thinking it over, Zhang Hui finally nodded. Okay, then remember, if you can't take care of everything, be sure to call me. Not only must we be careful not to make any mistakes in taking care of the baby, but we must also make sure that Qingxue doesn't develop any health problems during her postpartum period. Lin Feng nodded. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of them. Zhang Hui felt helpless, only regretting that she couldn't split herself up and use it for two. Son, Mom will bring you some free-range chickens, ducks, and geese later. After giving her many instructions and reminders, Zhang Hui and Lin's father left reluctantly. After the two left, Lin Feng busied himself explaining to Lu Qingxue. As soon as things started, Lu Qingxue understood. Don't worry about me having any reservations. Uncle isn't in good health, and Aunt is too busy to help. I understand the dilemma you face as a son, having to consider both sides. Looking at the understanding Lu Qingxue, Lin Feng felt a little guilty. You've been wronged. Lu Qingxue smiled and said, How could that be? Taking care of the child is what I should do. She got through pregnancy and childbirth all by herself, so now that she has Lin Feng, she's not afraid of not being able to take care of the child. However, Lu Qingxue only thought these words to herself. She knew that if she said it, Lin Feng would blame himself again. There's nothing I can do. It seems I've picked up a man with an exceptionally soft heart. As he spoke, Lin Feng glanced at the time. It's time to cook. You rest. I'll go to the kitchen. Okay, can we not make peanut and pig's trotter soup? Lu Qingxue wrinkled her nose. It was too oily. I couldn't drink it. I was too embarrassed to say anything when my aunt was here. Now that the wedding arrangements have been made clear, Lu Qingxue and Lin Feng naturally have more demands to make. No problem. There's so much food. Let's try something else. Lin Feng immediately agreed and happily went to the kitchen. Lu Qingxue watched his retreating figure and smiled sweetly. May you have peace and good fortune. Your dad is pretty good. She sat in front of the crib, gently soothing the babies. Chapter 28. Fortunately, the children's granary is big enough. What more wild and inhuman words are you going to say? Lin Feng went to the kitchen and started washing and chopping. I was originally planning to have pig's trotter and peanut soup for lunch, so I started stewing it this morning. However, Lu Qingxue said she thought it was too oily, so Lin Feng didn't plan to serve it. Let's just cook a few dishes first, and then do some research to see which nourishing soups are suitable for postpartum women. Lin Feng made up his mind, turned the range hood up to the maximum, and started cooking. The sizzling sound of oil frying in the wok, mixed with the noise of the range hood, created a whooshing sound that blocked out all external noise. But as he cooked, Lin Feng felt somewhat uneasy. It looks like the babies are crying. Lin Feng quickly turned off the stove, listened carefully, and realized that his telepathy was indeed correct. It really is the guys crying. Lin Feng quickly washed his hands and went over to see what was going on. Is it hungry? What does it need to poop? Upon entering the bedroom, one could see Lu Qingxue frantically changing the children's diapers. I'll do it. Lin Feng took a few steps forward, and Lu Qingxue turned around, pointing to the crib. Could you check if the bed can be raised a bit more? I feel uncomfortable bending over like this. During her pregnancy, her lumbar spine was already under pressure, and now, even bending over for short while caused Lu Qingxue back pain. Lin Feng stepped forward to try it out. He found that the bed could be adjusted to a higher position, so he started adjusting it. The seller really didn't lie to me, all the functions work. Lin Feng chatted casually while adjusting. However, once it's all taken care of, don't do anything. Your main task during your postpartum period is to recuperate. Lu Qingxue shook her head. Taking care of your body doesn't mean doing nothing. Lin Feng smiled and said protest denied. Lu Qingxue could only rest her chin on her hand and watch Lin Feng adjust the bed and change the diapers for the two children. At this moment, Rui's little head had already started to peek everywhere, and Lu Qingxue hurriedly raised her hand. I'm the one who always breastfeeds, right? Yes, yes, yes. Lin Feng smiled and handed the little Rui to Lu Qingxue. Smack, smack. Little Rui ate heartily, but little Pinyin, smelling the aroma, protested, making noises. Seeing how anxious he was, Lin Feng quickly led him to find the other side of the food rations. You little rascals, you need to eat as soon as you poop, and you can't wait a moment longer. Where are the piglets? Luckily, your mother's food supply is large enough, otherwise you would be in trouble. Lu Qingxue pursed her lips. What nonsense are you talking about? Turn your head away. Don't look. Lin Feng. Honestly, it was just something I said offhand. Then you feed the children. I'm still cooking vegetables in the pot. Lin Feng grabbed Lu Qingxue's arm, made her support Xiao Pinyin, and turned to leave. Lu Qingxue's gaze followed his retreating figure intently, her expression somewhat uneasy. I kept wondering if I had said something wrong, because I felt Lin Feng wasn't implying anything. Only after Lin Feng's figure disappeared did Lu Qingxue sigh and pat Pingin's little bottom. Little Pinyin reached out to steady his food rations. Don't sway. Smack, smack. Lin Feng had no idea that Lu Qingxue had so many inner monologues. Back in the kitchen, he quickly cooked the dishes and set the table before calling Lu Qingxue. Have the babies finished drinking? Lin Feng smiled and reached out his hand. I'll burp the babies, you go eat. Because of the unexpected arrival of Lin's father, lunch was later than usual today. Lin Feng was afraid that Lu Qingxue might suffer from hunger. After all, feeding two children at the same time requires a relatively high level of nutrition. Lu Qingxue did indeed feel that she was about to experience low blood sugar, so she quickly sat down at the dining table. A bite of stir-fried vegetables and a mouthful of rice instantly brought me back to my senses. Tasty. Lu Qingxue smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt somewhat relieved and replied with a smile. It's too late. There's no soup for this meal. I'll do some research later to see what kind of soup is good for new mothers, and then you can order. Lu Qingxue waved her hand. No need. She has plenty of breast milk even without drinking soup, and sometimes her breasts even become painfully engorged. Lin Feng didn't reply to her. He had already figured it out whenever he asked Lu Qingxue if she wanted something. The answer was always no. After burping the two babies, Lin Feng put them in a stroller and pushed it to the dining table. Now that you're all full, it's Dad's turn. Lin Feng also started eating and at the same time explained to Lu Qingxue. Due to special circumstances today, I cooked dinner late. I won't cook it for the next meal. Lu Qingxue shook her head. It's not late. I'm not hungry at all. Isn't today a special case? Lu Qingxue didn't want to add any psychological burden to Lin Feng. After the two finished eating, Lu Qingxue stood up and offered to wash the dishes. Lin Feng quickly held her down. You're in your postpartum period. Don't do these things. Lu Qingxue pursed her lips and didn't say anything, but she didn't put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands. Seeing her stubborn expression, Lin Feng sighed. I know you want to help me with some of the housework, but can you bend over right now? Don't think I don't know. You often massage your lower back intentionally or unintentionally. Go lie down. I'll give you a massage in a bit. Lu Qingxue. The original intention was to reduce the workload for the other party, but now another task has been added. Helpless, I pushed the children back to their bedroom. Lin Feng plunged into the kitchen and started washing and cleaning. Just then my mom called. Hey Mom, yes, I ate. I made stir-fried vegetables and steamed eggs with minced meat for Qingxue. I also drank the pig estrotter soup you made. Qingxue drank 2 big bowls and kept praising your cooking skills. Okay, I will definitely take good care of her. Lin Feng held his phone between his head and shoulder, talking to his mother. However, I could also hear my dad's booming voice next to me, as if he was on the phone with someone. My daughter-in-law gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Twins, did you know that? I'm a grandfather. In 2 more years, the kids will be running all over the place. Hearing the undeniably loud voice, Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Mom, tell Dad to tone it down. They haven't even registered their marriage yet. Zhang Hui's words were also full of disdain. Let me tell you a joke. Your dad said he wanted to keep it a secret until you and Xing Xue got your marriage certificate. But now, even your third maternal uncle knows from him that he has become a grandfather. Lin Feng laughed. Oh well, let him be. As long as he's happy. Zhang Hui nodded and gave the instructions. Then take a nap after you finish eating. You're seriously sleep-deprived right now, so you need to learn to rest whenever you can. When the children get older and stop eating and sleeping, you'll need to spend even more time and energy on them. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Just as she was about to hang up, Zhang Hui remembered something and added. We're almost out of diapers at home. Remember to replenish them. Although that 200,000 is supposed to be for buying a house, it's not that rigid. Don't let Xing Xue worry about these expenses. She has it tough too. Lin Feng nodded vigorously. I know. Zhang Hui paused for a moment, then said, Okay, I'm hanging up. Even after hanging up the phone, Zhang Hui was still somewhat worried. This time, Lin's father comforted her instead. Our son is an adult now, and we as parents need to learn to let go. Zhang Hui looked at the scenery outside the high-speed train window. Sigh. When he was born, he was only as long as an arm, and now he's a father. Time flies. Lin's father nodded, his face showing emotion. Yes, the child has grown up. Chapter 29, Giving the Children a Real Home. Let's get started. After washing the dishes, Lin Feng returned to his bedroom, smelled the incense for Ping and Rui, and then collapsed onto the bed. But before his eyelids could close, he remembered that there was still something important to do. I haven't even gone to see the house in Yunsheng Huading that the system rewarded me with yet. I don't know if it's appropriate to move in now. He quickly took out his phone and called Zhou Cheng. De Chengzi, I need your help with something. Knowing Lin Feng's situation, Zhou Cheng nodded immediately without saying a word. Address, let's go right away. Lin Feng shook his head. No need for that. Go to Yunsheng Huading and check out the apartment for me. The password is 010916. Zhou Cheng assumed this was the apartment Lin Feng had rented and nodded. Okay, I'll video call you when I get there. Yunsheng Huading is close to the school. Zhou Cheng used to be able to get there by shared bicycle in just 10 minutes. Lin Feng decided not to sleep anymore, got up, took out fruit from the refrigerator, and started cutting up a fruit platter. Once the fruit has cooled down enough, Lu Qingxue should be awake and will be ready to eat. Although traditional beliefs say that women should not eat raw or cold foods during postpartum confinement, Lin Feng specifically asked the doctor about this, and the doctor said that if the mother is healthy, it is okay for her to eat some room temperature fruits. It helps with bowel movements and provides dietary fiber and vitamins. After Lin Feng finished cutting the fruit platter and gently placed it on the bedside table next to Lu Qingxue, Zhou Cheng's video call came in. Brother Feng, I'm inside. This house is nice. Where did you find this bargain? The camera was pointed at the interior decoration of the house, and Zhou Cheng was amazed. The homeowner is so generous to rent out this kind of renovation. Yunsheng Huading is a well-known upscale residential community in this area, with units starting at 200 square meters. Zhou Cheng went from room to room taking photos, and the more he photographed, the more he liked it. The renovation is amazing. When I have money in the future, I'll decorate like this too. Lin Feng looked around following the camera and was quite satisfied. However, he was still worried because the renovation was too new. De Kingsley, buy a formaldehyde tester and see if the air quality in this room meets the standards. No problem. Let me think, what else do I need to test? Lin Feng was discussing the quality of the house with Zhou Cheng. In the bedroom, Lu Qingxue woke up, stretching lazily. She had just woken up and looked dazed. Her hair was a little frizzy, and she seemed extremely confused. After a long while, she turned her head to look at the cute fruit plate on the bedside table and smiled. It must have been prepared by Lin Feng specifically for her. I forked a piece of fruit, put it in my mouth, and the sweetness went straight to my heart. As she was laughing, Lu Qingxue's expression froze. I feel like I need to go to the toilet. I glanced at the babies in the crib. Yes, I'm sleeping soundly. Lu Qingxue walked towards the restroom with peace of mind. When Lin Feng saw Lu Qingxue come out, he instinctively grabbed his phone and rushed over. What are you going to do? I'll do it. Lu Qingxue. Lin Feng blinked. I'll do it. You don't need to lift a finger. I need to use the restroom. Lu Qingxue blushed and rushed into the bathroom. Lin Feng, I was careless. This can't be done for me. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Cheng's suppressed laughter came through. Brother Feng, you and your wife have such a good relationship. Get out of here. I'm taking the kids. Let me know when you get the results. Lin Feng hung up the video call in a flash, covered his face, and ran to Ping and Rui. The father is a little embarrassed. Little ones, come and comfort him. Although Ping and Rui were sleeping soundly and had no time to interact with their elderly father, it didn't stop Lin Feng from entertaining himself. Holding my phone, I snapped a bunch of photos of the babies. Lin Feng felt extremely happy. I'll make a growth manual for you according to the timeline, so you can read it when you grow up. Lin Feng stood in front of the crib, looking at the little babies, and smiled sheepishly. TSK, you guys are little angels sent to me by heaven, aren't you? So cute. How can a baby be so adorable, even while sleeping? Lin Feng couldn't help but gesture next to the symbol of peace and good fortune. Her hands were tiny, and her little feet were chubby and small. After Lu Qingxue finished using the restroom, she felt that she had a certain odor on her body. The old-fashioned toilet was dark and damp, with only a whirring exhaust fan that served primarily as a source of comfort. Every time I go to the toilet, I feel like my clothes have absorbed the smell. Lu Qingxue pulled her clothes in disgust and went in the master bedroom, where she saw Lin Feng holding Ping and Rui's little feet and sucking on them. She stood at the doorway, watching quietly. During this period, Lin Feng's every word and action clearly demonstrated that he loved peace and good fortune. Lin Feng was completely satisfied with his sucking. Just as I put down the baby's little feet, I turned my head and saw Lu Qingxue leaning against the door, quietly watching me. Well, he felt embarrassed, as if he'd been caught red-handed. I didn't wake the babies. Lu Qingxue chuckled, not understanding why Lin Feng was so awkward, but he was quite cute like this. Why are you laughing? Lin Feng felt a sense of relief and also found it amusing, and couldn't help but laugh for a moment. Puffed. Now, the two adults were laughing at each other inexplicably, like two idiots. The room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Lu Qingxue completely forgot about the trouble she had just experienced in the restroom. If she could, she would want to live like this forever. After the two had finished laughing, Zhou Cheng's report came through on the phone. Brother Feng, the test results are in. The air quality is excellent. Relieved by this answer, Lin Feng was at ease. Thank you, Chengzi. Come to my place for dinner tonight, and I'd also like to ask you for a favor. Great. I've been in university for almost 4 years and haven't tasted your cooking yet. Zhou Cheng readily agreed, but still had some reservations. Should I also buy some braised food and beer? No need. Trust my skills. Lin Feng smiled and said, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. At 6:30 p.m., Zhou Cheng arrived at the door on time, carrying a case of beer. Lin Feng called to him from the kitchen. The Chengzi helped serve the dishes. Zhou Cheng walked toward the kitchen, but kept looking back every few steps. He wanted to see the baby, and he also wanted to see Lu Xiaohua, but he didn't want to see Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was worried that Zhou Cheng's beer would bother Lu Qingxue and the baby, so they ate separately. Lu Qingxue's meal was brought into the bedroom. Zhou Cheng could only watch helplessly. Lu Qingxue was a woman, and he couldn't very well go into the bedroom. Could he? Why are you always glancing over there? Go eat. Lin Feng picked up his chopsticks and beckoned to Zhou Cheng. You've really kept your sister-in-law, nephew, and niece well hidden. Zhou Cheng shook his head, picked up a piece of braised pork trotter, and took a big bite. In the next instant, he forgot his resentment. Brother Feng, your cooking is really good. Eat up. You might need to hold your nephew or niece later. By the way, do you even know how to hold a baby? Lin Feng looked down on Zhou Cheng. Brother Feng, look at you, acting like a complete doting father. Zhou Cheng also began to dislike Lin Feng. The two of them were bickering back and forth. After they had eaten almost all of their food, Lin Feng explained why he had invited Zhou Cheng. He's moving tonight. Chapter 30. Friends help with moving. Their gaze makes Lu Qingxue blush. I call Haozi and Daxiong, and they'll come to help around 8 p.m. Okay, so we're moving to Yinxing. That apartment is fully furnished. The rent must be more than 2,000 a month. Lin Feng smiled and said, I didn't rent the house, I bought it. Zhou Cheng was shocked. You bought it? How much was the down payment? Where did you get the money? Lin Feng smiled and said, I was lucky to hear that someone urgently needed money and was selling their house at a low price. I've saved up some money over the past few years and have been keeping it in a fixed deposit at the bank, just in case I spend it recklessly. I borrowed some more from my parents and scraped together the money to buy it. Zhou Cheng chewed haphazardly and swallowed, then hurriedly said, Buying a house is a big deal. Why didn't you mention it to me? We could definitely scrape together 70,000 or 80,000 for you. His family is well off. Borrowing tens of thousands wouldn't be a problem for them. Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder, his eyes filled with emotion. Chengzi, it's enough that you have the heart. I wouldn't have asked you for money unless I was forced into that situation. You've all had it tough. Zhou Cheng smacked his lips. So, do you still have any money? You've bought the house, and now you have to shoulder the responsibilities of the family. Money is needed everywhere. Brother Feng, if you're short on money, just tell us brothers. Don't try to tough it out on your own. I'm transferring 10,000 to you right now. You have to accept it today, or you won't consider me a brother. As he was about to transfer the money, Lin Feng stopped him, saying, I still have a few left in my pocket, enough to afford a meal. Don't rush to send me the money. Zhou Cheng shook off his hand. Go away. You're just stubborn sometimes, always insisting on being polite to me. When Zhou Cheng gets excited, his voice gets loud. The babies inside were all crying. Lin Feng stood up. Keep your voice down. I'm going to check. I changed her diaper and gave her milk before, so I guess she was woken up by Zhou Cheng's loud voice. What's wrong with the kids? Lin Feng asked. Do they need their diapers changed? Lu Qingxue shook her head. No, you guys are talking too loudly outside, which startled me, let alone the babies. Lin Feng immediately made a shushing gesture. Excuse me, Zhou Cheng got a little emotional during our conversation just now. Please be careful later. Back at the table, Zhou Cheng shrugged, looking apologetic, and whispered, Brother Feng, I'm sorry, I was a little tipsy just now. Lin Feng knew he didn't mean it. This old house isn't soundproof, so if you speak even slightly loudly, people in several rooms can hear you. Zhou Cheng nodded. If we move to Yunsheng Huoding, this problem won't exist. Like I said, Brother Feng, you have to take this money. Lin Feng refused to accept it, and Zhou Cheng was about to shout at the top of his lungs when a glare from him brought him back to his senses. I forgot, haha, but I've remembered this time. Lin Feng smiled, raised his beer, and said, Zhou Cheng, I know how you mean. Thank you for your generosity. I'll come to you again when I really need something. Since things had come to this point, Zhou Cheng didn't bring it up again. Okay, bro, if you encounter any difficulties later, just tell me. If I can help, I definitely won't hesitate. Good. After finishing their meal, Lin Feng began packing up. I originally thought that Lu Qingxue had just rented a place and didn't have much stuff. Who would have thought that when they were cleaning up, there were quite a few items, big and small. Brother Feng, do you want this? No, I'll buy a new one later. What about this one? There's no need for that. Since it's a new house, use what you can and throw away what you don't need or that isn't very useful. After cleaning up the mess in the kitchen, I started cleaning the bathroom. Apart from the leftover toiletries, everything else can be discarded. Let's take a break and clean up together when Haozi and the others arrive. Lin Feng opened his phone and started using a shopping app to buy necessities, which would be delivered before noon tomorrow. Zhou Chengpeng was already covered in sweat after only a short time on the job, and he was fanning himself with a small fan handed out by the roadside. Lu Qingxue heard a loud noise coming from the kitchen while she was in the master bedroom, so she went out to take a look out of curiosity. Everything in the second bedroom has been packed up, and the wok, rice cooker, and dishes in the kitchen have also been put away. She was a little confused. What's going on? Are we moving? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, we'll move when my other two friends arrive. Why haven't I heard him mention it before? Lu Qingxue paused for a moment, then said, the things in the master bedroom haven't been tidied up yet. Lin Feng nodded. Let's get ready now. At 8:30, De Xiong and Hao Zi came over and finished packing up the rest of the things. The moving company we booked has arrived. Zhou Cheng knows the place, so let him go with the moving company first. You two can help me hold the baby. After all that tidying up, it was getting late. Lin Feng thought Lu Qingxue was walking too slowly, so he simply picked her up and carried her downstairs. Lu Qingxue's face turned bright red. The looks Haozi and Daxiong gave her made her too embarrassed to look up. She buried her head in Lin Feng's chest and whispered, I can walk by myself. He went downstairs quickly and held her firmly, so she didn't have to worry about falling at all. You could still hear his heart pounding and smell a faint scent of soap. Lin Feng didn't care much. When they got downstairs, he told her to sit there while he went to bring the children down. I originally wanted him to hold one, and Haozi or Daxiong to hold the other. As a result, neither of them dared to hold the sweet-smelling baby, fearing they might accidentally hurt them. One by one, those who refused retreated, as if they wanted to avoid it at all costs. There was no other way. Lin Feng carried one on each side. It was a safe bet. He didn't forget to mock these two single, useless guys, saying, "You can't even hold a child. What else can you do?" He had clearly forgotten that his first meeting with Ping An and Rui was like this. After arriving at Yinsheng Huading, Lin Feng asked around and searched until he found out where Building 15 was. The moving company truck downstairs is waiting. There aren't many things to move, so they'll just make a couple more trips and be done. Upon arriving at Building 15, Unit 15-2, the door was open. Zhou Cheng directed the moving company to unload the items. Lin Feng told them to clear out the crib, so he could put the babies down first before he could do other things. Several people moved the crib to the master bedroom, but the three big boys could only watch from afar, not daring to touch the babies at all. Lu Qingxue held the child and placed him in the crib. "You watch over them. I'll go find some things and get the master bedroom set up first." Good. They found a straw mat and pillows and laid them out on the bed so that Lu Qingxue could lie down and rest. "Go to sleep. I'll go tidy up outside. Here's the air conditioner remote." Lin Feng turned his head and noticed that the mosquito nets for the babies were not hung up. He thought there shouldn't be any mosquitoes on the 15th floor. Just in case, I decided to hang it up anyway. After leaving the room and gently closing the door, Lin Feng took a deep breath as he looked at the things in the living room. The baby's belongings and Lu Qingxue's unopened boxes were all placed in the second bedroom. All those kitchen items can be put in the new kitchen. The three of them organized the items, categorizing the main parts, while Lin Feng had to handle the more detailed work himself. The process went by quickly. It was almost 10 o'clock in the blink of an eye, and except for Zhou Cheng, they all still had to go to work. Lin Feng urged them to go back and rest. "It's getting late. You should all go back now. I'll take care of the rest tomorrow." Chapter 31, An Unexpected Encounter with Lu Ruyan. The brothers immediately unleash their full power. Daxiong and Hao Zi both wanted to help tidy up, but they didn't have the time. "I have to go to work tomorrow. Besides, if they help tidy up, Lin Feng might not be able to find the things later, so it's better to let him tidy up himself and know how to put things away properly." "All right, we're all brothers. No need to be polite. We'll be going now. Sister-in-law, let's go." Little Ping and little Ru Yi, uncles, leaving now. After greeting everyone, the three of them left Lin Feng's house. As soon as they stepped outside, Daxiong and Hao Zi discussed the house's renovation, which was really high class. With current labor and material costs, you definitely can achieve this effect without a renovation budget of around 700,000 yuan. The rent for this month must be expensive, at least 5,000, and it'll add up to at least 60,000 a year. The situation is different. We can't let the school beauty live in such a dilapidated old house. Hearing their discussion, Zhou Cheng whispered, "This house wasn't rented by Brother Feng, he bought it." This immediately surprised the two people in the discussion, who exclaimed in unison in shock. "Bought it? Impossible. Where would he get the money?" "Exactly. When I found a job, he said he only had a little over 2,000 in his bank account. It hasn't been that long, and he's already buying a house? That's impossible." Zhou Cheng disagreed. It was indeed Brother Feng who bought it. He said he happened to come across someone who was urgently selling their house and was selling it cheaply. He deposited some money in the bank and asked his uncles and aunts for some help, and then he bought it. Daxiong and Hao Zi didn't believe it at all, but after thinking about it carefully, Zhou Cheng and Lin Feng had no reason to lie to them. Therefore, this matter is most likely true. They thought it was just moving, but they didn't expect it was a housewarming. It's close to the university, but that's not the reason it's expensive. Instead, it's located near the city's largest wetland park, where the air is fresh and the environment is beautiful. In recent years, with the expansion of enrollment by several universities and the improvement of teaching resources, many people are willing to study here. The area is already planning residential buildings and commercial streets, and the surrounding area will get better and better. Consequently, Housing prices are also rising rapidly. Of the four, only Zhou Cheng's family owns 2 houses and several storefronts. The remaining 3 will need to work hard to realize their dream of owning a house and a car. Suddenly, Lin Feng became a homeowner. This made Yu Hao and Wang Xiong happy for him, but also a little melancholy. Everyone starts from the same point. So how come others have wives, children, and houses in the blink of an eye? Looking at myself again, I have nothing. Life in this area is quite convenient, and many late-night food stalls have set up now. The aroma of barbecue whetted Zhou Cheng's appetite. Want some barbecue? My treat. The two had no objections. As luck would have it, I ran into Lu Ruyin and her girlfriends having barbecue at the same barbecue stall. There were a few good-looking peers around me, who were probably also students. Zhou Cheng was chubby, Haozi was rather handsome, and Xiong was quiet and refined. However, the 3 of them combined were not even half as good-looking as Lin Feng, so they naturally had no appeal to the beautiful woman. Of course, if you're driving a $1 million sport car or something, that's a different story. There were 6 people on the other side, both men and women, while there were 3 on their side. As soon as they sat down, they heard Lu Ruyin and her girlfriend's affected voices. I'm not eating anymore. I have a small appetite and can't eat anymore. I really envy you boys. Everything tastes delicious to you. You guys should eat more. Don't waste food. It's not good for the environment. Upon hearing this sound, the group became furious. Zhou Cheng, stubborn as a mule, turned around and said before to Xiong and Haozi could stop him, "Oh, isn't this Lu Ruyin? What? Which of these handsome guys are you betting on? Are they rich?" She probably does. Otherwise, why would she speak in such a sweet and coquettish voice? Lu Ruyin's expression changed slightly. "Zhou Cheng, what nonsense are you spouting?" Her friend chimed in. "You fatso, are you crazy?" Zhou Cheng is easygoing. He doesn't get angry even when people call him fatty. Haozi stood up. "You're the one who's crazy. Your whole family is crazy." He said to the guy who was with Lu Ruyin, "Dude, I advise you to be careful with this woman. Back then, my brother was pursued by her and her girlfriends for 3 months after a bet. She's shameless and treats feelings like a game." Lu Ruyin was furious. "Slander. You're slandering me." Her friend immediately sought help from the 3 boys sitting next to her, saying, "Are you just going to stand by and watch them bully the 2 of us girls?" The 3 boys looked at each other, and one of them asked Haozi, "Is it true?" It was obvious that Lu Ruyin wasn't very familiar with them. They probably had only known each other for a short time. Just as Haozi was about to speak, Zhou Cheng roared, "Lu Ruyin, you know best whether this happened or not. If I, Zhou Cheng, were to lie, I'd be hit by a car and die, and I'd never get rich or get married in my life. Do you have the guts to swear that you didn't bet on my brothers and sisters? Do you dare? Do you dare?" One of the boys suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that person named Lin?" "Lin?" Haozi quickly said, "Lin Feng." The boy quickly said, Yes, he's indeed quite handsome. Isn't the rumor that he was the one who pursued her?" Lu Ruyin stubbornly insisted. "It was because he pursued me unsuccessfully that he spread rumors that I was pursuing him." Zhou Cheng sneered, "Bullshit. It's my brother who's magnanimous and forbids us from discussing this matter. Otherwise, I would have gone around telling everyone that you, Lu Ruyin, only pursued my brother because of a bet." Lu Ruyin's pursuit of Lin Feng caused quite a stir. Zhou Cheng still thought that right and wrong were in everyone's hearts. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng went to the hospital and devoted himself wholeheartedly to taking care of Lu Qingxue and the babies. Lu Ruyin is turning black and white right here. Lu Ruyin was caught lying, and her face turned red and white in turns. Of course, she couldn't say that Lin Feng only agreed to date her because his family was pressuring him to. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to win him over at all. Her pride wouldn't allow it. You can't say that you pursued him because you made a bet with your girlfriends. Therefore, they could only try to pin the blame on Lin Feng. Why is it that the other person hasn't been at school lately? By saying that, she saved face and gained both substance. The 3 boys looked at each other, then got up to pay the bill. Surprisingly, Lu Ruyin and her friends weren't among them, even though they hadn't ordered much. Lu Ruyin and her companion came over for barbecue. Seeing a handsome guy at the next table, they went over to flirt with him, hoping to develop a relationship. Anyway, her pawn can hold it all. She never expected to run into Zhou Cheng and his group, who then revealed the truth to her. She was absolutely furious. So soon, she revealed her true colors and sneered. Lin Feng is just a poor bastard. So what if I look down on him? What business is it of yours if I make a bet with my girlfriends? You guys don't even qualify to make a bet with us. This is a realistic society now. If you don't have money, all you have is your looks. What's the point of talking about feelings? You lot are destined to be bachelors your whole lives. Chapter 32 School Beauty. Picture Lin Feng. What? Lu Ruyan breaks through the defenses. Provoked by Lu Ruyan's words, Zhou Cheng jumped up, his tone filled with disgust. It's because of people like you who put a price tag on love that people feel love has lost its true meaning. If it weren't for Feng Ji's family pressuring him to go on a blind date, would he have agreed to date you? Look at your face. You're wearing 2 ounces of foundation. And what else did you say? That we're not even qualified to bet with you. No, leave that qualification to others. We find it disgusting. Zhou Cheng was the most sarcastic of the 4, and he launched into a tirade against Lu Ruyan and the other woman. This left the 2 completely speechless, infuriating them. Finally, just as Zhou Cheng was about to catch his breath, Lu Ruyan seized the opportunity to bring up Lin Feng. You're Lin Feng's friends, of course you should speak up for him. A bunch of poor bastards, no wonder they're still single. It's just that Lin Feng is a bit better off than you guys. He's handsome, but being handsome can't put food on the table. In the end, he's still poor. Howsy was furious. You're talking nonsense. My brother Feng is a winner in life now. Okay, I just bought a house a few days ago, and I'm moving into my new home today. Not only that, his wife is the school beauty. The school beauty. Seeing Howsy unleash his full potential, Zhou Cheng instantly became the straight man. Do you know the school beauty? Do you understand the gap between you and her? Howsy snorted coldly. Lu Qingxue, the school beauty and goddess, is now my brother Feng's girlfriend. Zhou Cheng exhaled through his nose. Are you even half as good looking as some people? Would you dare go out without makeup? Lu Ruyan. Oh, she is indeed wearing makeup. But there's definitely more than 2 ounces of makeup on her face. She roared. Lu Qingxue has been on leave from school for a year, and we haven't seen a trace of her. They're together? That's hilarious. Her friend's eyes lit up. She had grasped the key point. You said in your last sentence that Lin Feng only agreed to Ru Yan's confession to appease her during a blind date. Now they're saying he's with Lu Qingxue? Doesn't this kind of rumor mongering even require any logic? Lu Ruyan also calmed down immediately, looking down on people. You guys really won't hesitate to use any means necessary to win. Zhou Cheng crossed his arms and held his chin almost to the sky. The school beauty took a break from school to have Feng's child. Howsy chuckled, and she gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Having both a son and a daughter is something many people dream of. The school beauty is willing to have Feng's baby. She must love him to death. Zhou Cheng, playing the straight man, looked completely absorbed in the performance. That's right. Otherwise, why would she be willing to have 2 babies? No wonder she's the school beauty. Even her childbirth is different from other girls. Lu Ruyan looked shocked. Her contact lenses almost popped out. I don't believe it. You're all talking nonsense. The school beauty is going to have Lin Feng's baby? Dream on. If you're going to lie, at least find someone high class, okay? What is Lu Qingxue after? Is it Lin Feng's car and house? Or is it his good looks? De Xiong, who had been silent all along, handed the phone directly to Lu Ruyan to look at. Here, these are photos of Brother Feng and the babies. This is a picture of Lin Feng holding 2 children in each arm while moving. Because it was so memorable, he took more photos. The more Lu Ruyan looked, the more terrified she became. Are these people telling the truth? Did Lu Qingxue really drop out of school to have a child with Lin Feng? Is that all the love you have for me? At this moment, Lu Ruyan's friend scoffed. Wasn't there supposed to be a school beauty? Where is she? The next one, I guess. In the next picture, Lin Feng isn't holding a child, but rather a girl. Putting aside the half of her face that was visible, she was wearing a knitted hat, long-sleeved pajamas, and linen slippers. It's obvious she's dressed like a new mother. Besides, just by looking at half of her face, you can tell she's stunningly beautiful, and her eyes are filled with a shy, bewildered expression. Lu Ruyan, who had seen Lu Qingxue in person, was immediately struck dumb. Her friend was about to argue that it only showed half a face and didn't seem right. But upon seeing Lu Ruyan's expression, he fell silent. Holy crap, it might really be Lu Qingxue. Zhou Cheng snatched the phone away. Not everyone is only interested in money. Haozi clicked his tongue. Some people are just short-sighted. Now, Brother Feng has a school beauty, a pair of adorable twins, and he's even bought a house. And it's the most upscale Yinsheng Huiding in our area. A 200 square meter single-level apartment. That's really high-end. Zhou Cheng shook his head and said, yeah, things will only get better from now on. This school beauty is a lucky star. She brings good fortune to her husband. Haozi nodded. That's what I think too. Zhou Cheng stood up. Why don't we eat here instead? Let's go somewhere else, or our luck will be affected. Haozi was even more exaggerated, hurrying to leave. Let's go, let's go. I still want a promotion and a raise. Nobita didn't say anything. He was very polite and didn't know how to speak. He wasn't good at arguing, but he remembered one thing. By the way, Lu Ruyan, didn't you spread rumors while Brother Feng was away, saying that he was pursuing you? Now it's time to reveal the truth. I'm going to present you with a banner. Thank you for your tireless pursuit of Brother Feng for a month. And I sincerely wish you find a way to become rich and powerful. Zhou Cheng slapped his forehead. Great idea, bro. Let's find a shop to do it tomorrow. They should send it off with great fanfare, announcing it to the world. The three of them left, joking and playing around. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale with anger. The girls, worried she might faint, quickly tried to help her catch her breath. Ruyan, don't listen to them. They're just making up stories to annoy you. They're just a bunch of poor punks. They're just looking for trouble. If they dare to send me a gift, I'll send one back too. It's a matter of returning the favor. Lu Ruyan shook her head. This might be true. Upon hearing this, the girls exclaimed, no way. How could the school beauty be with him and have 2 children with him? Lu Ruyan was already in a state of agitation. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? She never expected that she had misjudged the situation. Lin Feng is the kind of person who can afford a house in Yinsheng Huiding and has a school beauty have a child for him. The girls comforted her. It's okay, it's okay. Even if it's true, it's just that the school beauty is stupid. Lu Ruyan thought it made sense. With her beauty, Lu Qingxue could have chosen anyone, but she chose Lin Feng, who only had good looks. Haha, she'll regret it someday. After all, it's just a single-story apartment. How can it compare to a villa or townhouse? Just look at her clothes during her postpartum period. She's not wearing a single designer brand item. You could tell she's not doing well. Lu Ruyan kept comforting herself. On the other side, Haozi, Zhou Cheng, and Xiong walked away. Once he was sure Lu Ruyan and the others couldn't hear anything, Zhou Cheng's back slumped. It's all over it. Brother Feng said we couldn't use your wife and kids as tools to step on Lu Ruyan. And in our anger, we completely forgot about that. Nobita scratches his head. Wasn't it Lu Ruyan who spread rumors first? If it were Brother Feng, he definitely wouldn't have tolerated it either. Haozi nodded. We did the right thing. Zhou Cheng said, Brother Feng doesn't have time to deal with school nonsense. We can't let him down. Come on, let's discuss what would be a good word to write on the banner we send to Lu Ruyan. Chapter 33, Giving Ping, En, and Ru Yi a bath. The system's god level reward. The three of them were discussing how to get back at the opponent. Lin Feng was also busy. First, I need to tidy up the kitchen. I need to make breakfast tomorrow. We also need to tidy up the living room. There's barely any room to step. Lu Qingxue dozed off for a while, then turned her head and saw that no one was beside her. She went to the living room and saw that the person was still busy. It's late. Go to sleep. We can clean up tomorrow. Lin Feng yawned. Okay, I'm going to take a shower. The master bedroom has a small bathroom, but he was afraid that his shower would disturb the children, so he simply went to the other bathroom to shower. Taking a shower in the summer is so convenient. It gets rid of sweat, and your hair dries quickly with just a little blow drying. By the time we finished working, it was already midnight. What if I want to lie down and play on my phone for a while? Maybe watch some videos. He hasn't checked the news or watched videos for many days. Lu Qingxue looked at him. Aren't you going to sleep? Lin Feng silently put down his phone. I'll just charge my phone and then go to sleep. I was just about to go to sleep when the babies got hungry again. The two got up, one breastfed, and the other changed diapers. It's almost 1 a.m. after all this fuss. Lin Feng should hurry up and get some sleep. When the alarm rang at 6 o'clock the next day, Lin Feng felt that his eyelids were as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't open them at all. After thinking about it, He realized that the porridge was already cooked in a rice cooker on a timer, so he just boiled eggs and stir-fried some vegetables. So she turned over and went back to sleep. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. As a result, a 5-minute squint turned into half an hour. Lin Feng, with his hair all messy, stormed into the kitchen like he was going in a battle. After preparing breakfast, Lin Feng ladled out the porridge and let it cool before going downstairs to pick up his package. These are all necessities I ordered from the supermarket last night. Kitchen condiments, nice plates, clothes hangers, garbage bags, and so on. When we got downstairs, we were stunned to see such a large cardboard box. The delivery guy smiled and said, "Let me help you." Thankfully, it was an elevator. 2 people carried it in and then carried it home. "Thank you so much, sir. You've worked so hard. I'm very grateful." It's all right. You really couldn't lift it. There was nothing you could do." Next, Lin Feng packed his things. It was almost 9 o'clock, time to feed the babies and put on diapers, so he could wake Lu Qingxue up. The master bedroom has an in-soot bathroom, which is very convenient for washing the baby's bottom and for adults to wash up. Even though the babies don't sweat or get their clothes dirty now, their clothes still need to be changed. "Oh dear, this is..." Lin Feng's shout startled Lu Qingxue. "What's wrong?" She came over and saw that the baby's armpits were all red. The two were heartbroken. Lin Feng looked at the baby's clothes and exclaimed, "I applied baby powder. How could this happen?" No wonder Pingyan, who is usually calm and quiet, was making noises while eating today. What to do? Lin Feng reassured Lu Qingxue. "It's all right, I'll go call Dr. Zhao and ask about the situation." Dr. Zhao just came down from the operating table at this point. "Oh, you can apply comfort to it, just by the pure plant-based kind. It's normal and summer delicate babies often get diaper rash, and this medicine can be used to wipe their bottoms too." "Dr. Zhao, which brand of comfort is better?" "They're all pretty much the same. Just go to the pharmacy and you'll find they have the same ingredients." Dr. Zhao then asked, "By the way, you've been back for 3 days now. Haven't you given the babies a bath?" "Not yet. The weather has been nice lately, so it's a good time to give the babies a bath." After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng picked up his keys and went downstairs to the pharmacy to buy. "I'll be right back, in 10 minutes at most." The purple herb was very cheap, less than 20 yuan a bottle. Lin Feng came up after buying it. In the neighborhood, Lin Feng also ran into a classmate. They weren't very familiar with each other, so they exchanged a few greetings and then went about their own business. Lin Feng returned home, washed his hands, and hurriedly took the medicine to the master bedroom. Lu Qingxue suggested, "How about we apply the medicine after we bathe the babies?" Lin Feng thought it was a good idea. "Okay, I'll go run the water now and prepare everything we need." Lu Qingxue also stocked up on baby bathtubs. It comes with a thermometer, a little duck, a small scarf, and a small stand. Parents can place their baby on a small mesh rack for washing. Lin Feng rinsed the bathtub with boiling water and then soaked the little duck and small towel in boiling water. Once everything is ready, place the thermometer in the bathtub and fill it 2/3 full with water. Prepare a large bath towel, diapers, and baby clothes in advance. This was the first time giving the babies a bath, and Lin Feng was quite nervous, so he looked at tutorials for baby bathtubs on Taobao. It's actually very convenient. You just let the baby lie down and then spray water on the baby's body. After watching the tutorial 2 or 3 times, I finally got started. Lu Qingxue still can't bend over to work. He could only watch from the sidelines, reminding Lin Feng to be careful. First, I gave Ping a bath. The little guy woke up after I took off his clothes and diaper. The little guy has grown quite a bit in just 8 or 9 days since birth. Lin Feng did not place the baby directly on the bed, but instead slowly tested it. First with his feet, then his legs. Pingyan was somewhat resistant, turning her head away, waving her little arms, spreading her legs, smacking her lips, and looking unhappy. After testing the waters thoroughly, Lin Feng slowly placed Pingyan on a shelf, then covered his tummy with a damp towel to keep him warm. The little guy was unhappy and resisted with his meager strength. Lin Feng hummed a little tune as he gently washed Pingyan with another handkerchief. Lu Qingxue stood to the side with a toy in hand, trying to attract her son's attention. Bathing a baby requires extra care and attention. Washing their neck can be quite tiring, as they twist and turn and are not cooperative at all. When washing his hair, Lin Feng just rinses it with water so far. He hasn't needed any shower gel or anything like that. At first, Pingyan resisted, but later she seemed to enjoy it and stopped struggling, appearing quite happy. After washing, wrap yourself in a bath towel, dry yourself, and apply comfrey oil to your armpits and bottom. After applying the ointment, dress the little one and put on a diaper. My hair is still half dry, so I need to wipe it down a bit. Lin Feng was extra careful every time he wiped them, because the babies were still small and their fontanelles had not yet healed properly. Sometimes it would even bounce, and he was afraid that he might poke it too hard. This is the baby's head. We're clean and smelly little dumplings again. Lin Feng put little socks on the baby and kissed the little feet, unable to put them down. The elderly say that cold enters the body through the feet, so babies' little feet need to be protected in the summer by wearing socks. Place Ping in the crib, then wash Rui. Pour out the water, and then drain it again. Rui cried as soon as she got into the water. Lin Feng coaxed her while washing her. Our little princess doesn't take baths. What are we going to do about her smelly body? You're not cute if you smell bad. Let's be clean little princesses, okay? Lin Feng was talking to herself, because Rui completely ignored her and cried by herself. Her little face was all scrunched up, and she was crying so hard it was almost purple, which really scared Lin Feng. Afraid that the little one might cry himself to death, I quickly finished washing him. As soon as I wrapped him in a towel, the little one stopped crying. Dry crying, not a single tear, it's fake. But crying like that was really scary. Next, we applied medicine to Rui, put on diapers and dressed her, but she cried loudly the whole time. After I tidied her up and put her in the crib, she gradually stopped crying. Lin Feng was busy with this. I was already drenched in sweat, and I was so tired that I sat down in the bathroom to rest before cleaning up. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has given the babies their first bath. Reward: good sleep and no hair loss. Lin Feng was overjoyed. After taking care of the child for so many days, he really feels like he's not getting enough sleep. The skills rewarded by this system are incredibly useful. Chapter 34: Small Things That Make Lu Qingxue Happy. Lin Feng was secretly delighted, but he managed to keep it on his face. I can test this skill tonight to see if it works. Lu Qingxue, standing nearby, fanned him with a fan, saying, "Come and rest in the living room. It's too hot in the bathroom." Lin Feng snapped out his days and nodded. Okay, right away. He stood up, poured out the water, and put away the baby's bathing tools on the balcony. He wiped his sweat, took a quick shower, and then sat down to rest. You think that's all? No, the babies are hungry. If one of them makes a sound when it's hungry, the other will also start moving. It's like parallel switches. So what should Lu Qingxue do now? She only needs to sit or lie down and let the two children eat by themselves. Lin Feng put a pillow under her head, and Lu Qingxue felt much better. Lin Feng watched from the side, fanning them as he did so, his gaze gentle. Lu Qingxue has gone from being shy to getting used to it. What else could she do? Would she let the babies go hungry because of her own fussiness? After Rui finished eating, she turned her head away to indicate that she was not going to eat anymore. The milk was flowing freely. She'd been eating too many lactation-boosting foods lately, and it was all dripping on her Rui's face. Lin Feng exclaimed, "Ouch," and quickly picked up the little guy, wiping him clean with a towel. Then pat the baby to help them burp. Half a day had passed, and Ping'an had finished eating, but Rui still hadn't burped. If the baby can't burp properly, they are prone to gas and abdominal pain. Lin Feng could only patiently continue, one shot after another. Seeing that Lin Feng was too busy, Lu Qingxue picked up Ping'an herself. Ping'an quickly hiccuped. Rui smiled at Lin Feng, making him speechless with laughter. Finally, she slowly let out a small burp. After tidying up the babies, Lin Feng went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Lu Qingxue followed behind to see if there was anything he could do together. Seeing Lin Feng working so hard every day, running around doing all the chores, she felt sorry for him. Why did you follow me into the kitchen? Go and rest. Lin Feng smiled and said, wait until I make you some delicious pig liver to replenish your blood. In the kitchen sink, the pig liver had been soaking in water all morning, and the blood had been completely removed. Lu Qingxue's nose wrinkled slightly. Could you stir-fry the pork liver a little longer? I don't like it too tender. In fact, Lu Qingxue didn't really like eating pork liver. She couldn't quite accept the taste. But she couldn't help but appreciate the postpartum meal recipes that Lin Feng had prepared and specially bought. Lin Feng laughed. Perfect. I like it a little drier when it's stir-fried. It tastes better when it's browned. When two people live together, they need to work on their differences in tastes and lifestyles. If we can eat together, cooking will be easier in the future. The book says you can take some trace elements, such as iron, copper, folic acid, and vitamin B supplements. I'll ask the doctor when he'll be available this afternoon, and I'll get some for you when I have time. If I can buy it at a nearby pharmacy, I won't need to go to the hospital. Lu Qingxue felt incredibly warm-hearted by Lin Feng's thoughtfulness. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Lin Feng laughed. It's not hard work at all. Step aside for a second. I'm about to put it in the pot, so you don't get splashed with oil. Lu Qingxue said, oh, and took a few steps back. Lin Feng learned from Zhang Hui that when stir-frying pork liver, you should use cold oil in a hot pan and stir-fry over high heat. If you want it tender, just stir-fry it a few times. If you want it well done, stir-fry it for a little longer. Lin Feng, wearing an apron, was busy at the stove, while Lu Qingxue watched him with a spinach in her hand. She had imagined the scene before. Lin Feng served the dishes, and then stir-fried some chives and eggs. In addition, pigeon soup was also prepared. The pigeon was stuffed with dates and peanuts, and it smelled delicious. In the dining room, Lu Qingxue did what she could, taking out chopsticks and a small soup spoon. Eat up. Lu Qingxue smiled and said, thank you. Lin Feng chuckled. I do one thing for you, and you say thank you. Do you get that many thank yous in a day? Lu Qingxue sipped the pigeon soup, which tasted delicious, with only a little salt added. Wait a moment. Tap, tap, tap. Lu Qingxue jogged to the second bedroom, and then jogged back. In his hand was the same bank card that Lin Feng was familiar with. He confiscated it last time at the hospital. Lin Feng asked with a questioning look, what does this mean? Lu Qingxue pursed her lips. This is our little family, and I want to contribute my share. Lin Feng smiled slightly. He and Lu Qingxue got together because of their child, but their feelings for each other were actually rather ambiguous. He definitely liked Lu Qingxue. It was the kind of liking a boy has for a pretty girl. However, he couldn't figure out what Lu Qingxue was thinking. But Lin Feng seems to understand now. The first time she gave me her bank card, it was to show that she didn't want to depend on me or add any burden to myself. But this time, it was clear that they trusted him and put him in charge of the household affairs. Lin Feng pushed the bank card back, saying, this house isn't rented, I bought it. Lu Qingxue was shocked. You bought it? How much did you pay? Full payment or down payment? I bought it with cash because the landlord wanted to sell it urgently, and they haven't moved in yet. Upon hearing that no one lived there, Lu Qingxue was about to say something. Lin Feng seemed to know what she was thinking. I had Zhou Cheng test the air quality. Don't worry, stay here with peace of mind. Lu Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's good. She shook her head. If that's the case, then the family will need money even more in the future. You must take this money. Keep the money. I'll ask you for it again when I'm broke. Lin Feng was very happy. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who pretends to be poor. Lu Qingxue responded with an oh. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng went to wash the dishes when Zhang Hui called, asking his usual questions. What did you have for lunch? Did you cook a proper meal for Qingxue? Lin Feng pouted. Mom, why don't you care about me? Why should I care? Are you going to breastfeed? You cook for yourself. Are you afraid of going hungry? After a pause, Zhang Hui asked again, were Ping and Enru well behaved today? Good boy. I gave them a bath today. Zhang Hui quickly reminded them. When bathing the babies, the water temperature must not be too high, and you must hold them securely. Understand? Lin Feng reminded her helplessly, Mom, I've already finished washing. Zhang Hui said, oh, and paused. I'm still worried. I'll come over once I've settled things at home. Lin Feng, okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng continued tidying up the room. Moving is no easy feat. It took 2 or 3 days to pack up all the things in the house. Lin Feng had no idea how Lu Qingxue, with her big belly, managed to handle all that back then. I couldn't help but feel even more sorry for her. After buying groceries that day, Lin Feng passed by a shop selling flowers and plants and went inside. He remembered that Lu Qingxue really liked the bouquet of sunflowers he had bought her the day she was discharged from the hospital. Moreover, she seems to enjoy growing succulents. The succulents at home are so cute, just like her. Lin Feng immediately wanted to buy some more plants to make Lu Qingxue happy, and they would also beautify the environment and purify the air. He killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 35, Misappropriation of House Purchase Funds. Lin's mother loses her temper. Lin Feng didn't really know much about plants, but on the shopkeeper's recommendation, he bought a money tree and planned to place it in the living room near the balcony. I also picked out a pot of pothos and a pot of lucky bamboo, which I plan to place in the master bedroom and the second bedroom. Let's buy these 3 pots first. No problem. Please come to our store again if you need anything in the future. The money tree was bought in a large pot, and the shop owner offered delivery service, so Lin Feng hitched a ride back with him. The potted plants, when arranged properly, add a touch of greenery to the home and bring joy to the viewer. I'm not very good at choosing, so I only bought these. We'll go shopping together after you finish your postpartum period. Lu Qingxue looked very happy. Okay. Lin Feng smiled and said, Okay, I'll go cook then. This time, Lin Feng bought a fish, which the shopkeeper cut into fillets. He planned to make tomato fish for Lu Qingxue. In the kitchen, he first stated, This is my first time making it, so please don't be offended if it doesn't taste good. Lu Qingxue shook her head. No, I'll eat it even if it doesn't taste good. The new kitchen is so much better than the old one. The smart range hood is quiet and has a very strong suction. He followed the tutorial on the app, while Lu Qingxue watched from the side, occasionally lending a hand. After lunch, Lin Feng washed the dishes, while Lu Qingxue took a walk around the house. Want to watch TV? May I? You can watch less, but not for a long time. Watching for an hour is fine. Lu Qingxue was both surprised and delighted. Lin Feng, you're so kind. You have no idea how bored I've been these past few days. Lin Feng smiled and revealed his plan. I'll install the TV from the living room in the second bedroom first. Later, I'll buy a good projector and a white screen online, which will be better for your eyes. Lu Qingxue thought this was a good idea. Wouldn't it be too big to move such a large TV from the living room to the second bedroom? Lin Feng thought for a moment. Let's leave it at that for now and make plans after you finish your postpartum confinement. So the two of them looked at the shopping platform and found that Lin Feng usually bought appliances from brands that offer good service. A dedicated person will come directly to your home to install it, set it up, and teach you how to use it. After placing the order, Lin Feng felt very relaxed. It should arrive tomorrow afternoon. Lu Qingxue was filled with anticipation and went to take a nap with a happy heart. It was a cloudy day with a mild temperature, so Lin Feng took a nap. It has to be said that with the system's good sleep and no baldness skill, he can now charge for 1 hour and last all day. But who can resist having a sweet-smelling person sleeping next to them? Meanwhile, Zhang Hui and Lin Feng's aunt have already boarded the high-speed train to find their son. As they get older, neither of them feels comfortable on long journeys. Fortunately, it only takes about 2 hours, and it will pass if you just endure it. She tried calling Lin Feng, but couldn't get through. Never mind, they're probably taking a nap right now. Ding dong, the new home is ready. The host has given the children a home, and the reward is a Xiaomi SU7. The relevant documents and procedures have been arranged for the host, and the car is already in parking space number 82. Lin Feng woke up with the system notification sound and realized he had slept for over an hour. In his notebook bag, there was a file folder containing all the paperwork and invoices for the car purchase. Lin Feng was excited. Although the Xiaomi SU7 wasn't a top-of-the-line car, it was currently in high demand and short supply. I even discussed this car with Housie and the others in the dormitory. Everyone liked it very much and said they would buy one in the future. Lin Feng couldn't contain his excitement and wanted to go see it right away. But Lu Qingxue and the babies are still asleep, so we have to postpone it. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Feng saw Zhang Hui's missed calls and dialed her number. Mom, you're here? Where have you been? Almost at the bus station. I'm not where I used to be. I've moved. We're moving to Yunsheng Huading. Yunsheng Huading, not Yunsheng Huading. Okay, you wait at the high-speed rail station. I'll come pick you up. After hanging up the phone, I checked the time and saw it was almost time for my afternoon nap, so I woke up Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue opened her eyes groggily. What's wrong? Lin Feng, my mom and my aunt are here. She doesn't know this place, so I'm going to pick her up and buy some groceries on the way. Lu Qingxue said, oh, and then asked, shall we go now? Lin Feng shook his head. The babies need to drink their milk. Let's wait until they finish before we go. It will take about half an hour to get to the station. Lu Qingxue nodded, leaning against the pillow. Come on, see if the babies are hungry. Generally, babies will be fed milk when they are hungry, and they will poop soon after. You must drink milk after you poop. Lin Feng only went out after finishing with the babies. In parking space number 82, there's a brand new Xiaomi SU7 in a rosy purple color. When this car was first released, Zhou Cheng and his friends said they would save up to buy it, and they started arguing about which color looked best. Lin Feng never expected that less than half a year would pass before he would own this car, and in his favorite color no less. It's just that he's not familiar with the car system yet. Fortunately, he was a college student, so his reading and comprehension skills were not a problem, and he was able to get started quickly. On the other side, Zhang Hui and her sister got off at the station, feeling suffocated by the contrasting temperatures of the two. The two waited at the exit, and the shopkeeper next to them noticed how hard it must be for them to stand under the sun umbrella. The female boss brought out 2 wooden stools. "Auntie, it's hot outside. Sit by the door, and you can enjoy the air conditioning." The two of them expressed their gratitude profusely. "Thank you, young lady. You have such a kind heart. Thank you so much. We'll sit for a while. Hope we won't disturb your business." The owner smiled and shook his head. "It won't bother you. There's plenty of space outside." Zhang Hui was holding a thermos. She was getting old and needed to drink hot drinks because cold drinks upset her stomach. It is said that this was caused by eating cold food when Lin Feng was born, which caused him to have stomach pains for many days, resulting in a chronic illness. That's why Zhang Hui is so worried about Lu Qingxue now. Lin Feng parked his car at the exit and looked around but couldn't find it. Zhang Hui called to her son, fanning herself. "Xiao Feng, we're here. We're here." Lin Feng came over. "Mom, Annie." There was a snakeskin bag at their feet, with several holes cut in it, and a few chickens and ducks were tilting their heads. Besides that, there was a small basket, but I couldn't see what was inside. It was sealed. My aunt hadn't seen him for a while, and after looking him over, she said, "Xiao Feng is getting more and more handsome. That's great." Lin Feng smiled, picked up the snakeskin bag that had been used to carry the chickens and ducks, and prepared to carry a basket on his back. Zhang Hui slapped his hand away, saying, "I'll do it myself. You're wearing white clothes, and it'll be hard to wash if you get them dirty." Lin Feng's car was right by the roadside. He opened the trunk and put the chickens, ducks, and quilt basket inside. "Mom, Auntie, let's get in the car." Inside the car, Zhang Hui realized that her son was driving, but she didn't ask anything. "I figure my son might have borrowed the car. It couldn't possibly have been bought by him." Unfortunately, my aunt is a chatterbox, and she started talking nonstop as soon as she got in the car. "This car is nice. The color is good. It suits you young people, and there's no unpleasant smell inside. The seats feel quite comfortable to the touch. They must be very expensive." "Xiaofeng, how much is this car worth? Is it your friend's?" Lin Feng wanted to hide it from Zhang Hui, but after thinking about it, he decided to tell the truth. After all, the system will give other rewards later. "This car cost a little over 200,000 yuan. It doesn't belong to my friend. I bought it." Before her aunt could speak first, Zhang Hui exclaimed, "You bought it? Where did you get the money?" In an instant, she thought of the 200,000 yuan she had given her son. The couple discussed it before going back and decided to borrow some money from someone. With this 200,000, the down payment for a house is ready. Lin's father's illness cost the family a lot of money, and the family simply couldn't afford to spend any more. The thought that her son might use the savings to buy a car made Zhang Hui furious. This child has no sense of priorities. Chapter 36. Lin's mother is a ruthless woman. This oath cannot be made lightly. Zhang Hui was furious and couldn't hold back any longer. "Lin Feng, where did you get the money to buy a car?" Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He knew his mother had misunderstood, and he quickly said, "Mom, I earned this money through investments." My aunt perked up immediately upon hearing this. "Investment? How do you invest?" "Oh dear, your uncle-in-law spends all his time at home researching this, and he's lost tens of thousands of yuan." Lin Feng, seeing that his aunt was serious, he didn't dare to say anything carelessly and just spouted a lot of technical jargon. The auntie exclaimed, "Oh," repeatedly in surprise. Finally, she came to a conclusion. It seems Lin Feng was lucky and didn't lose money. Zhang Hui was skeptical, but she had indeed heard her son mention this matter some time ago. She did some quick calculations. There's still 200,000 left in the card, plus the 200,000 plus spent on the car. That's over 400,000. With this much money, you could easily make a down payment on a house in the city. Damn, they want to buy a car? Over 200,000 yuan. Zhang Hui dared not think about it too much. Just thinking about it made her heart ache, and her complexion turned terrible. You bastard. Wouldn't it be better to save the money to buy a house? What good is a car? Do you live in it? My aunt nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. If you have the money, buy a house first. You have a family to support now. Buying a car would be a waste. Zhang Hui gritted her teeth in anger. Have you lost your mind? You bought a car without even discussing it with us. Just banged it on the spot. Are you trying to drive us crazy? Lin Feng comforted Zhang Hui. Mom, don't be angry, I've already bought the house. Zhang Hui almost fainted from anger just now, and her mind immediately stopped working. What? You bought the house? Are you kidding me? Aunt blinked. Xiaofeng, really? Lin Feng used the same old excuse, saying that he was lucky to have met a homeowner who was in a hurry to sell. As for the price, he didn't specify, only saying that it was bought in full and was below the local housing price. Zhang Hui calmed down and sat in the back seat without saying a word. My aunt exclaimed, My goodness, Xiaofeng has made something of himself. Look, it's only been half a month, and he already has a wife, kids, a house, and a car. Sister, your daughter-in-law is a lucky charm for her husband. Xiaofeng is so fortunate. Zhang Hui frowned, feeling that the matter was too far-fetched. But he's his own son. He can lie about small things, but he has no reason to lie about important matters. Suddenly, she cried out. You said that house was fully furnished, but the owner hasn't moved in yet. What kind of formaldehyde is in there? Lin Feng smiled. Mom, we're going to get tested. It's safe, don't worry. Zhang Hui responded with an oh. She didn't say a word the whole way, staring blankly out the window. Upon arriving at the Yinsheng Huading parking lot, Lin Feng stopped the car and went to the trunk to get his things. He carried a small basket on his back and a snakeskin bag, saying, Mom, Annie, come this way. After entering the door lock code, the door opened with a click, and Lin Feng invited them inside. Mom, Annie, please sit down first. I'll go find some slippers for you. I'll put the things in the kitchen while I'm at it. The aunt nudged Zhang Hui with her elbow, her face showing envy and surprise. Wow, look how beautifully this house is decorated. Wow, this TV is huge. And look at the floor. It's so clean you can see your reflection in it. This balcony gets lots of sunshine. It's so comfortable to hang clothes out to dry. I'm going to check out other places. This must be the dining room. This chandelier is really beautiful. It's sparkling. Zhang Hui was somewhat worried. She went to the second bedroom and grabbed her son, who was looking for slippers. Her expression was serious. Xiaofeng, tell your mother honestly, did you earn the money for this house and car? Or did you buy it with an online loan? Tell Mom the truth. Mom won't be angry. To be honest, Lin Feng had been fooled by this statement countless times. Mom won't be angry is just empty talk every time she says it. She gets beaten. Lin Feng smiled knowingly. Mom, this money really came from legitimate means. I'm your son. You have to believe me. Zhang Hui glared at him. Swear that if you lie to your mother, may she die a horrible death. His mother has always been a ruthless person. Lin Feng was speechless. Mom, I'm still your son, okay? Have you ever seen me do anything bad since I was little? I can swear, but not this kind of oath. Zhang Hui sighed, feeling slightly better. She poked her son's forehead and said, If you lie to your mother, you're a child without a mother. When he was a child, this was the trick his mother always used. It scared him so much that he didn't want to be a child without a mother, like a blade of grass. As a result, I was often beaten for being naughty as a child. Mom, you have to believe in your son. I would never do anything reckless. Qing Xue and the child were completely an accident. If I had known, I would definitely have taken responsibility. If I hadn't been drunk that day, I wouldn't have done that kind of thing. Zhang Hui sighed and said irritably, In the past 2 weeks, you bought a house and a car. Doesn't that make people suspicious? But Mom believes in you. Sigh, now that we have a house and a car, life isn't so stressful anymore, and we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Hui then beamed with joy, looked around, and exclaimed, This house is beautifully decorated. Lin Feng chuckled. Your son is lucky. He made some money from his investment and happened to run into a landlord who was in a hurry to sell the house. The landlord agreed to sell because we got along well. Zhang Hui nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. Tell Mom, how much money did you make this time? Lin Feng laughed. Mom, anyway, most people lost money on this investment, but I made a profit. After buying the house and the car, we still have a few things left. When the kids are a bit older, We'll see if we can find a part-time job. Zhang Hui nodded. No matter what, we should prioritize the children and the family. After searching for a long time without finding slippers, I decided to go to the supermarket downstairs to buy some. I'll also buy a few extra sets of toiletries so that guests can use them when they come over. Mom, I'm going downstairs to buy something. Go. Annie, I'm going out for a bit. My aunt finished looking around, except for the master bedroom, thinking the person was probably still sleeping. This house is so beautifully decorated. I wish I could live in such a beautiful house. Zhang Hui smiled and said, Xiao Chuan has made money. You'll have plenty to enjoy now. Don't rush. My aunt pouted. When he brought his girlfriend home, he did say that he would get married after graduation. But when I look at the car and the house, his dad and I have to arrange everything. How can we do things as easily as Xiaofeng? Zhang Hui smiled and teased. So, you're not too happy about helping your child get married? Why don't you kick them out of the house? My aunt laughed. You kick Xiaofeng out of the house first, and I'll follow. The two old sisters smiled at each other. My aunt seemed to remember something and said, Your daughter-in-law and grandson are in the room, right? Why haven't they woken up yet? Do you want to go check on them? Zhang Hui also wanted to see her grandson. She missed him terribly after not seeing him for a day. Qingxue, are you still sleeping? Lu Qingxue was almost awake while lying in bed. Mom, you're here. Zhang Hui introduced. Qingxue, this is my aunt, my second younger sister. Lu Qingxue stood up and greeted, Hello, Annie. My aunt smiled broadly. My goodness, this woman is so beautiful. She's even more beautiful than those celebrities on TV. Xiao Feng is so lucky to have found such a beautiful daughter. It's making me so jealous. Why isn't she my daughter-in-law? My aunt was half joking, but inwardly she was also amazed, thinking that Xiao Feng had struck it lucky. Chapter 37, We mustn't hurt our daughter-in-law's feelings. Lin's mother was moved. Where's the child? Let me see. Ping and Rui is sleeping soundly, and she has changed a lot in the past 2 weeks. She is fair-skinned, tender, and adorable. The two children weigh about 9 pounds together. It's good for twins to have this weight. They'll grow up well. Both parents are good-looking, so their children will definitely inherit that good looks. They'll grow up to be a handsome man and a beautiful woman. With a sigh, the aunt's brow furrowed in worry. When will I be able to hold my grandson? As a mother, watching her child grow up, her worries are nothing more than the child's future and family. Now I have to worry about my child's wedding, buying a house, and raising the child. Zhang Hui has lost more than half of her worries, but I'm still worried. Lin Feng returned with toiletries. Mom, Annie, you bought the slippers too. My aunt slapped her forehead. All right, we haven't changed our shoes yet. If we mess up this clean floor, it'll be so hard to clean up. Mom, Auntie, your toiletries are in the bathroom. Zhang Hui replied, I understand. Zhang Hui and her aunt went to the bathroom to clean up the chickens and ducks. 3 old hens and 1 old duck brought you some farm eggs and duck eggs in a basket. Go boil a pot of water. Your aunt and I will clean the chicken and duck and then put them in the refrigerator. We can stew as much as we need. My aunt said, doing it this way is a bit unoriginal. If we could have a place to raise them first, it would be so much better to kill one before eating it. Lin Feng suggested, Mom, why don't I take you to that market, give the chicken and duck vendor some money, and have him slaughter them for us? I don't know when we'll finish these 3 chickens and 1 duck. We need to make dinner soon. Before Zhang Hui could speak, her aunt waved her hand. Why pay outsiders to do it? Your mother and I can finish it in no time. We've got nothing better to do anyway. We'll go kill a chicken in a bit and then stew it. I see you have a pressure cooker, right? Let's use that to pressure cook it. Oh, right, chicken blood and duck blood are good stuff. I'll get some for your wife later. They'll be fresh. The older generation is frugal by nature and always tries to save money. This is quite normal. We're all people who came from that era and know how hard it is to make money. Zhang Hui had no objection. Just listen to your aunt and boil a big pot of water. It's useless if there's not enough water. Lin Feng went to the kitchen to boil water, while the two of them processed the chicken in the bathroom. My aunt said, Xiaofeng, bring me a knife, and also bring me a big bowl. Zhang Hui waved her hand. I remember you have a kettle, right? There's a socket here. Use it to boil water. The smell will be too strong if you keep making this stuff. Close the door and go do your own thing. My aunt agreed. That's right, you can't really help much, and you'll smell bad in a bit, and the children will cry. Lin Feng turned on the bathroom exhaust fan. I'll go check on the kids. Mom, should I go downstairs and buy some groceries? Zhang Hui said impatiently. No need. I just saw there are plenty of vegetables in the fridge. We don't need to buy any more. My aunt chimed in. As long as your wife cooks something delicious, we'll just have a bowl of noodles. Close the door quickly. I'm going to kill a chicken. Lin Feng said, oh, closed the bathroom door and went to the master bedroom. Lu Qingxue asked eagerly, when are mom and aunt leaving? Lin Feng asked in surprise. They just arrived. They should be here for 2 or 3 days. What's wrong? Lu Qingxue pursed her lips. The projector I ordered will arrive tomorrow afternoon. This translates to, what about our plan to watch TV? According to the older generation, new mothers shouldn't use electronic devices during their postpartum period, as it will damage their eyesight. Although Lu Qingxue knew it was out of kindness, she also wanted to watch TV for a while. She had bought everything, and her expectations were at their peak. I'd be so sad if she couldn't see it. Seeing her pitiful look, Lin Feng comforted her. Oh, we'll look at this in the master bedroom. Let them watch the TV in the living room. We can watch for a while after they go to sleep. No problem. Lu Qingxue worried again. What if your mother hears the sound? Lin Feng grinned. Silly, this can connect via Bluetooth. Just wear Bluetooth headphones to watch it. Lu Qingxue thought this was a good solution, and she felt much better, and her mood became cheerful. By the way, last time you video chatted with your aunt, it seemed like her phone was a bit slow. Should we get her a new phone? In a good mood, Lu Qingxue took the initiative to suggest it. Mainly, she saw Zhang Hui going to great lengths for her and wanted to do something in return. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised, then felt embarrassed. As the son, didn't even notice. My mom's phone has been used for 3 or 4 years now. It's time to get a new one. Lu Qingxue nodded. I'm buying it for Auntie. You're not allowed to steal the credit from me. Lin Feng smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, but simply took out his phone and opened the Taobao app. What do you think of this phone? Lu Qingxue nodded. That's right. This is the same brand as the one you're using now, right? Lin Feng laughed. Yeah, I asked at the physical store, and it's 100 yuan more expensive than on the app. The physical store is having a promotion. They're giving away a small fan or something. Lu Qingxue raised her hand. I'm free right now. I'll go buy it. Wait a moment. Lin Feng smiled and said, to be honest, I bought a car. I could drive to buy it. It's very convenient, so you don't need to go. Lu Qingxue was surprised. Lin Feng stood up. Let's buy a phone now. We'll talk about the car later. Oh, okay, wait, Lin Feng, the money. Lu Qingxue didn't call out to her from behind. Lin Feng went to the physical store, bought the phone without saying a word, checked it, got the invoice, and drove back. It took about 20 minutes in total, which was quite fast. Zhang Hui was busy in the kitchen when she saw her son return, and she put on a stern face. Where did you go? You left without even saying goodbye. You and your aunt were busy, so you didn't open the door because the smell was a bit strong. Zhang Hui glanced at it. What were you doing outside? It's so hot. Lin Feng chuckled. Go to buy a phone. Zhang Hui was puzzled. Why buy a phone? Your phone looks pretty good. Perfect, you can use my old phone. It's really slow and inconvenient to video chat with the babies. At home, she was always preoccupied with wishing for peace and happiness. How strange. I used to miss my son. But ever since his grandson was born, my son has stopped thinking about that and only wants his 2 little ones. Lin Feng held up his phone. Mom, why are you using an old phone? Qingxue noticed your SIM card and specifically asked me to buy you a new one. Zhang Hui was stunned. Qingxue bought it? This. A wave of emotion welled up in her heart. What good luck her family had. Such a wonderful girl. Let me see. Zhang Hui was thrilled with her new phone, but in the end, she pushed it back. I appreciate your kind offer, but you need the money right now, so please return it. With the money we save, we could buy Qingxue some supplements and a few new clothes. Girls should look pretty. Lin Feng suppressed a laugh. What about me? You? Zhang Hui rolled her eyes and said, don't spend money recklessly. You need to be frugal, okay? Whether you're rich or poor, thrift is a virtue, understand? Lin Feng was convinced and smiled. Yes, I won't spend money recklessly. I'll prioritize Qingxue and the babies, okay? Zhang Hui smiled with satisfaction and was about to say something more when Lin Feng interrupted her. Although, this is the first time your daughter-in-law has given you something as a sign of respect. I understand that you want to save money, but I'm worried about hurting Qingxue's filial piety. Zhang Hui hesitated, and Lin Feng shoved the phone into her arms. I'm watching my aunt cook. This child. Zhang Hui looked at her phone and smiled. Chapter 38. The young couple bickered. Lin Feng, you're so mean. My aunt is a quick worker in the short time it took the two of them to talk. She had already started cleaning the chicken's internal organs and chopping it into pieces. Some were stewed, and some were put in the refrigerator. The old hens in the countryside smell so good. They're different from the broiler chickens you buy in the city. Lu Qingxue could tell just by the smell. Lin Feng was busy in the living room, so she went over and asked, "Where are Mom and Auntie?" "Oh, they're processing chickens and ducks in the bathroom. These were brought from the countryside." Lu Qingxue said, "Oh," and then asked what was in the basket. "It's just some free-range chicken and duck eggs. They said they'd cook them for you every day." Although the nutritional value of farmed eggs and free-range eggs is the same, the elderly people still believe that the eggs laid by free-range chickens on the mountain, which eat feed and grain, are different. Lu Qingxue stared blankly at the bowl of bright red chicken blood and duck blood. "This is blood. We'll add it later when the chicken is stewed." "What? You don't like this?" Lu Qingxue shook her head and said very softly, "I've never eaten anything this fresh before." Lin Feng asked with a smile, "Are you hungry? I'll boil you 2 poached eggs with some brown sugar and dates in them." I wasn't hungry at first, but the smell of chicken soup made me hungry, so I need to eat something now. Lin Feng made her 3 poached eggs. "Eat up." Lu Qingxue took a bite, then seemed to remember something. "Should we ask Mom and Annie if they want some?" "You eat first. They'll probably be done soon, and dinner will be ready almost now." At 8:30, Zhang Hui and her aunt finally finished their work. "Mom, Annie, let's eat first. We'll clean up later." At the dinner table, the aunt noticed that Lu Qingxue was eating very little and quickly said something. "You're breastfeeding 2 babies now, so you need to eat more to produce milk." Lu Qingxue paused for a moment. "I have plenty of milk. I just ate 3 fried eggs, so I'm not very hungry right now." My aunt shook her head. "You still can't eat much. Back in our day, we could eat a whole bowl of rice in this small soup bowl." Lu Qingxue was stunned. This guy can eat so much. Since becoming pregnant, she has completely let herself go when it comes to eating and has never considered gaining weight at all. She believes she has eaten a lot, and her babies have plenty of milk. "Only now do I realize that what I have is nothing." Halfway through the meal, the babies started crying. Lin Feng went over and saw that they had pooped. Zhang Hui gestured, "You eat first, and then you can breastfeed after he cleans up the baby. Eat your food first." After saying that, he got up to help. My aunt said, "That's right, hurry up and eat. Xiaofeng is taking care of the child, so you're not needed for now." She then recounted how she was so busy back then, breastfeeding her baby while eating. "If you two are too busy, ask your mother-in-law to help. Your mother-in-law really wants to take care of her grandson. She went back home these past few days and has been saying she misses the child." Lu Qingxue nodded. "We'll see. If we're too busy, we'll have to trouble mother-in-law to lend a hand." After finishing the last few bites, Lu Qingxue went over to breastfeed the babies. Right now, Zhang Hui is video chatting with her husband on her new phone. "Old man, have you noticed? I'm using a new phone. My daughter-in-law bought it for me." Lin's father. "Why does it taste a little sour? That wasted money humph." Lin's father is arrogant. Zhang Hui spits. "This is the children's filial piety. You're wrong to say that." Lin Feng, standing to the side, cracked a joke. "No new phone looks as good as peace and prosperity. Come and see the baby." Sure enough, the elderly couple's attention was immediately diverted. "Oh dear, Grandpa saw you pooping. Aren't you ashamed? Grandpa, can you tell who is Pinyin and who is Ru Yi?" "Ah, I know that. Lots of hair mean good fortune, and sparse hair means peace." "Okay, Mom's here. Time to eat. Say goodbye to Grandpa." Zhang Hui hung up the video call and said to Lu Qingxue with a happy expression, "This new phone is great. The videos are very clear and don't lag." "Qingxue, thank you." Lu Qingxue glanced at Lin Feng, knowing that he had given her all the credit. She smiled shyly at that moment. "Where?" Lin Feng immediately interrupted her. "Come on, baby needs to nurse." He paused for a moment, then said to his mother, "Dad misses the children very much, but it's not convenient right now. When Pinyin and Ru Yi are a little older, I'll drive back." "All right." The old man misses the babies terribly. After feeding the babies, all 3 of them, except for Lu Qingxue, were busy in the kitchen. My aunt is strong, so she chops the chicken. Zhang Hui is in charge of washing it, and Lin Feng is in charge of packing it. My aunt is talkative and kind-hearted. You can tell she really cares about me. We ate lunch at 8:30 and didn't finish until almost 10 o'clock. Zhang Hui tidied up the refrigerator and put the chicken and other items in the freezer. The portions for each meal are prepared separately, so there's no hassle when stewing. Then they packed the chicken and duck eggs. After Annie took a shower and went to bed, Lu Qingxue also lay down, leaving only the mother and son in the living room. Tomorrow, take your aunt to the central hospital to register and buy a medicine for your uncle. He called and asked which doctor will see her tomorrow. I will take care of Qingxue and the child. Lin Feng opened the central hospital's online registration number, made an appointment online, and found the doctor. He needs to link his uncle's ID number, so he called to ask. Tell your aunt tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Okay, I'll tell her in a bit that it's getting late and she should go to sleep. Master bedroom. Lu Qingxue was not asleep, she was waiting for Lin Feng. She was surprised to find that she couldn't sleep without Lin Feng by her side. Habit is a feeling that's hard to describe. Why aren't you asleep yet? Lin Feng stood in the crib and asked. Lu Qingxue was too shy to speak. Because you're not here. He simply said, Are you tired? Take a rest. Okay. Lin Feng smiled slightly. In the second bedroom, Annie and Zhang Hui were chatting, mostly expressing their feelings. The next day, Lin Feng took his aunt to the central hospital and waited for their number to be called. It's so convenient for you young people to use mobile phones. We're older, and we don't know how to operate phones that are too smart. It was already 11 o'clock when I left the hospital. When I got home, Zhang Hui had already prepared dinner. Did you get everything done? My aunt said with a smile. Everything is taken care of. This will last us a long time. We owe a lot to Xiaofeng for his help this time. After lunch, the weather outside was scorching hot. Zhang Hui missed her child, so she discussed with her aunt about going back first thing tomorrow morning. It was a little past 1 in the afternoon, and the family was taking a nap. The delivery man called Lin Feng. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Feng? Lin Feng said softly, Yes, it's me. And you are? I'm delivering a package. Your D784C projector has arrived. Are you in building 15, room 15-2? Yes. I will deliver it to you in about 15 minutes. Thanks. Lu Qingxue was sleeping, but she woke up immediately upon hearing the words projector. 15 minutes later, Lin Feng took the projector from the courier and brought it back to the master bedroom. My mom and the others are leaving tomorrow. How about we wait until tomorrow? Lu Qingxue's happy smile instantly froze on her face, as if someone had poured cold water on her, and she gave in. Okay, then we'll wait until Andy leaves tomorrow to install it. It'll only take half a day anyway. Although she said that, her eyes couldn't hide her disappointment at all. She looked so pitiful. Lin Feng's heart softened. How about I install it for you now? Lu Qingxue's eyes instantly brightened, and she stubbornly said, How about we don't? Lin Feng said, Oh, and then said, Then we'll wait. Lu Qingxue quickly said, It could be installed now. After she finished speaking, she saw Lin Feng with a teasing expression, pouting, You're so mean. Lin Feng chuckled, Just kidding. I'm going to get some scissors to open the package. Chapter 39, Lu Qingxue's Andong moved. He kept his word. It comes with instructions, so installation is quite convenient, but the later debugging is a bit troublesome. I tried to connect several times, but failed each time. It's completely different from what's written in the instructions. Finally, contact customer service. The customer said he would arrange for someone to come and install it, but Lin Feng refused. In the end, he had no choice but to send him an installation video. After fiddling around for a while, Lin Feng finally figured it out, and the connection and screen mirroring worked perfectly. Lu Qingxue was as happy as a child. She could finally watch the show. Lin Feng gestured for her to put on his Bluetooth earphones so that Zhang Hui wouldn't hear him. Okay, do you want to watch it with me? Lin Feng also felt bored. Okay, let's watch it together. He hadn't watched a movie with anyone in a long time. Back in his freshman and sophomore years of college, the four of them would go back to watch new movies. Later, there were so many bad movies that I stopped going to the cinema much. This is a foreign comedy film, usually an hour and a half long. The two of them agreed that after watching it, they wouldn't be allowed to watch any more that day. Lu Qingxue had no objection. She wasn't picky. When Zhang Hui got up, she saw that the door to the master bedroom was bare, and it wasn't convenient for her to knock. I went for a walk around the neighborhood with my aunt, and we also took a look around the area, so we'll know the way when we come back in the future. The landscaping in the community is quite good, and the fitness area and children's play area are also very well done. The two of them even played around with the equipment in the gym area. When we came here, we saw a supermarket. Let's go and have a look. They came in through the south gate and went out through the north gate, but couldn't find the supermarket. We walked and asked questions along the way, and when we arrived at the supermarket, my aunt was overjoyed. This supermarket is quite big, and the air conditioning feels so comfortable. After shopping for an afternoon, the two bought quite a few things to take home. As a result, they got lost in the neighborhood. The two of them searched and searched until they finally found Building 15. Unit 2 here. Back home, Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue were in the living room. Seeing that the two were exhausted, I was a little puzzled. What's wrong, Mom? Did you go grocery shopping? My aunt said, panting, we got lost down there. It took us ages to find our way. We're exhausted. Lin Feng said, Mom, you can call me. I'll come downstairs to pick you up. Zhang Hui smiled wryly. I forgot to change my phone. I'm using my old one, and I don't even have a SIM card. My aunt didn't bring her phone either, just a few hundred yuan in her pocket. Lin Feng saw that he had bought grapes and said, I'll go wash the grapes. Lu Qingxue quite likes to eat fruit, so I washed a separate plate for her. Eat this. These were all relatively large grains, and Lu Qingxue felt a sweet warmth in her heart after noticing them. Zhang Yu stood up. I'll go check on the children. A few minutes later, Zhang Hui's expression changed slightly as she went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Xiaofeng, come help me pick vegetables. Okay, Mom, I'm coming. Upon entering the kitchen, Zhang Hui's face darkened. What's on the shelf in the bedroom? Lin Feng could tell from Zhang Hui's expression that they had been discovered. At this point, he pretended not to know, saying, These are things I hung up. Zhang Hui glared at her. You're kidding me. Do you think your mother's never seen anything like this? This is clearly one of those projectors for watching TV. Lin Feng grinned. Mom, how did you know? Zhang Hui chuckled. I've seen it on your dad's phone. Who does she think she is? She's seen this thing in advertisements, okay? She glared at him, baring her teeth and punching her son's arm. Don't you know you shouldn't watch TV during postpartum confinement? And you still bought this. Lin Feng clutched his arm in pain. Mom, I asked the doctor, and it's fine to see him for an hour a day. And this is even better for your eyes than a TV. So I bought one specifically for Qingxue to watch. Zhang Hui raised an eyebrow. You asked me to buy it? Lin Feng nodded. Yeah, she was just so bored all day, so she asked the doctor if she could watch TV or use her phone. Oh, I did ask the doctor. Mom, things are different now than they were back then. It's okay to do other things during postpartum confinement. Zhang Hui, panting heavily, finally gave in. Then you keep an eye on Qingxue. She can only watch for 1 hour a day. Don't let her watch for too long and hurt her eyes. Lin Feng nodded hurriedly. Okay, I'll keep an eye on her. Zhang Huixin felt slightly relieved. Half of the month has passed, and you have to persevere for the remaining half. You need to take it seriously. Lin Feng smiled. Mom, I understand, don't worry. Zhang Hui chuckled and started busily preparing dinner. Get out of here, don't get in the way. You can't help with anything. Lin Feng. Wait, he hasn't done anything yet. Lin Feng went to the master bedroom, and Lu Qingxue quickly came over. Does Annie know something? Her eyes revealed tension and worry. Yes, my mom knows. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue became anxious and slapped Lin Feng's arm, feeling distressed. I told you to take this curtain down, and you said Auntie couldn't tell, but now Auntie can see it. Lin Feng clutched his arm, thinking, why does she like to hit my arms just like her mother? It's okay. Mom told me to supervise you every day, but I can only watch you for an hour, no more. Lu Qingxue asked nervously, Is Annie very angry? Lin Feng nodded. A little, but I talked to her nicely later, and she wasn't so angry anymore. Lu Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief, but her impression of Zhang Hui might have been greatly diminished. Don't worry, I've already mentioned this to Mom. It was all my idea, and it has nothing to do with you. Lu Qingxue was deeply moved to learn that he had stood up for her. Lin Feng had kept the promise he made at the hospital. Thank you. Lin Feng chuckled. It's no big deal. There's no need to say thank you. After dinner, Zhang Hui went to wash the dishes, and Lin Feng offered to help. You don't need to help. Now that Mom's here, you should rest well. Lin Feng was touched and came over to wash the dishes with him. Mom, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Hui smiled and said, If you really feel that Mom has worked hard, then you should worry me less in the future and focus on setting up your own little family. She paused, then lowered her voice and said, Your dad said he absolutely has to come when the baby turns 1 month old. I've explained your situation with Qingxue to him in detail. If Qingxue is willing, we could get the marriage certificate first and register the baby's household registration. We'll ask her about the wedding later. We don't know anything about this girl's family situation. Lin Feng hummed in agreement. Your aunt came over and said, Xiaofeng, your mother and I are leaving tomorrow. We'll come to see you when we have time. Zhang Hui said, we'll catch the earliest high-speed train so we can make breakfast for your dad when we get home. The earliest high-speed train was at 6 o'clock, and she got home around 8 o'clock. With her efficiency, she had more than enough time to prepare breakfast. I'll cook some porridge for you before I leave. Lin Feng shook his head. Mom, I'll take you to the high-speed rail station tomorrow. No need, we can just go out and get a taxi. You can rest. As parents, they consider their children's needs in every aspect of their lives, hoping that they will have a good life. Lin Feng had never felt this way before. I'll take you and your aunt tomorrow. That's settled. Zhang Hui said this child but smiled and said, then you should go to sleep and get up early tomorrow. Chapter 40. Lu Qingshue's gratitude, my wife, is no simple thing. In the bedroom, Lu Qingxue smiled at Lin Feng while holding 2 small jewelry boxes. Please give this to my aunt and my other aunt for me. Lin Feng asked curiously, what is this? When Lu Qingxue opened them, she found a ruby ring and a blue gemstone. The red